the ranch of 1,000 eyes. Hello, friend. It is good to have you here with me tonight. Take a moment to settle in. Whether you are driving down a long, dark stretch of highway or you are curled up in your favorite chair with the lights dimmed low, just let your shoulders drop. Let the tension of the day unspool like a knot gently loosening in warm water. We have plenty of time. There is nowhere else you need to be right now. Tonight, we are going to take a trip. We are going to a place that feels very far away from the world we know, even though it sits right in the middle of the map. We are going to the high desert of Utah. Specifically, we are traveling to the Uinta Basin. Imagine the air here. It is thin and crisp, smelling of dry sagebrush and cooling sand. The sky is immense. Out here, away from the city lights, the stars do not just twinkle. They burn. They look like hard, white diamonds hammered into a ceiling of velvet. It is beautiful, but it is also quiet, too quiet. This is a silence that feels heavy. It presses against your ears. It is the kind of silence that makes you feel like you are being watched. And in the center of this basin, surrounded by red mesas and rocky ridges, sits a piece of land that has become a legend. Some call it a hotspot. Some call it a laboratory. Most people just call it the ranch. For decades, the families who lived here and the scientists who studied them reported things that simply should not be possible. Lights in the sky that moved like thoughts rather than machines. Shadows that walked through walls. And creatures that defied the laws of biology. But we are safe here. We are just observers, watching from the edge of the fence line, wrapped in the safety of the dark. We are going to walk through two of the most famous accounts from this land. One involves a creature of flesh and blood that refused to die. The other involves machines that simply refuse to work. So take a deep breath in and let it out slowly. Let's walk toward the gate. The sun is setting, casting long, purple shadows across the dirt road. The story begins. Chapter 1. The Impossible Visitor. The year is 1994. It is a crisp autumn afternoon. The light is golden, that specific rich yellow light that you only get in the American West before winter sets in. The Sherman family has just bought this property. It is a dream for them. 480 acres of pasture broken up by groves of Russian olive trees and a creek that winds through the land. They are cattle ranchers. They are practical people. They deal in fences and feed and the hard realities of livestock. They do not believe in ghost stories. Not yet. Imagine you are standing on the porch of their homestead. The wood is weathered and gray. To your left, there is a field of tall grass swaying gently. To your right, the land rises up toward a rocky ridge. Terry Sherman is out in the field. He is checking on his herd. He is a tall man used to hard work. He squints against the sun. Everything seems normal. The cattle are grazing. The calves are close to their mothers. It is the picture of a perfect ranching day. But then movement catches his eye. Down near the tree line, about 300 yards away, something emerges from the brush. Terry stiffens. He is used to coyotes. He is used to seeing stray dogs, but this is different. He watches as the animal trots closer. It is a wolf, but the word wolf feels too small for what he is seeing. This creature is immense. Its shoulders sit higher than a grown man's waist. Its coat is a mix of gray and silver, thick and matted, looking almost like armor in the sunlight. It moves with a strange, liquid grace. It does not slink like a coyote. It walks with confidence. It walks like it owns the land. Terry calls to his family. They come out onto the porch. They watch in silence as this massive animal crosses the field. It is beautiful in a terrifying way. It ignores the cattle. It ignores the horses. It is heading straight for them. Most wild animals will run if they see a human. Even a predator will usually keep its distance. But this wolf continues its approach. It is calm. Its tail is wagging slightly, low and slow. It looks almost domestic. Terry is cautious, but he is not afraid. He thinks perhaps it is someone's pet, maybe a hybrid that escaped from a neighbor's enclosure. The wolf stops about 50 feet from the corral. It sits down on its haunches. It looks at them. Its eyes are pale yellow, intelligent, and unblinking. The air feels charged, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. The silence returns, heavier than before. Terry steps forward. He wants to see if the animal is friendly. But as he moves, the wolf's gaze shifts. It is looking past him. It is looking at a calf that has wandered near the fence rails. In a blur of motion, the stillness breaks. The wolf does not growl. It does not bark. It simply lunges. It covers the distance in 2 strides. It grabs the calf's head in its jaws. The family shouts. Terry runs forward. He expects the wolf to tear at the calf, to try and kill it. But the wolf does not bite down to kill. It holds on. It seems to be trying to drag the calf through the fence bars, playing with it almost like a cat with a mouse. The calf is terrified, its legs scrambling in the dirt. Terry knows he has to act. He runs back to the truck and grabs a .35-7 Magnum revolver. This is a powerful handgun. It is designed to stop large threats. He runs back to the fence. The wolf is still there. It has not moved. It is staring right at him, the calf still clamped in its jaws. Terry raises the gun. He is close now, less than 40 feet away. He is a good shot. He aims for the creature's ribs, right where the heart and lungs would be. He pulls the trigger, bang. The sound echoes off the ridge. Dust kicks up from the wolf's coat. It is a direct hit. Terry waits for the animal to yelp, to drop the calf, to run. But the wolf does not flinch. It does not make a sound. It does not even blink. It just stands there holding the calf, looking at Terry with those pale, yellow eyes. Terry is confused. He fires again, bang, another hit. He sees the fur ripple. He hears the wet thud of the bullet striking muscle. Nothing happens. The wolf slowly releases the calf. The calf, miraculously unharmed, scrambles back to its mother. The wolf stands its ground. It looks at Terry almost with boredom. There is no blood. There is no wound. Terry's heart is hammering in his chest now. This is impossible. Biology does not work this way. Flesh and bone break when struck by lead. He runs back to the house. He grabs a larger weapon, a .30-06 rifle. This is a hunting rifle. It is used to take down elk and bear at long distances. At close range, it is devastating. He returns to the yard. The wolf is still there. It has moved slightly, walking slowly along the fence line, smelling the air. Terry raises the rifle. He aims carefully. He is now only 30 feet away. He cannot miss. He fires. The recoil hits his shoulder. The sound is deafening. The bullet strikes the wolf in the shoulder. A patch of fur and skin flies off the creature's back. It stumbles just for a fraction of a second, but there is no blood. The flesh underneath the fur looks wrong. It does not look like red muscle. It looks rotten or perhaps gray and callous. The wolf turns its head. It looks at Terry one last time. It does not look angry. It looks dismissive. It turns away and begins to trot toward the tree line. It is not running. It is not fleeing. It is simply leaving. Terry and his son run after it. They have to see where it goes. They have to understand. They follow the massive tracks in the soft mud near the creek. The tracks are huge, deeply impressed into the wet earth. They follow the trail for a mile. The tracks are clear. Left, right, left, right. The animal was heavy. And then in the middle of a muddy clearing, the tracks simply stop. Terry looks around. He spins in a circle. There are no trees close enough for the animal to have jumped into. The ground is soft mud in all directions. There are no backward tracks. There are no scuff marks. It is as if the wolf was lifted straight up into the sky, or as if it simply ceased to exist. Terry stands there, his breath clouding in the cooling air. The sun is dipping below the horizon now. The shadows are stretching out, turning the brush into strange, dark shapes. He looks at his rifle. He looks at the empty mud. He realizes then that the rules he knows, the rules of nature, of hunting, of life and death, do not apply here. He is not just a rancher anymore, he is a witness. And as the sun vanishes and the first stars appear, the silence of the basin returns. It wraps around him, cold and indifferent. The wolf is gone, but the feeling of being watched, that remains. Chapter 2. The Triangle of Silence. Time moves differently here. The seasons change, the snow falls on the mesa, and the heat returns to bake the clay, but the feeling of presence never leaves. It is now 1996. The family, exhausted and terrified by years of sleepless nights and vanishing cattle, has sold the ranch. They have moved on, leaving their keys and their ghosts behind. But the ranch is not empty. New tenants have arrived, but these are not ranchers. They do not bring cattle trailers or hay bales. They bring white vans filled with server racks. They bring miles of fiber optic cable. They bring night vision goggles, spectrum analyzers, and Geiger counters. This is the National Institute for Discovery Science, a team of PhDs, former law enforcement officers and engineers. They have come to apply the cold, hard logic of science to the impossible mysteries of this basin. They believe that if something is real, it can be measured, it can be recorded, it can be explained. They set up their command center. They call it the Observer. It is a hub of glowing monitors and humming hard drives. They map the property, giving names to the hot spots where the strange activity is most frequent. Homestead 2, the East Field, and a patch of land that will become notorious among them. They call it the Triangle. Imagine standing there with them. It is late at night, perhaps 2 in the morning. The air is absolutely still. The Triangle is a nondescript patch of sagebrush and dirt, indistinguishable from the rest of the ranch to the naked eye. But the sensors say otherwise. This is where the magnetic fields fluctuate. This is where the batteries drain. The team decides to set a trap. They want to catch the phenomenon in the act. They install 3 high-resolution video cameras on telephone poles, arranged in a perfect triangle. These cameras are hardened against the elements. They are wired directly to the command center. They have backup power supplies. Nothing can get in or out of that triangle without being seen from 3 different angles. The lead investigator, a man named Colem, sits in the trailer watching the monitors. The screens show the gray-green tint of night vision. The sagebrush looks like coral at the bottom of a dark ocean. Everything is quiet. The time code on the bottom of the screen ticks by. 0200 hours, 0201, and then it happens. It does not start with a monster. It starts with a glitch. On the center monitor, the image flickers. It is not a normal static interference. It looks like the signal is being pulled apart pixel by pixel. Then the screen goes black. Colm checks the connections. The system says the camera is still powered, but there is no video. A few seconds later, the camera to the left flickers. The image distorts, bending and warping as if the lens is melting. Then that screen goes black too. Now only one camera is left. It is facing the center of the triangle. On the screen, for just a fraction of a second, the team sees a shadow. It is not a person. It is not an animal. It is a density. It is darker than the night around it. It blocks out the stars on the horizon. Then the third screen goes black, complete blindness. The team grabs their flashlights and radios. They rush out of the trailer. They jump into their truck and speed toward the location. It only takes them a few minutes to get there. The headlights sweep across the sagebrush. They jump out, expecting to find an intruder, maybe a prankster from the local town. Maybe a coyote chewing on the wires, but the scene is silent. The dust is settling. They shine their lights up at the telephone poles. The cameras are gone. They are not just broken, they are missing. The team searches the ground. They find the cameras lying in the brush 20 feet away from the poles, but it is the condition of the equipment that chills them. The cables have not been cut. If you cut a cable with wire cutters, the copper inside is pinched flat. These cables have been shredded. The plastic casing is stretched and snapped, and the copper wires inside are frayed and pulled apart. It looks as if something with immense strength simply grabbed the cameras and ripped them out of their housings, pulling the wires until they snapped from pure tension. But there are no footprints. The ground around the poles is dusty and soft. If a human had climbed the pole, there would be boot prints. If a bear had stood on its hind legs, there would be paw prints. The dust is undisturbed. It is smooth as glass. The investigators stand there in the cold dark, holding the broken cameras. They realize that they are not the ones running the experiment. They are the experiment. The phenomenon is not just a force of nature. It is not just lightning or swamp gas. It knew where the cameras were. It knew how to disable them. And it did it in an order that seemed designed to taunt them. It took away their vision, one eye at a time. As they drive back to the command center, the radio static returns. It rises and falls, almost like a voice trying to break through. In the days that follow, the equipment failures get worse. Fresh batteries drain in minutes. Geiger counters scream with radiation warnings and then fall silent a second later. Drones lose their GPS lock and drift aimlessly into the mesa walls. The message is clear. You can bring your science. You can bring your logic. But on this ranch, the rules are different. The triangle remains a dead zone, a place where the signal simply stops. And as the scientists sit in their trailers, watching the static on their screens, they begin to feel that familiar sensation, the same one Terry Sherman felt in the field with the wolf. They are being watched, and whatever is watching them finds their technology amusing. Chapter 3. The shadow follows. As the weeks turned into months, the investigators, the scientists, the engineers, the security personnel, developed a kind of fatigue. It was not just physical, it was a fatigue of the soul. They learned to live with the impossible. They came to expect the equipment to fail, the cameras to vanish, and the strange, high-pitched electrical whining to come from the sky. They compartmentalized the phenomena. The ranch was the laboratory. What happened there stayed there. But the ranch had other ideas. The people who worked on the property, whether they were staying in the command center or driving home for the weekend, began to notice a chilling trend. The phenomena, the high strangeness, did not always stay within the 480 acres. Sometimes it seemed to attach itself to the personnel. The researchers began to call this the hitchhiker effect, the horrifying realization that they were bringing pieces of the enigma home with them. Imagine a man, let us call him Tom. He is a security expert, a rational, grounded man with a family. He drives 300 miles home after a 2-week shift at the ranch. He is relieved to be back in his normal life. He is sitting in his living room watching the local news. The air is warm. The house is silent except for the quiet breathing of his children asleep upstairs. Then his wife comes running into the room. Her face is white. She whispers that she just saw something, a shadow, tall and dark. It was standing at the end of the hallway, right outside their daughter's bedroom door. Tom tries to be rational. He tells her it was the light, maybe the reflection from the street lamp or a trick of tired eyes. He gets up and checks the house. Everything is locked. Everything is quiet, but the shadow comes back. It is seen by multiple family members over the next few nights. It is always fleeting, always just outside the corner of their vision. It is just a little too tall, a little too dark to be normal. Then things become physical. Imagine another investigator who is staying in a hotel hundreds of miles away from the Uinta Basin. He is trying to sleep. He is lying in the dark, thinking about the mysterious radiation spikes and the bulletproof wolf. Suddenly, a massive, loud bang rocks the door of his hotel room. It sounds like someone is trying to kick the door down with a sledgehammer. He jumps up, heart pounding. He grabs his phone. He throws on the light. He looks through the peephole. The hallway is empty. Completely, perfectly silent. He opens the door slowly. He checks the carpet. There are no signs of forced entry, no scuff marks, no debris, no other doors are open. The noise was only on his door. He gets back into bed, shaken but trying to rationalize it as a prank. A few minutes later, the banging returns. 3 consecutive powerful slams against the door. Boom, boom, boom. It is not a human trying to break in. It is a communication, a threat. The psychological toll this takes is immense. The security of their homes, the last place they had to retreat to, is now contaminated. They realize that the phenomenon at the ranch is not tethered to the property line. It is attached to them. And the incidents were not limited to noise. One family of a ranch investigator reported that their dogs, who had never exhibited unusual behavior, began to bark and snarl furiously at a specific, empty corner of their kitchen. The animals would cower, their hair standing up, reacting to something invisible that was standing there. This mirrored the behavior of the Sherman family's dogs on the ranch years earlier. One of the most extreme cases involved an investigator's vehicle. They had brought the vehicle home after a long stint on the ranch. One night, the investigator was startled awake by his wife. She was pointing to the ceiling. She saw a perfectly spherical, intensely glowing orange orb of light drifting through their bedroom. It silently floated through the room, passed through the wall, and vanished. The phenomena had followed them. It had driven 300 miles to deliver a personalized, terrifying message. We are with you. The scientists began to realize that they were dealing with a force that was less like a geological anomaly and more like an intelligence. An intelligence that was capable of transference, of projecting itself or its effects across vast distances, simply to maintain the psychological pressure on those who dared to study it. This is why the Uinta Basin remains so compelling. It is a mystery that does not allow you to pack up your bags and leave. It does not stay in the past. It follows you into the quiet of your own home, making you question the very integrity of your reality. And that is perhaps the most frightening thing of all. Knowing that you have brought the shadow home. Chapter 4. The Doorway of the Air. The longer the research team stayed on the ranch, the less the events resembled traditional cryptid sightings or conventional UFO encounters. The investigators began to look deeper into the history of the region. They studied the local Ute tribes' traditions and their warnings about this land, and they considered the possibility that they were not dealing with visitors from another planet, but visitors from another dimension. This led them to one of the most unusual and, frankly, most mysterious experiments ever conducted on the ranch. It centered on the idea that the ranch was home to a naturally occurring dimensional portal. Imagine the scene now. It is a warm, dry evening, the stars already sharp points in the fading twilight. The location is an old, isolated structure on the property, known as Homestead 2. A team of 4 researchers is gathered. They are holding advanced thermal cameras and radiation detectors, but they have also invited an outside expert, a respected rabbi. This man carries ancient texts and understands rituals that predate modern science. The theory they are testing is this: if the strange energy and high strangeness of the ranch can be manipulated by human intent or emotion, perhaps ancient prayers, designed to communicate with non-physical entities, could coax the dimensional barrier to reveal itself. The goal is to try and open a small, temporary doorway in the air. The team sets up its equipment. The thermal camera is focused on a specific point in the air, near a cluster of old cottonwood trees. The rabbi begins his ritual. He reads the words of the ancient prayers, his voice calm and rhythmic, carrying the weight of centuries. The researchers stand absolutely still. They are scientists. They are observing. But even the most skeptical among them cannot deny the power and the solemnity of the moment. The prayer continues. As the rabbi reaches a certain passage, the thermal camera operator suddenly whispers over the radio, "I've got an anomaly. Temperature drop." On the screen in the dead center of the frame, a perfect circle of deep blue suddenly appears. It is a cold spot. It is not on the ground. It is suspended in the air a few feet off the dirt. And it is not small. It is roughly the size of a beach ball. The temperature reading in that localized zone has plummeted by 30 degrees Fahrenheit in an instant. There is no cloud cover. There is no source of air conditioning. There is no natural explanation for a perfectly spherical, hovering pocket of intense cold. The rabbi continues to chant. The cold spot remains, a visible signature of energy being withdrawn from the atmosphere, or perhaps energy coming in from a different thermal state. Then the second strange thing happens. The cold spot begins to move. It drifts slowly toward a cluster of brush. But before the team can fully react to the temperature anomaly, the radio crackles. A surveillance camera operator miles away, who is monitoring the sky above the ranch, frantically calls in. "Something just entered the area. South to north, fast. It's black." The investigators look up from the thermal screen, and that is when they see it. High above them, moving with tremendous, impossible speed, is a perfect black sphere. It is absorbing all the light around it, making it look like a floating, spherical hole in the sky. It moves with an intelligence and speed that makes a conventional aircraft look like a wagon. It traverses the length of the ranch, stops for a brief moment directly over the area of the temperature anomaly, the cold spot near the trees, and then, without slowing, it shoots straight up into the sky. In less than a second, it is gone. The cold spot remains for a few minutes longer, slowly dissipating until the temperature readings return to normal. The only evidence left of the event is the bewildered silence of the researchers and the memory of that intense, three-dimensional circle of blue on the screen. The conclusion was unsettling, moving beyond the question of what the phenomena were, and into the question of whether were there. It was as if the ancient ritual had created an opening, a brief tear in the fabric of reality, and the intelligence behind the phenomena had instantly sent something through to observe the people who dared to tamper with the barrier. The message was clear. The gate is real, and it is being monitored. This event solidified the belief among many investigators that Skinwalker Ranch is a location where the rules of space and time are fundamentally altered, and where the line between our reality and another is extremely thin. The wolf may have stepped out of it, and the black sphere may have been sent through it. And the question remains, was the cold spot the doorway itself, or just the energetic footprint of a doorway opening? Chapter 5. The Reflection. The sun has risen again over the Uinta Basin, burning off the last tendrils of the cold night air. The shadows that were so long and so dark now retreat to the base of the juniper trees. We have walked a long road together tonight. We began with the impossible, with a massive, pale-eyed wolf that shrugged off bullets as if they were raindrops. We saw the confusion of science in the face of the inexplicable, as technology was torn apart by an unseen force in the silence of the triangle. And finally, we saw how the phenomena followed the researchers home, proving that this mystery is not just about a place, but about an intelligence that refuses to be contained. We even watched a strange, dark sphere answer a prayer, suggesting that the door between here and somewhere else might be very thin indeed. The great mystery of Skinwalker Ranch is that the stories do not fit together neatly. It is not just UFOs. It is not just cryptids. It is not just poltergeists. It is all of them at once. It is a confluence of high strangeness, a place where the universe seems to have forgotten its own rules. And perhaps that is the most comforting thought of all. If we cannot explain these events with our science, if they defy all the established laws of physics and biology, then perhaps we need a new way to look at the world. Maybe the edge of the world we know, the rational, sensible, three-dimensional world, is not a hard wall but a curtain. And sometimes something pushes on that curtain from the other side. Think of those immense, heavy tracks of the impossible wolf stopping abruptly in the middle of the mud. It did not run away. It did not fly away. It simply ceased to exist in that moment, right there on the desert floor. That realization, that moment where logic fails, is where the story truly lives. It reminds us that our understanding of reality is still small, still new. We are like children exploring a colossal house filled with rooms we have not even dreamed of yet. So, as you settle in or continue your journey, let the facts and the strangeness of the ranch begin to recede. Do not hold on to the fear, hold on to the wonder. We are safe here. The sun is up or the lamp is on. The ranch is hundreds of miles away, but the questions it raises are right here with us, whispering gently in the quiet space before sleep. Perhaps the greatest mystery of all is not what is at the ranch, but what it means for us. What secrets does the night hold that we cannot see in the day? Thank you for spending this time with me. Let the quietness of the desert come into your room, close your eyes, and know that wherever the answers lie, they will wait for us until the morning. Good night, friend. Chapter 6. The 7-Mile Signal. We have explored the ground, the homesteads, and the fences of the ranch. We have looked into the dark corners and up into the night sky. But the most recent and technologically baffling data gathered by the investigators pointed toward a zone not on the property, but far above it. A strange, invisible ceiling that seemed to house a different kind of mystery entirely. Imagine standing now at the edge of the mesa, looking up. The air is so clear here, so free of light pollution, that you feel you could reach up and touch the black dome of the heavens. It is easy to assume that everything above us is just empty space, silence, and vacuum. But at Skinwalker Ranch, the air itself seems to be charged. The investigators, using sophisticated ground-based radar and advanced telemetry equipment, the kind usually reserved for tracking ballistic missiles, began to realize that there was a consistent, inexplicable anomaly occurring at a very specific altitude. They called it the 7-Mile Signal. This was an altitude, roughly 7 miles straight up from the ranch house, where objects were repeatedly detected by the radar. These were not atmospheric phenomena. They were solid, discrete targets that behaved in ways that defied known physics, and sometimes they behaved in a way that defied existence. Picture the scientists back in their command center, staring intently at the glowing green radar screen. It is a slow night. The screen is clear, showing only the usual atmospheric scatter. The coffee is cold. The air conditioning hums. Suddenly, a bright, powerful blip appears on the screen. It is large, the size of a small car. It is 7 miles up, right in the designated anomaly zone. The team calls out the coordinates. They grab their binoculars and night vision equipment. They rush outside, scanning the specified patch of the sky, but they see nothing. The object is clearly visible on the radar. It is solid enough to reflect the powerful radio waves the dish is sending out. Yet it is invisible to the human eye, even through powerful magnification. It is silent. This suggests something deeply unsettling. Either the object is using advanced stealth technology that bends light and sound around it, or it exists in a state that is temporarily out of phase with our visual spectrum. Perhaps it is only partially in our reality, yet solid enough to interact with our physics on an electromagnetic level. The blip then begins to move. It does not drift like a balloon. It does not coast like a conventional satellite. It performs maneuvers that make the scientists gasp. It stops instantly from a speed of hundreds of miles per hour. It changes direction without turning. It performs acute angle maneuvers that would create thousands of G-forces, crushing any human or known material inside. Then the true strangeness begins. One night, the radar picks up the familiar signal, a solid object 7 miles up. They watch it for several tense minutes as it drifts slowly. The investigators are ready, their cameras rolling, their sensors primed. Then the radar operator calls out that the object is decelerating. It is dropping its altitude. Slowly, deliberately, it begins to descend toward the ranch. The temperature in the command center drops. The hair stands up on the arms of the researchers. Everything goes quiet. This is the moment. They are about to get eyes on, perhaps for the very first time, on a structured object descending from the high-altitude zone. But as the object drops to about 6 miles, then 5 miles, then 4, it suddenly stops. It does not slow down gradually. It stops instantaneously. It simply parks itself in the sky. It hovers there for exactly 60 seconds, as if waiting, observing. Then, with the same suddenness that it stopped, the object on the radar screen vanishes. It does not speed away. The blip does not fade. It simply disappears entirely from the screen. 1 second it is a solid object. The next, the screen is blank. The team is left staring at the green glow, utterly bewildered. The object did not leave the area. It just stopped reflecting the radar signal. It seemed to have the ability to turn off its own existence within the electromagnetic spectrum. But the most disturbing part came later, when they reviewed the data. They discovered that these high-altitude objects were often seen directly correlating with strange events on the ground. A sudden spike of intense, localized radiation in the east field would be immediately preceded by an object stopping and hovering 7 miles above that exact spot. The moment one of the infamous floating orbs was photographed near Homestead 2, the radar showed a high-altitude object pausing directly overhead. It was as if the phenomena were being directed. As if the 7-mile signal was the control room, and the lights, the radiation spikes, and perhaps even the impossible wolf, were just the effects being projected down onto the landscape. This suggests that the entire ranch is less like a geological hotspot and more like a massive, complex piece of laboratory equipment being operated from above. And whatever is operating it, whether it is intelligence or simply a fundamental leak in the universe, is keenly interested in the reactions of the people below. The cold truth of the 7-mile signal is that even with all our technology, all our science, and all our instruments, we are still looking up at a vast, empty sky, knowing that something massive, something intelligent, something invisible and untouchable is looking back down at us. And that is a very isolating thought indeed. Chapter 7. The Legacy. The darkness outside your window, or the quiet that surrounds you now, is no longer the same darkness we started with. We have spent hours in the company of the impossible. We have walked in the footsteps of a monster that could not be killed and stood with scientists who watched their own reality fall apart. And now, as we reach the very end of our journey to the Uinta Basin, it is time to leave the ranch behind. It is time to let the strangeness settle into the background. The true legacy of Skinwalker Ranch is not the fear of the unknown, but the humility it forces upon us. Think back to Terry Sherman standing in the field with a rifle that felt useless in his hands. He was a practical man. He knew the world was made of cause and effect. Yet he encountered an effect without a cause, a creature that violated every rule he held dear. The ranch taught him, and all who followed, that our map of reality is simply incomplete. The scientists who came after were forced to reconcile their equations with the impossible. They learned that electromagnetic energy, the foundation of their technology, could be manipulated by an unseen, intelligent force. They saw light disappear, Signals vanish and cameras ripped from their poles by something that left no footprints in the dust. They discovered a realm where ancient rituals and advanced telemetry both pointed to the same thing, a tear in the fabric of space and time. They watched the high sky, seeing signals that appeared and disappeared instantly, understanding that something was using our world as a staging ground, or perhaps a canvas. And this is where the story becomes quiet. The point of these stories is not to keep you awake with panic, but to invite you to consider the vastness of what you do not know, right before you close your eyes. The questions raised by the ranch are far more interesting than any simple answer could ever be. Was the wolf a cryptid, or was it a visitor from that 7-mile signal, an apparition projected onto the ground by the unseen intelligence above? It does not matter. The two phenomena, the physical and the technological, have merged into a single, seamless enigma. The ranch has done its work. It has shown us that the mysteries are not hidden away in dusty books or ancient caverns. They are right here, waiting for the moment we are quiet enough to notice them. And now, the night has truly deepened. The wind has died down, the screens are dark. The command center has closed for the evening. The only sound is the gentle, steady beat of your own heart. You can let go of the impossible creatures and the flickering lights. You have traveled the distance and returned safely. The ranch remains out there, silent and still, holding its secrets close to the chest of the mesa. But the heavy, watchful silence you may feel now is not one of fear. It is the deep, comforting stillness of a world that is far stranger and far more marvelous than we ever gave it credit for. Thank you for listening. May your dreams be long, meandering, and filled only with wonder. Good night, friend. The ball of blue light. Hello, friend. It is good to be back with you in the quiet of the night. Settle in, find your comfortable stillness, and let the worries of the day drift away. Tonight, we are not traveling far, but we are traveling deep. We return to the place of fractured reality, the Uinta Basin, and the most haunted 480 acres in the West. The ranch is a place of endless mysteries, but tonight we are focusing on one single, chilling incident. This story takes place early in the history of the Sherman family's occupation. Before the great wolf, before the cattle vanishings, before the lights became common, there was only the light. It is a simple story, yet it contains all the terror and utter strangeness of the ranch in miniature. It is about curiosity and the awful, unforgiving price of following a mystery. It is a story about the kind of light that does not bring warmth or comfort, but only a deep, penetrating cold. The incident centers on a small, spherical object of pure, luminous blue. It was seen only briefly, yet it left behind a profound, devastating horror. It changed everything for the family. It was the moment they realized that whatever was on their property was not just wild, it was maliciously intelligent. We will take our time with this. We will stand by the corral. We will feel the chill of the dusk. And we will watch the dogs run. Take a slow breath in. Let the quiet darkness pull you close. The story of the blue light begins. Chapter 1. The unnatural glow. The air was already turning cold. It was that time of day, just after the sun has vanished behind the western mesa, where the sky still holds a faint, deep purple glow, but the shadows on the ground have become long, inky pools. The Shermans were closing up for the night. Their two dogs, a pair of large, strong cattle dogs named Brandy and Charlie, were patrolling the yard. They were practical animals, loyal, territorial, and bred to keep the herd safe from natural predators. They knew the scents of the desert, the sage, the pine, the rabbit. But on this evening the air held a different kind of scent, a subtle, sharp smell like ozone or fresh electricity, and the dogs were agitated. They were low growling, a deep rumbling sound in their chests that meant a threat was near. Terry Sherman stepped out onto the porch to see what had set them off. He swept his gaze across the yard. Nothing. No coyote. No intruder. But then he looked past the corral, toward the grove of old cottonwood trees where the property met the barren, sandy field. And that is when he saw it. It was floating about 3 feet above the ground. It was a sphere of pure, luminous light. It was not the warm yellow of a lantern or the harsh white of a headlight. This light was an impossible crystalline blue. It was the exact shade of blue you see deep inside a glacier, or perhaps the glow of pure radium. It was small, maybe the size of a grapefruit, yet its glow was intense enough to cast sharp, almost unnatural shadows across the bumpy field. The sphere was perfectly still. It hovered with an unsettling permanence, radiating no sound, no heat, only that silent, piercing color. It looked less like an object and more like a captured piece of the sky itself, frozen and brought low. Terry stood frozen on the porch. He was an experienced man, but he had no frame of reference for this. He had seen strange lights in the sky before, but never anything like this, close enough to touch, yet completely alien. The dogs saw it too. The low growls turned into a higher, more frantic sound. They stopped being territorial dogs and started being hunters. They locked onto the object. Terry tried to call them back. He whistled. He shouted their names. But the sound of his voice seemed to be swallowed by the strange, still air. The blue light seemed to be casting a spell on them. With a unified surge of adrenaline, Brandy and Charlie bolted. They ran straight toward the impossible glow. They were fast, powerful dogs. They crossed the 50 yards of yard and scrub in a blur. The blue orb did not move. It did not retreat. It simply waited. As the dogs reached the boundary of the field, barking furiously, snapping at the air, the sphere of light began to move. It did not float away. It drifted. It moved with the slow, deliberate speed of a person walking, drawing the dogs further away from the safety of the house, deeper into the dark field. Terry could see the light now moving among the bushes, with the 2 dark shapes of his dogs chasing the glow like moths. He started running after them, his boots crunching loudly on the dry ground. He shouted one last time. Then the blue orb stopped. The dogs lunged. They reached the sphere. And that is when the sound stopped, too. There was no yelp. There was no whine. There was no explosion. There was only a terrifying, sudden silence. The barking stopped mid-breath. And then the light was gone. It did not flicker out. It did not fly away. It simply vanished, leaving the field in profound, heavy darkness as if the night had suddenly become twice as thick. Terry stumbled to a halt, panting. His heart was a drum in his chest. The stillness was complete. He could hear nothing but his own ragged breath. He called the dogs' names again, his voice weak and shaking. No answer. Only the cold, deep silence of the basin. Chapter 2. The silence and the smoke. The total and immediate silence that followed the vanishing of the blue light was worse than any noise could have been. It was a silence that felt heavy and complete, a definitive absence where 2 lives had been just moments before. Terry Sherman stood paralyzed on the edge of the field, the cold of the desert night suddenly feeling deep and unnatural, sinking into his bones. His shouting was swallowed by the void. His whistle was a pathetic squeak. He could not accept it. He simply could not. Dogs are noisy creatures. They yelp when they are hurt, they whine when they are confused, and they bark until they are exhausted. The absolute zero sum of sound meant only one thing. The event had been instantaneous and catastrophic. He spun on his heel and raced back to the homestead, slamming the screen door open. His son was already there, grabbing a powerful, industrial-grade flashlight. The beam cut a sharp, cold wedge through the gathering dark. Terry grabbed his rifle, though the memory of the impossible wolf had already made him doubt the efficacy of any tool forged by human hands. He remembered the feeling of lead hitting something utterly impervious, and the chilling, dismissive yellow gaze of that other monster. He carried the rifle now purely for comfort, a heavy, familiar object in a world suddenly devoid of sense. They headed back out into the night together, the two flashlight beams cutting arcs of stark light across the field. "We have to stick together," Terry muttered, his voice gravelly and low, "and stay off the path." They moved slowly, cautiously. The field was rough terrain, low, scrubby sagebrush, sharp rocks hidden in the grass, and deep ruts from old farm equipment. Every shadow seemed to be a waiting shape, and every rustle of dry weeds made them stop and raise their beams. The air began to change. As they walked deeper into the field, heading toward the spot where the blue light had been last seen, the natural, cooling desert air gave way to something else. It was a localized chill, an intense pocket of coldness that felt strangely wet. It wasn't the ordinary damp of night. It felt like walking into a deep freezer that had been left open in the middle of the desert. The sensation was immediate and profound, a physical assault on the skin. It made their breath condense into thick white clouds that hung momentarily in the beam of the flashlights before dissipating. Terry stopped. His teeth were beginning to chatter, a nervous reaction rather than a simple response to the temperature. "Did you feel that?" he asked his son. "It's like walking into a lake in the winter." His son whispered back, the flashlight beam trembling slightly. "It's too cold, Dad. It's absolutely too cold for this time of night." They were standing in an invisible circle of profound, localized cold, perhaps 50 feet in diameter. It surrounded them completely. They were standing in the aftermath of something unnatural, an energetic vacuum where the heat of the world had been violently and instantly pulled out. The cold was accompanied by a smell. It was not the fresh, metallic scent of ozone that Terry had noticed earlier. This was a complex, horrific odor. It smelled intensely of burnt hair and rendered fat, a sickeningly sweet and acrid combination that immediately conjured images of fire. But there was a metallic, almost coppery undertone to it as well, a smell that scraped at the back of their throats and made their eyes water. "Keep your light moving," Terry instructed, stepping slowly forward, forcing his boots to lift and set down gently. Every nerve ending was screaming at him to turn and run, to retreat back to the familiar warmth of the homestead and lock the door. But the thought of leaving Brandy and Charlie out here, silent and alone in this frozen pocket, propelled him forward. They searched the area for several tense minutes, the beams of their flashlights cutting through the mist of their own freezing breath. They were looking for paw prints, for scuff marks, for any sign of a struggle. They found nothing but the normal desert floor. Then Terry's beam caught something low to the ground. It was a hump of dark matter in the low scrub, almost entirely obscured by the shadows. He walked closer, his heart beginning to thunder a deafening rhythm against his ribs. The metallic smell intensified. The flashlight beam settled on the object and Terry's world tilted. It was one of the dogs. It was Charlie. But it was Charlie as he had known him. The dog was lying completely motionless, stretched out on his side. There were no visible wounds, no blood pooling beneath the body. But the body itself was an image of unbelievable horror. The hair on one side of his body was completely seared off, melted down to the skin in jagged patches. The skin beneath was a sickening, unnatural charcoal gray. Terry knelt down slowly, his movements wooden and slow. He reached out a gloved hand and touched the animal. The body was unnaturally hot in some places, particularly along the spine, a residual heat that defied the profound coldness of the air around them. But in other places, the flesh felt hard and brittle, like cooked pottery. As he moved his flashlight beam, he noticed a crucial, horrifying detail about the animal's face. The dog's muzzle was frozen in a posture of terror. Its eyes were wide open and unblinking, staring sightlessly at the cold, dark sky. But worse than that was the look of utter lack of awareness in those eyes. The dog had not died fighting. It had died instantaneously, the life force extinguished with such speed that the brain had not even had time to register the pain or the terror. The death was clean, surgical in its finality, yet the results were brutally messy and scorched. He was staring at the effect of an energy transfer so immense and so rapid that it had cooked the internal organs while leaving the surrounding terrain seemingly intact. The deep tissue damage, the sudden flashpoint heat was terrifying. Then his son cried out, his voice sharp and horrified, pulling Terry back to the nightmare. "Dad, look, over here." Terry scrambled to his feet, turning his flashlight toward his son's discovery, which lay about 15 feet away. It was Brandy, the other cattle dog. Brandy's body was in an even more shocking state. She was not simply lying on the ground. She was fused to it. The sand and pebbles directly beneath her body had been melted and blackened by extreme, instantaneous heat, creating a hard, irregular patch of fused earth. Her fur and skin were burned away even more completely than Charlie's, exposing areas of muscle and bone that were strangely vitrified, turned into a glass-like substance by the sheer, overwhelming temperature spike. Terry moved his light carefully around the scene. The small area around the two bodies was the epicenter of the electromagnetic violence. The cold spot, the smell of burnt flesh, the fused earth, it all emanated from here. He examined the remains meticulously, his scientific curiosity, honed by years of practical ranch work, temporarily overriding his revulsion. He saw the same features as with Charlie, the look of profound, silent terror on the face, the unblinking, wide-open eyes, the lack of struggle. There were no signs of blood. The dogs had not bled out. The internal tissues had been flash incinerated, and the entire circulatory system had collapsed instantly. He walked a wider circle around the remains. He was looking for prints again, for human prints or the tracks of a large creature. He found nothing. The sandy ground around the fused patch of earth was entirely undisturbed, save for the heavy, familiar imprints of his own and his son's boots. The blue sphere had arrived, killed the two powerful, fast-moving dogs with an invisible, silent weapon, and then vanished, all without leaving a single trace of its landing or its method of delivery. The realization settled over Terry like a stone. This was not a predator. This was not an accident. This was a demonstration. The creature or intelligence behind the blue light had deliberately allowed the dogs to approach, had drawn them in like bait, and then in a silent, final gesture had annihilated them. It was a message delivered with terrifying precision, meant to show the Shermans that they were completely and utterly powerless. Their defenses, their loyal, strong dogs, had been turned to dust and glass in an instant. They stood there for a long time, the cold seeping through their clothing, the terrible metallic smell filling their noses. Terry's mind was reeling, not from the gore, but from the impossibility. What kind of energy could do this? How could a small, floating orb of light carry enough localized thermal power to melt sand and cook a dog in a single, soundless instant? Where did the life go? It was the moment everything changed for the Shermans. They realized that they were not just dealing with the hardships of ranching. They were dealing with a force that was playing by its own set of rules, a force that was watching them, and a force that was perfectly willing to hurt them simply to prove a point. The ranch was no longer a dream, it was a cage. They slowly, reverently moved the bodies away from the fused patch of earth. They wrapped them in thick blankets, carried them back to the homestead, and buried them by the light of the morning. But the light of the blue orb and the chilling silence that followed was something that Terry Sherman would never forget. It was the first terrible warning, and it was proof that on this land the quietest things were often the most lethal. Chapter 3. The price of presence. The sun rose on the morning after the blue light incident, but it brought no warmth. The light was harsh and unforgiving, exposing the ranch not as a beautiful piece of land, but as a crime scene. The world had tilted permanently off its axis, and the Shermans were left standing on the edge, looking down into the abyss of the unknown. There was a profound, aching silence inside the homestead. It was a silence that went beyond the mere absence of their two loyal dogs, Brandy and Charlie. It was a silence born of shock, fear, and a terrifying sense of finality. The children were quiet, clinging to the edges of the room, their eyes wide and shadowed. They understood that something fundamental had broken the night before, something that could not be repaired with fences or good intentions. Terry moved through the morning with a terrifying, mechanical focus. He could not sit still. He could not look at his wife, because he knew the fear in her eyes would mirror the cold, hard knot of dread in his own stomach. Instead, he went back out to the field. He had to see it in the daylight. He needed to understand if the night had been a collective hallucination, a shared nightmare caused by fatigue and fear. But the light only made the reality more stark. He walked carefully to the spot where they had found the dogs. Even hours later, long after the desert sun should have evaporated the morning dew, the air in that specific area remained unnaturally cold. Terry used a simple thermometer, a piece of equipment he normally used for tracking cattle temperatures, and the reading was still several degrees below the ambient air temperature of the rest of the field. It was as if the ground itself was leaking coldness, a residual energetic signature left behind by the vanished sphere. This was no simple heat flash. This was a disturbance, an aggressive displacement of thermal energy that persisted long after the event. He focused his attention on the place where Brandy had been found. The sand was not just scorched, it was a hardened, black, glass-like patch. The high temperatures required to melt quartz and silica into that glassy state, that level of energy, was staggering. It spoke of a power that dwarfed any terrestrial weapon. He knelt, scraping at the vitrified patch with the toe of his boot, and the sound was a sharp, grating scrape that sent shivers down his spine. This patch of fused earth was a permanent scar on his property, a constant physical reminder of the lethal intelligence they were now sharing the land with. The scar was not just on the land, it was on his mind. Before the orb, the ranch had simply been difficult. There were predators, sure, and strange shadows, maybe even the occasional unusual light. But the incident with the blue light was different. It was an act of cold, calculated cruelty. It had drawn in the animals they loved and annihilated them with silent, effortless contempt, not to eat them, but to deliver a message. This was the profound psychological shift that occurred within Terry and his family. The knowledge that they were not merely observing strange phenomena. They were the target of an intelligence that recognized their emotions, understood their attachments, and knew precisely how to cause maximum psychological damage with minimal effort. From that day forward, the feeling of being watched became constant, pervasive, and terrifyingly personal. It was no longer a vague anxiety one gets when alone in the wilderness. It was the absolute, certain knowledge that there were eyes on the homestead, eyes that were malevolent, intelligent, and completely indifferent to their suffering. Every window became a potential viewing port for the unseen. Every shadow that moved in the peripheral vision became a confirmation that the silent observers were still present. Sleep became a fractured, impossible thing. Terry would sit up at night, rifle across his lap, staring out the window at the absolute, overwhelming darkness. He would strain his ears, listening for a sound, any sound that could explain the feeling of dread. But the only sounds he heard were the normal sounds of the ranch, the faint creak of the house cooling, the distant lowing of a cow, the whistling wind. But now, Every sound was tainted by the knowledge of what the silence concealed. He would watch the stars, not with wonder, but with suspicion, wondering if the blue light was still out there, floating silent and lethal in the absolute coldness of the vacuum. His physical health began to suffer under this constant siege. He and his son both experienced lingering, intermittent headaches after the exposure to that cold spot. It was a dull, throbbing ache behind the eyes that Tylenol could not touch. There were also periods of profound, inexplicable nausea, a deep-seated sickness that seemed to come and go without rhyme or reason, often coinciding with brief, fleeting electrical surges in the house wiring, or a moment of intense static on the radio. They didn't understand it then, but they had been physically exposed to some form of potent, localized electromagnetic field, the residue of the orb's passing. The blue light had not just killed the dogs, it had momentarily sickened the living witnesses. This traumatic event became the foundation upon which all subsequent terror was built. When the massive, impervious wolf appeared later, Terry did not hesitate to shoot it. The orb had taught him that the rules were already broken. When the cattle began to vanish or were found mutilated with impossible precision, the Shermans knew this was not the work of earthly predators. It was the same, silent, lethal precision that had killed Brandy and Charlie. The ranch was demanding a price for their presence, and the blue light had been the down payment. The house, once a safe harbor, became a cage. The family stopped walking far from the homestead. The beautiful 480 acres now felt like a terrifying, boundless stretch of no man's land, presided over by an unseen executioner who had already shown them the tools of the trade. They understood that the energy which annihilated their dogs was still there, still waiting, still watching them breathe. The question was no longer if something strange would happen, but when it would happen, and how much more of their lives the ranch would claim next. The story of the blue light is the story of the ranch's first successful attack on the human spirit. It took away their trust in reality, replaced comfort with dread, and established the terrible, undeniable fact that on this land, the line between life and a scorching, instantaneous end was drawn by a force completely beyond their comprehension or control. They were prisoners in their own home, eternally bound to the silence that had swallowed their dogs. They were no longer just the owners of the ranch. They had become its permanent, unwilling audience. Chapter 4. The Whispers and the Walls. The terrifying silence left by the blue light did not last. It was replaced by a kind of calculated, invasive noise, a cacophony of minor horrors designed to prevent the Shermans from ever finding peace again. After the death of their dogs, the phenomenon shifted its focus from outright lethal attack to a prolonged psychological siege against the homestead itself. The house became the new epicenter of the high strangeness. Sleep was the first casualty. As soon as the lights went out and the family retreated into their bedrooms, the subtle persecution would begin. The most common occurrence was the sound of footsteps, heavy, slow, and distinct. These steps were not outside on the porch or in the yard. They were clearly audible on the roof of the house. Terry would lie awake, listening to the deliberate rhythmic thud, 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 of something immense pacing directly over his head. It wasn't the sound of an animal, a coyote or a mountain lion would walk softly, stealthily. This was the sound of weight, of something large and confident walking casually across the shingles. Terry would leap out of bed, grab his rifle, and rush outside, his flashlight cutting through the inky dark. He would scan the roof, the eaves, and the surrounding trees. He would see nothing. The roof was empty. The sound would stop the instant the light hit the structure. But the moment he retreated inside and lay back down, the pacing would resume directly over his pillow, often louder than before, as if the entity were mocking his futility. The second, and perhaps more unsettling, auditory assault was the sound of voices. Disembodied murmurs and whispers began to drift through the house, usually late at night or in the deep stillness of the afternoon when Terry was working alone. These were not clear conversations. They were indistinct, low, and just out of earshot, sounding like someone arguing or debating just on the other side of a thick wall. The voices were impossible to locate. Terry would move from room to room, pressing his ear against the drywall, trying to catch a discernible word, a phrase, anything to identify the source. The moment he stopped moving and focused, the whispers would vanish, only to reappear again in the hallway behind him or in the unoccupied attic. The chilling thing about the voices was that they felt interactive. They never happened when a radio was on or when the television was running. They happened only in moments of profound, expectant silence, as if the intelligence was waiting for the family to pay attention before it began to communicate. It suggested that the purpose of the voices was not communication but harassment, a subtle way of eroding the family's sanity by making them constantly question the reality of what they were hearing. Were they tired? Were they going mad? Was the silence merely an illusion? Then came the visual anomalies, the fleeting, aggressive shadows. Terry and his son, working near the barn, would catch movement in their peripheral vision. It would be a shape, tall and thin, moving with unnatural speed between the Russian olive trees. It was never a solid figure when they turned their heads to face it directly. It was always a density, a moving patch of darkness that seemed to soak up the sunlight around it. This phenomenon felt like the intelligence testing its boundaries, moving just fast enough to be seen but slow enough to be identified as intentional, yet retreating into the spectrum of light before it could be properly focused upon. One morning, Terry went out to the corral to feed the remaining horses. It was just before dawn, and the light was still weak and gray. He noticed that the horses were unusually skittish, huddled together in the furthest corner of the enclosure, their eyes wide and rolling. As he approached them, he saw that the air around one of the fence posts was shimmering. It was a distortion, like looking through heat haze on a summer road, but the morning was cold. As he watched, this distortion seemed to condense. It took on the rough outline of a figure, tall, lean, and utterly black. It appeared to be crawling up the fence post, moving without any visible effort, defying gravity and logic. The horses were terrified, snorting and kicking the rails. Terry raised his rifle, sighting in on the shimmering, climbing shape. The thing paused, completely still, perched on the top of the pole like a grotesque gargoyle. Before Terry could pull the trigger, the creature simply dissolved. It did not jump or fall. The shimmering outline inverted and the patch of air reverted to normal, leaving only the traumatized horses and the quiet, heavy breathing of Terry himself. He walked over to the pole and touched the rough wood. It was cold and ordinary, but he had seen it. He had seen the phenomenon condense itself into a visible, aggressive shape and then retract, like a predator deciding the risk was not worth the trouble. The culminating moment of this psychological siege came with the direct manipulation of their property. One evening, while Terry was working late in the main ranch office, he heard a sound, not a whisper, not a thump, but a screech of tearing wood and metal. He ran outside toward the old cattle chute, a heavy wooden structure used for veterinary checks. He found that the incredibly thick, solid wooden gate of the chute had been ripped off its hinges. The metal fittings, heavy bolts and thick screws that anchored the gate had not been loosened or unscrewed. They had been physically bent and snapped, as if a person possessing superhuman strength had simply grabbed the gate and torn it away from the frame with a single, violent wrenching motion. This was a profoundly chilling discovery. The The footsteps and whispers were terrifying because they were invisible, but the damaged gate was tangible. It was proof that the phenomenon could not only project illusion, but also apply immense, overwhelming physical force against the real world. It was a demonstration of strength far greater than that of the impervious wolf. It was a warning that the intelligence had access to both the subtle and the brutal ends of the spectrum. The cumulative effect of the whispers, the shadows, and the physical vandalism sealed the Shermans' fate. They were under constant attack, deprived of sleep and psychologically exhausted. The initial trauma of the blue orb had been the spark, and this constant, escalating harassment was the fire. They realized with crushing clarity that they could not win this battle. The ranch was not merely haunted, it was actively, intelligently hostile to their presence. The relentless siege would eventually lead the Shermans to desperation, setting the stage for the arrival of the scientists and the beginning of the world's most detailed investigation into paranormal high strangeness. Chapter 5. The Arrival of the Skeptics. The pressure became too much. By late 1995, the Sherman family had reached a point of absolute emotional and physical exhaustion. They had endured silent annihilation, sonic harassment, and the constant, chilling presence of an intelligent, hostile observer. They could no longer live or sleep on the land they owned. The ranch had become unbearable. They made the heartbreaking decision to sell. And this is where the mystery ceased to be a private family tragedy and began its long, strange journey into the annals of documented high strangeness. The ranch was purchased by a quiet, dedicated, and highly resourceful man who harbored a profound interest in unexplained phenomena, not as a believer in fairy tales, but as a scientist demanding proof. This man, along with a team of researchers, engineers, and physicists, formed the National Institute for Discovery Science, NIDSci. They were bringing the full weight of modern, objective research to a place that specialized in defying objectivity. The researchers arrived with supreme confidence. They were skeptics in the best sense of the word. They believed the Shermans' accounts were sincere, but were convinced that the phenomena could be explained by a combination of misidentified natural events, psychological distress, and perhaps some form of localized geological or electromagnetic anomalies. They were armed with logic measuring devices and the unwavering belief that everything in the universe is governed by knowable laws. Imagine the scene of their arrival. It is a vast, white scientific encampment transplanted into the dry, dusty red earth of the Utah desert. They brought trailer labs, satellite dishes, powerful antennae, magnetometers, Geiger counters, infrared cameras, and miles of specialized cable. Their initial mandate was simple: map the ranch, collect objective data, and debunk the myths. But the ranch, having spent years perfecting its psychological warfare on the Shermans, was not about to simply surrender its secrets to a clipboard and a censor. It was ready for a new game. The very first few weeks were a relentless, calculated attack on their equipment, the symbols of the scientists' certainty. The phenomena that had only occasionally and haphazardly damaged the Shermans' simple tools now aggressively targeted the complex, sensitive electronics designed to observe them. One of the first pieces of equipment to fail was the sophisticated magnetometer, a device designed to measure fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field. The team had installed a series of these around the property to detect unusual magnetic surges. Within days of installation, the magnetometers began delivering utterly impossible readings. They weren't showing gradual changes. They were recording instantaneous, violent spikes that should have indicated a localized event of cataclysmic proportion, like a massive lightning strike or a colossal magnetic pulse. Yet there was no sound, no visible flash and no sign of physical damage to the surrounding landscape. The energy bursts were clean, sudden, and totally localized. The instruments would record a spike and then, the very next second, return to normal, as if the pulse had never happened. It was as if the ranch was briefly opening a tap to a source of infinite magnetic energy and then instantly shutting it off. Then came the baffling issue of power loss. The NIDSci team relied heavily on batteries, hundreds of them, to run their remote monitoring stations. These were large, industrial-grade batteries built to last for weeks in the field, but in specific, hot spots. On the property, particularly near the infamous area where the Sherman's dogs were incinerated, the power cells began to drain at an unbelievable rate. A fully charged, high-capacity battery, capable of powering a sensor suite for 72 hours, would be found completely dead after just 60 minutes. The draining was total and silent, suggesting a massive, invisible load being placed upon the power source, or perhaps an energy sink that was directly harvesting power from the electrical cells. The scientists could not measure a short circuit or a visible leak. The energy simply vanished into the ground. But the greatest humiliation came from the ranch's assault on their satellite communications. The team relied on GPS and specialized satellite transmission systems to send their massive streams of data back to the central lab. In certain areas, the same patches of land that seemed to drain the batteries, the GPS receivers would become completely useless. They wouldn't just lose signal. They would report that they were hundreds of miles away, or that their altitude was 40,000 feet. The digital display would flicker with gibberish before the whole unit would crash. The electromagnetic environment was so chaotic, so violently unstable, that it was actively scrambling the delicate, high-frequency signals beamed down from space. The scientific skepticism began to crumble. The researchers quickly realized this was not a matter of poor observation or mistaken identity. This was an active, intelligent force that was specifically targeting the very tools designed to contain and explain it. The entity, or entities, of the ranch seemed to have a perfect understanding of electromagnetic physics and used that knowledge to render their most sophisticated instruments utterly useless. The sheer frustration of the NIDSci team was profound. They were equipped with millions of dollars worth of cutting-edge technology, and yet they were defeated by a silent, invisible energy that laughed at their measurements. They were finding themselves forced to rely on the same raw, terrifying subjective experience that the Shermans had reported, the sudden feeling of profound cold, the metallic smell, and the pervasive, heavy sense of being watched. The ranch had not surrendered its secrets. It had simply upgraded its methods of warfare. The bullet had been replaced by the electromagnetic pulse, and the human witnesses were now seasoned physicists, forced to acknowledge that they were observing a world that their textbooks had declared impossible. The great scientific investigation had begun, but the truth was, the ranch was still in complete control. Chapter 6. The Perfect Sphere. The constant assault on the NIDSci team's equipment, the collapsing magnetic fields, the draining batteries, and the scrambled GPS signals forced the researchers to shift their focus. They realized that trying to simply measure the phenomena was insufficient. They needed to find a physical, repeatable manifestation of the intelligence, something that could be visually documented and tracked beyond the chaos of the electromagnetic spectrum. They began to install extremely high-resolution, specialized camera systems, hoping to capture a structured object in the high-altitude zone that the radar had previously hinted at. They placed telescopes and sophisticated optical sensors on the highest available points of the mesa, turning their focus from the chaotic ground to the silent, star-filled sky. It was during one such surveillance session that the most definitive and disturbing piece of evidence was collected. Imagine the scene late one evening. The researchers are huddled around a bank of monitors, sipping stale coffee, operating in the kind of heightened, exhausted awareness that becomes routine on the ranch. The air is perfectly clear. The skies are dark. Then the lead optical observer calls out, his voice sharp and suddenly energized. "I have a contact. High angle, moving fast." The object was immediately visible through the infrared scope and simultaneously tracked by the automated telescopes. It was not a star, not a plane, and certainly not a conventional satellite. It was a perfect sphere. It was utterly black, absorbing all the ambient light. It was so completely non-reflective that it looked less like a solid object and more like a hole punched clean through the fabric of the night sky, a moving, three-dimensional void. Its edges were sharp and defined, suggesting not a fuzzy cloud or plasma, but a solid, perfectly engineered structure. The sphere was observed to be moving at an immense, impossible velocity. It was traveling across the sky faster than any known jet or missile, but it was doing so in absolute silence. No sonic boom, no detectable engine noise, just the silent, terrifying glide of something utterly divorced from the laws of aerodynamics. It moved with a smooth, effortless grace that betrayed the tremendous speeds involved. The scientists quickly engaged the tracking system, their computers analyzing the sphere's movements in real time. The data they collected immediately plunged the room into a state of stunned disbelief. The object executed maneuvers that simply cannot be replicated by mass and momentum. It performed a complete, instantaneous 90-degree turn without decelerating. It stopped from colossal speed to a dead hover in less than 1 second. The necessary G-forces for such movements would have been in the tens of thousands, liquefying any organic material inside and ripping apart any known alloy. The sphere was operating outside the known parameters of the physical universe, behaving more like a projected thought than a solid object. But the most compelling and terrifying sequence was when the sphere decided to descend. The analysts watched on the monitor as the black sphere dropped from its high-altitude trajectory. It moved with the same surgical precision it used for maneuvering. It did not slow down until it reached an altitude of roughly 100 feet above the ground, right over the central pasture, the same area where the magnetic fluctuations were most chaotic and not far from where the blue orb had killed the dogs. The sphere stopped and hovered. For an agonizing minute, it simply sat there, silent, dark, and perfectly still, its presence a monument to the failure of human science. It was watching. It was observing the lights of the command center, the blinking of the sensors, and the fear of the humans below. It gave every impression of being the controlling element behind the entire spectrum of phenomena, the silent, high-level operator of the ranch's madness. Then, one of the researchers, watching the infrared camera feed, noticed something even stranger. As the black sphere hovered, a tiny, localized disturbance began to register on the magnetic sensors directly beneath it. The sensor beneath the sphere recorded an immense spike, far larger than any they had measured before. But the rest of the ranch's magnetic sensors, even those just a few hundred feet away, recorded absolute, stable silence. It was a magnetic spike of pinpoint locality, as if the sphere was briefly opening a tiny, incredibly powerful wormhole beneath itself. And then, just as quickly as it had arrived, the sphere demonstrated its ultimate control over reality. It did not fly away. It did not ascend. It simply winked out. One moment, it was a solid, three-dimensional hole in the sky. The next moment, it was gone. The sensors detected no surge of speed, no burst of energy, no signal disruption. It just vanished, as if the reality in which it existed had been momentarily deactivated. It was a definitive, silent proof of its ability to transition between states of existence, to choose whether or not to be a part of the visible, physical world. The researchers were left with a profound, chilling conclusion. The object was not a craft from another planet. It was an intelligence with mastery over fundamental physics. It was something that could exist in a dark, invisible state, suddenly manifest to become a dense, structured object capable of applying immense, impossible force, and then disappear again without leaving a shred of evidence. It was the absolute, final answer to the question of the ranch's nature. It was controlled. The sighting of the perfect sphere connected every other event. The bulletproof wolf may have been a projected creature that failed to maintain its physical coherence. The tearing of the cattle chute may have been a local manifestation of the sphere's immense energy. The blue orb that killed the dogs was perhaps a smaller, energy-charged probe dispatched from this silent, controlling object. The scientists realized that they were not just investigating a haunting. They were receiving a brief, terrifying demonstration of a technology, or a state of being, that was billions of years beyond human comprehension, delivered by a perfect, silent sphere that chose its moments of visibility with cold, intelligent malice. They had confirmation that the ultimate orchestrator of the ranch's nightmares was not only real, but had looked them over and left, completely unconcerned by their presence. Chapter 7. The Legacy. The sun has set again over the Uinta Basin, but this time the darkness does not feel empty. It feels full. We have traveled a long, difficult distance tonight, moving from the quiet tragedy of a simple ranch family to the profound, existential crisis of the world's most disciplined scientists. The journey ends not with a solution, but with a lingering question, whispered on the silent, cold wind of the desert night. We began with a flash of light, the terrifying, silent spectacle of the blue orb, a small sphere of icy, crystalline color that annihilated 2 lives in a single, soundless instant. That was the first lesson of the ranch. That destruction can come without a warning, without a roar, and without a trace of blood. It was the moment the Sherman family learned that the physical laws they trusted were merely polite suggestions to the thing that owned this land. The scent of ozone, the residual, inexplicable coldness, and the patch of fused, glass-like earth, these were the first gifts the ranch offered to the world. The permanent scars of a power that required no friction, no combustion, and no explanation. That terror gave way to the steady psychological siege of the homestead. We listened to the rhythmic, mocking footsteps pacing across the roof, heard the indistinct, argumentative murmurs of voices that had no bodies, and watched the shiver of blackness that condensed and dissolved near the fence posts. The ranch proved it was not merely an accident of nature. It was an intelligence, active and hostile, capable of wearing down the mind through relentless, exhausting harassment. The walls of the Sherman home, once a sanctuary, became transparent to the eyes of this observer. Then came the scientists. The arrival of the NIDSci team, armed with their certainty and their expensive equipment, was the ranch's chance to showcase its true mastery. It scorned their instruments with a kind of calculated disdain, demonstrating its perfect command over the very fabric of our physics. We saw batteries instantly drained, GPS satellites scrambled into gibberish, and magnetic fields violently surging and collapsing in impossible, localized bursts. The phenomena refused to be measured, refused to be categorized, and refused to be contained by a clipboard or a digital sensor. It was the moment human science discovered its own frightening limitations. And finally, we looked up. We saw the true architect of the madness, the perfect black sphere, a silent, light-absorbing entity that moved with the speed of thought and the weight of a physical object. It executed maneuvers that defied the universe's laws of mass and motion. It descended from the high-altitude zone, the 7-mile signal, to observe its domain, pausing to allow its presence to be fully registered before simply winking out of existence. That final, deliberate disappearance was the ultimate statement of authority, a declaration that the ranch was merely a testing ground, a canvas for an intelligence that moved freely between dimensions. The legacy of Skinwalker Ranch, therefore, is not a simple catalog of strange events. It is a profound meditation on the vulnerability of our known reality. The terrifying beauty of the ranch is that it forces us to reconsider what we believe to be solid, tangible, and true. If a creature can simply step out of existence in the middle of a muddy field, and if a highly structured object can spontaneously dissolve from the sky, then the three-dimensional world we inhabit is not the final word. It suggests that reality is permeable, that there are filters, curtains, and doorways that separate our world from others. And sometimes those doors are briefly ajar. For the Shermans, the price of this knowledge was their peace. For the scientists, the price was their certainty. For us, here in the calm, it is merely the price of a little bit of sleep. But we carry the memory of that strange, aggressive energy. We carry the chilling knowledge that the intelligence behind the phenomena is not necessarily evil in the human sense, but is utterly indifferent to human life and sanity. It is a presence that observes, manipulates, and demonstrates its power with a cold, terrifying efficiency, using our very emotions and our technology against us. This is where we must now leave the story. The sun will rise again tomorrow, but the knowledge we have gathered will stay with you. Let the sounds of the night, which once felt so hostile, now feel familiar again. The great black sphere has vanished. The coldness has receded. The footsteps on the roof have stopped. Take a slow, deep breath. The world is still a deeply strange and beautiful place, and there are wonders in the dark that far exceed our capacity to understand them. Let that feeling of vast, humbling mystery wash over you now, not as a threat, but as a lullaby. You are safe. You are home. The silence is yours again. Thank you for traveling this long road with me. Sleep deeply. Good night, friend. The Gamma Cow, hello, friend. It is good to share this quiet time with you again. Please make yourself entirely comfortable. Let your mind become as smooth and calm as still water. Tonight, we are going back to the Uinta Basin, but we are looking beyond the shadows and the sky. We are looking for the point where the scientific laws of our world utterly break down. The ranch is not just a place of flying lights and mysterious creatures. It is a place of data. It is a place where rational men and women, equipped with the most advanced instruments, recorded events that proved the impossible. Tonight, our story centers on one such piece of proof, an event that connects sudden, aggressive disease with invisible, lethal energy. This is the story of a young cow, a simple piece of livestock, whose sudden death forced scientists to confront something far more terrifying than a monster or a spaceship. It forced them to confront a localized, intelligent control over radiation and biology. We will join the scientific investigation, the NIDSci team, as they work in the harsh, high-altitude environment. We will look through their meters, feel the strange, dry heat of the east field, and witness the disturbing moment when their Geiger counters began to scream a warning that no one could explain. The air is thin here, the sun is fierce, and the ground holds deep, unsettling secrets. Take a slow, quiet breath. Let the immense, silent landscape of the Red Desert envelop you. The mystery begins now, measured in counts per minute. Chapter 1. The Unnatural Death. The NIDSci investigation had reached a frustrating impasse. The initial, thrilling reports of lights, cryptids, and phantom footprints had given way to a tedious, unrelenting reality. The phenomena were sporadic, unpredictable, and actively hostile to being measured. The researchers, already demoralized by persistent equipment failures and the pervasive feeling of being mocked by an invisible intelligence, were desperate for a tangible, repeatable piece of evidence. They needed something they could document, photograph, and analyze in a laboratory, something that transcended subjective experience. Their primary operational area was the East Field. This was a vast, open stretch of pasture adjacent to the mesa, chosen because the magnetometers had consistently registered the most violent, inexplicable fluctuations there. The sudden, impossible spikes of magnetic energy that should have indicated small, localized explosions. The air here was dry and hot, smelling sharply of sun-baked dust and dry sagebrush. The silence was immense, broken only by the distant, rattling hum of the scientific equipment in their command center trailer. On a blisteringly hot afternoon, one of the field technicians, a cautious man named David, was performing a routine check of a remote sensor package. The sensor was nestled near a cluster of jagged, red rocks that formed a natural boundary to the field. David approached the area, focused on his readings, but stopped suddenly, his hand hovering over the equipment case. He noticed two things immediately that did not belong. The first was the stillness. This part of the pasture was often host to small herds of antelope or the persistent, skittering movements of jackrabbits and mice. But here, near the rocks, there was an unnatural, absolute lack of movement. It was not merely quiet, it was dead. The second was the smell. It was a familiar, earthy, and metallic scent of death, but it was mixed with a disturbing, sharp odor that David could not place, something acrid, almost like battery acid or burnt metal. It was subtle but persistent, clinging to the air around the rocks. He adjusted his trajectory and walked toward the source of the odors. Lying in the scrub was a young, 2-year-old black Angus cow. It was dead. Its body was already beginning to swell slightly in the intense heat, but the death was clearly recent, within the last 12 hours. A dead cow on a ranch is a tragedy, but not a mystery. However, this was no ordinary death. David was familiar with the signs of a typical natural death. A cow that dies of injury or old age shows evidence of struggle or gradual decline. This cow was lying in a position that suggested it had simply collapsed suddenly, mid-stride. There was no disturbance in the surrounding grass, no broken fence, and no sign of a predator attack. He called his supervisor, Dr. Combe, who arrived quickly with a small team, carrying their specialized environmental meters. They approached the carcass with professional caution. Dr. Combs' initial assessment ruled out the usual suspects. This was not a mutilation. The body was intact, with no signs of the precision-cut wounds that marked the classic, chilling UFO-related cattle incidents that frequently occurred on the ranch. Nor was it a clear predator kill. There were no bites, no claw marks, and no struggle. The animal was simply dead. But as the team circled the young cow, their routine investigation quickly turned into a chilling scientific alert. The first clue came from the infrared camera. As the scientists scanned the body, the internal heat signature did not register as a typical dead animal. The camera indicated pockets of extreme, localized heat deep within the animal's chest cavity, surrounding the lungs and heart, while the external hide was already conforming to the ambient air temperature. It suggested the death had been accompanied by a massive, internal heat event that was now only slowly dissipating. Then came the diagnosis. Dr. Combe, using a small sampling kit and his veterinary background, performed a quick on-site analysis. The initial findings were shocking. The cow had died from rapid hyperacute pneumonia. This form of pneumonia, often caused by overwhelming bacterial or viral infection, progresses to lethality over days, sometimes weeks, with clear preceding symptoms. This animal, by all indications, had been perfectly healthy just hours before, and had died from a systemic shutdown, so fast it was like a biological flash fire. It was an instant, non-contagious systemic collapse that made no sense in a healthy animal population. The death itself was an unexplained biological anomaly, but the final, terrifying piece of evidence made it clear that they were looking at something far beyond a simple disease. David, holding a handheld Geiger counter, slowly walked the perimeter of the animal. This instrument measures ionizing radiation, the kind emitted by decaying nuclear material or high-energy events. The device had been quiet all day, clicking along at the low, natural background radiation level of the planet. As David reached the head of the cow, the Geiger counter, without warning, began to scream. It was a sharp, high-pitched, machine gun-like rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The needle on the analog dial violently swung far into the red zone, maxing out the sensor. The machine was registering a massive spike in gamma radiation. David froze. A gamma spike is not a trivial event. It suggests a high-energy particle emission. The source could only be one of two things: a localized patch of exposed radioactive material or a spontaneous, intense nuclear event. They immediately began scanning the ground around the cow. The radiation was highly localized. It was not coming from the animal's body, nor from the surrounding air. It was centered on a patch of earth no larger than a dinner plate, directly beneath the cow's chest. The intensity was strong enough to pose a hazard if they stood there for long, yet 10 feet away. The Geiger counter was silent, reading only normal background levels. The science team was shaken. The sudden death by biological collapse, the internal heat signature, and the intense, localized gamma radiation spike occurring over a small patch of dirt. This sequence of events was physically and logically impossible to explain. It was not a contamination. It was a manufactured incident. The phenomenon seemed to have delivered a lethal dose of radiation to a specific, tiny patch of ground, and that energy transfer somehow had caused the animal standing over it to instantly succumb to a rapid-fire, systemic biological disease. The cow's death was not due to natural causes or even a simple predator. It was due to a targeted environmental strike, a proof that the hostile intelligence possessed the ability to manipulate not just electromagnetism, but also nuclear physics and biological systems simultaneously, all within a localized, invisible kill zone. They photographed the scene, marked the coordinates, and began the delicate, unnerving process of preparing the carcass for transport. The air remained unnaturally cold, heavy, and metallic. And as they worked, they realized this event was a message far clearer than any shadow or footstep. We can kill you anytime we choose, using forces you cannot see or measure. The final, bizarre clue lay in the animal itself. As they lifted the carcass, they noticed the body was cold to the touch on the exterior, despite the lingering internal heat and the intense desert sun. The surrounding grass and soil were not scorched. The phenomenon was so precise, so highly contained, that it had delivered its lethal blow and vanished, leaving behind only the chilling, paradoxical evidence of its impossible passage. Chapter 2. The Predator's Warning. The immediate response following the discovery of the young cow was a flurry of controlled, frantic activity. The scientific team, trained to deal with everything from geological surveys to biological field hazards, suddenly found themselves facing an event that required an entirely new protocol, the protocol for the unknowable. They secured the area, not with caution tape, but with an array of overlapping sensors designed to capture the lingering residue of the phenomenon. They placed dosimeters, small, sensitive badges that permanently record radiation exposure, on stakes ringing the carcass, establishing a tangible, measurable boundary for the gamma spike. The initial reading had been intense, brief, and unnervingly localized, leaving the scientists grappling with the chilling possibility that they, too, had been briefly bathed in a form of radiation that had, in an instant, caused catastrophic biological damage to the animal standing there. Dr. Combe, the lead investigator, oversaw the documentation, his face grim, his usual methodical demeanor undercut by a barely contained tremor of professional awe. Every detail was recorded, the precise coordinate of the body, the internal heat signatures captured by the thermal camera, and most crucially, the exact center point of the gamma radiation bloom, a small patch of scorched earth beneath the cow's thorax. This site, now labeled Anomaly Site 3, was the cold, hard proof that a non-conventional energy had been deployed on the ranch. The team transported the primary samples back to the lab, tissue samples, hair, and soil from the irradiated patch, for immediate analysis. However, the decision was made to leave the cow's remains exactly where they lay. The desert environment, harsh and teeming with life, would serve as a crucial second stage of the experiment. The ranch was known to defy physics, but could it defy the oldest, most foundational law of nature, consumption? The scientists set up a detailed 24/7 observation post overlooking Anomaly Site 3. The setup included passive infrared motion sensors, acoustic monitors, and 2 high-definition cameras equipped with time-lapse capabilities and night vision. They expected the inevitable. In the Uinta Basin, a carcass does not last long. Coyotes, foxes, ravens, and the immense circling vultures that ride the hot thermals are ruthlessly efficient. A body left in the open is generally stripped clean within 48 hours, leaving only bone and sun-bleached hide. The rapid consumption of the carcass would, in a morbid way, restore the natural order, proving that life eventually conquers all. But the natural order did not return. Days passed. The temperatures soared, reaching the dry, punishing heat of a high desert summer. The scientific team reviewed the camera footage nightly, expecting to see the blur of scavenging activity, the dark shapes of coyotes approaching, or the flapping wings of massive birds descending to the feast. But the footage showed nothing. Hour after hour, day after day, the body of the young black Angus lay undisturbed. After the third day, the absence became profoundly unnerving. The stench of decay, though present, was not the overwhelming, pervasive odor one would expect in that climate. It was strangely contained, and the usual dense cloud of flies and insects that should have descended upon the body had not materialized. They hovered a distance away, a buzzing, black swarm that seemed to treat an invisible boundary surrounding the carcass with absolute reverence. It was as if an invisible, highly localized repellent field was radiating from the site. By the end of the first week, Dr. Combe ordered a full ground survey of the area surrounding the remains. The researchers, moving in careful grid patterns, found the evidence that truly chilled them. The tracks were everywhere. The small, delicate paw prints of foxes, the larger, heavier pads of coyotes, and the telltale scratch marks of smaller rodents. These tracks led directly toward the carcass, following the strong scent of decay, just as instinct dictated. but every single set of tracks abruptly stopped at a line approximately 10 feet from the cow. The tracks did not turn slowly, suggesting caution. They ended. The animals at the edge of this invisible perimeter had apparently paused, then executed a swift, wide turn, fleeing the area entirely. It was a visible, undeniable demonstration of repulsion. It was as though the predators, driven by the most ancient, non-negotiable command, the urge to feed, had encountered a command even stronger, the imperative to survive. Whatever energy had killed the cow was now radiating a potent, silent warning that even the most starved coyote refused to violate. The psychological impact of this observation on the scientific team was immense. They could rationalize radiation spikes as a geological fault or a malfunctioning instrument. They could explain away magnetic anomalies as sensor error, but they could not explain this biological difference. The phenomenon was not just manipulating physics, it was manipulating instinct. It had erected an invisible, energetic wall around its victim, not to protect the remains, but to prolong the terror, to use the dead cow as a static, horrifying monument to its power. Weeks bled into months. The carcass lay in the relentless desert sun. It should have been a skeleton by now, bleached white and scattered by the wind. Instead, the young cow entered a bizarre, unnatural state of preservation. It did not fully decompose. The desert sun, which usually strips moisture violently, seemed to be locked in a stalemate with the strange, localized energetic field. The decay process was glacially slow, oddly uniform, and entirely devoid of the usual agents of decomposition. The body mummified slightly, its hide growing tough and taut, but it remained whole, defiant against the natural cycle of life and death. The only change was the color, a deep, unnerving charcoal gray that seemed to absorb the light. The silence around Anomaly Site 3 became the most powerful piece of data they collected. The humming of their monitoring equipment seemed deafening against the lack of natural noise. Vultures, massive birds of prey that could spot a carcass from miles up, would approach the area, circle high on the thermals, and then, without exception, break off and fly away, unwilling to cross the invisible boundary. This was not the behavior of scavengers. It was the behavior of beings who knew they were facing a lethal, unseen force. The cow had become a literal warning marker on the landscape, staked out by the entity that controlled the ranch. Dr. Combe often spent the late afternoons at the observation post, staring at the motionless cow through his binoculars. He noted the chilling paradox. The animal was a biological casualty of a localized nuclear event, and now it was being protected from the natural world by the residual energy of its own destruction. The hostile intelligence had not just killed the cow, it had claimed it, preventing its integration back into the ecosystem, ensuring that its body remained on display as a permanent, terrifying testament to the power of the invisible zone. The longer the carcass remained intact, the clearer the message became to the NIDSci researchers. The gamma radiation spike was the bullet, the physical mechanism of death, but the repulsion of the predators was the signature, the undeniable proof of intelligent control. The intelligence could dictate biological failure, electromagnetic chaos, and even the fundamental, primal instincts of the local fauna. It was a power that operated on every level of reality, from the subatomic to the behavioral. This period of endless, silent observation forced the scientists into a profound, unnerving conclusion. They were not studying an anomaly. They were studying a sentient boundary. The cow was simply one object that had crossed that boundary and been instantly destroyed, its remains left as a permanent, chilling marker for any other organism, human or otherwise, that might consider venturing too close to the source of the gamma radiation. The scientific effort was no longer about solving a puzzle. It was about acknowledging a terrifying, self-aware dominance. Chapter 3. The signature of the impossible, the field observations, the sudden death, the localized gamma radiation, and the chilling refusal of the predators to scavenge, had established the what of the incident. Now, the NIDSci researchers turned their focus inward, into the controlled environment of their mobile laboratory, determined to discover the how and the why. They began the arduous, painstaking analysis of the samples gathered from Anomaly Site 3, hoping the data under the microscope would restore the logic that the open desert had so violently stripped away. The primary focus was on two sets of samples: the tissue taken from the young cow and the soil retrieved from the small, intensely irradiated patch beneath its chest. The findings from both sets of data were not merely anomalous. They were scientifically impossible, acting as a profound confirmation that the phenomenon was extraterrestrial in its nature, or, at the very least, non-terrestrial in its origin. The biological analysis was conducted first. The team examined the lung and heart tissue under high magnification. The veterinary report had initially diagnosed hyperacute pneumonia, a massive, sudden shutdown of the respiratory system. But the pathology report revealed something far stranger than a simple infection. There was no bacterial or viral agent present that could account for the speed of the cow's demise. Instead, the cells themselves, the very building blocks of the animal's life, showed signs of instantaneous internal collapse. It was as if every cell in the vital organs had simultaneously suffered a massive, non-ionizing energy overload, causing the walls and internal structures to simply fail. The tissue looked cooked at a microscopic level, but without the physical signs of external combustion. The death was a systemic, rapid-fire failure triggered by an external, non-contact energy pulse. Furthermore, the team looked for evidence of the gamma radiation spike within the animal itself. High-energy radiation leaves clear signatures, such as clustered DNA damage and tissue necrosis. But the strange paradox held true. While the ground beneath the cow had registered a colossal, localized gamma burst, the animal's tissue showed surprisingly low levels of internally absorbed radiation. This confirmed that the gamma spike was not the cause of the biological failure, but the byproduct, the visible energy signature of the phenomenon deploying the actual, undetectable, lethal energy that caused the instantaneous biological collapse. Whatever killed the cow used a force that was invisible to their primary detectors, but it left behind a powerful, radioactive footprint on the earth where it stood. This led the team to the second, more chilling part of the investigation: the soil sample. The researchers carefully analyzed the patch of soil taken from the center of the gamma radiation bloom. They knew this was the direct point of contact for the mysterious energy source. They ran the soil through mass spectrometers and X-ray diffraction machines, expecting to find evidence of geological disturbance or perhaps some trace of conventional industrial contamination. What they found was a staggering scientific puzzle. The soil contained trace elements that were not naturally occurring in the Uinta Basin, or perhaps on Earth. Specifically, the analysis revealed microscopic particles of rare earth elements and unstable isotopes that were highly concentrated in the center of the sample. These were not random flecks. They were trace elements that suggested a highly engineered, non-terrestrial process. Crucially, the sample contained minute traces of an isotopic ratio of copper that was completely anomalous. The ratio of certain copper isotopes found in the soil did not match the natural terrestrial ratio. This finding was immense. Copper is a common element, but if the isotopic composition is altered, it suggests that the material was either subjected to an intense, non-terrestrial environment, perhaps deep space, or was the residue of a highly controlled synthetic energy process far beyond human capability. It was, in the cold language of science, an unmistakable calling card left behind by an unknown alien technology. The presence of this non-terrestrial signature in the soil, combined with the impossible biological shutdown of the cow, forced the NIDSci team to confront the undeniable. The young cow was an experimental casualty, killed by a controlled energy beam whose mechanism was completely unknown, but whose waste product, the residual gamma radiation and the exotic isotopes, was detectable. This single incident of the dead cow in the east field suddenly became the Rosetta Stone for all the ranch's high strangeness. The scientists realized that the lethal energy deployed here was simply an extreme, violent version of the same energy that had been harassing them for months. The localized gamma spikes were the proof of the invisible force that was also causing their magnetic field fluctuations. The same intelligence that could instantaneously alter the isotopic ratio of copper in the soil was the same intelligence that could instantly drain batteries and crash GPS systems. The hostility was not random. It was electromagnetic control at the quantum level. The final, unifying theory derived from the cow's death was as chilling as the sight of the unscavenged carcass. The phenomenon was not scattering energy haphazardly. It was deploying energy with surgical precision. It could, 1. Isolate a kill zone no larger than a dinner plate. 2. Manipulate biological systems to induce instantaneous, non-contagious systemic failure. 3. Deposit non-terrestrial isotopic material as a physical signature. 4. Leave behind gamma radiation as a measurable byproduct, while protecting the immediate subject from the worst of the fallout. 5. Establish an invisible, energetic force field that overrode the deepest instincts of the local animal population. The young cow was not a casualty of chance. It was the subject of a perfectly controlled experiment, a terrifying demonstration of power staged specifically for the benefit of the human observers. The invisible intelligence had used the cow to prove that it could operate at the intersection of biological collapse and nuclear physics, and that it possessed the ability to leave behind physical evidence that defied terrestrial origin. And as the researchers cataloged the exotic isotopes and the shattered cells, they understood that their lives, like the cow's, were now being dictated by the commands of an entity that wielded forces far more profound and terrifying than anything they could measure or name. The death in the East Field was not just a tragic anomaly. It was a permanent, scientifically verified warning marker to all who dared to study the place. The entire ranch was merely a laboratory, and the researchers, like the cow, were simply the subjects. Chapter 4. The silent display the data was undeniable. The final reports on the cow's remains, the exotic isotopes, the impossible biological shutdown, the localized gamma radiation, became the most profound and unsettling core of the NIDSci investigation. They had arrived seeking rational answers, and the ranch had given them only concrete, measurable proof of the irrational. The scientific project began with optimism and ended with a quiet, overwhelming sense of futility. The knowledge gained from Anomaly Site 3 had a corrosive effect on the research team's morale. The cow was not just a data point. It was a symbol of their complete vulnerability. Every scientist on the ranch now knew that the air they breathed, the earth they walked on, and the very biological integrity of their own bodies were subject to the silent, lethal whim of the invisible intelligence. They understood that the difference between their continued existence and the instantaneous cell-level collapse of the young cow was merely a choice made by an unknown operator, an operator who had already demonstrated its willingness to experiment. The researchers slowly began to withdraw. The cost, both financial and psychological, was immense. They left behind their expensive equipment, knowing that the most important data they had collected was not the magnetic measurements, but the terrifying confirmation of their own ignorance. The final act of the NIDSci team before closing their primary investigation was the continued meticulous monitoring of Anomaly Site 3. They wanted to know how long the ranch's dominance over the natural world would last, and the dominance proved to be absolute. The young cow remained in the east field. Months passed. The fierce summer turned to the crisp, cold reality of autumn, and the dry, white snow of winter eventually covered the basin. Yet, when the snow melted in the spring, the cow was still there. It had not been consumed. The coyotes still gave the area a wide, fearful berth, their powerful instincts overridden by the lingering, unseen hazard. The body settled into a strange state of eternal, slow decay, perpetually arrested by the energy signature of its death. It remained a dark, charcoal-gray monument against the red soil, slowly tightening and mummifying in the arid air, but never fully dissolving back into the earth. It defied the cycles of consumption, decomposition, and entropy, the very laws that govern life and death on our planet. This motionless, non-decaying body became the ranch's ultimate silent statement. It was a tangible, physical piece of high strangeness that did not flicker or vanish. It was always there, a solid piece of evidence against the natural world. It was a visible warning marker, etched into the landscape, visible to every passing creature and every returning investigator. This is what happens when you cross the line. The true legacy of the Gamma Cow lies in what it forces us to accept about our world. It teaches us that the highest forms of biological and nuclear energy can be weaponized with precise, localized control by a force we cannot detect. It proves that the ranch is not just a place where things happen, but a place where experiments are conducted and where the results, even the bodies of the victims, are left on display as trophies of an intelligence that operates outside our universe's rules. As we bring this long, strange journey to a close, let the scientific facts and the terrifying implications begin to settle into the comfortable darkness around you. The young cow, frozen in its silent, perfect display, serves as the ultimate reminder of how thin the veneer of our scientific understanding truly is. We are safe here, far from the cold patch of irradiated Earth. The silent, lethal energy of the ranch is hundreds of miles away. But the lesson remains. The world we inhabit is filled with invisible forces, and sometimes those forces are commanded by intelligences that are infinitely patient and profoundly indifferent to our fate. Take a final, slow, deep breath. Let the dry, cold air of the Uinta Basin recede from your mind. Do not dwell on the fear, but on the wonder. The cosmos is vast, and we are only just beginning to learn how very little we actually know. The mystery has been documented, analyzed, and filed away. Now let the silence claim you. Thank you for sharing this time with me. May your sleep be deep and undisturbed. Good night, friend. The Cold Spot Ritual at Homestead 2. Hello and welcome back to Ambient Whisper. Tonight, let's settle in with a cup of something warm, maybe a deep, earthy black coffee or a soothing herbal tea, and talk about a very specific, chilling moment from the long, strange journey into the unknown. We're going back to the concept of the interdimensional portal. It's a bold idea, isn't it? The thought that the UFOs, the cryptids, the unexplainable lights, and the strange effects we document, that they aren't coming from deep space, but perhaps from a reality just one thin, shimmering layer away from our own. A reality we might accidentally, or even deliberately, breach. The site of our story tonight is a place infamous for harboring such a breach, and the events we'll discuss revolve around a very old, very dilapidated structure known simply as Homestead 2. The air of the homestead. Now, if you were to stand where the team stood, out there on the vast, high desert land, you wouldn't feel the kind of frantic, desperate fear you find in a lot of these stories. The feeling here is one of heavy, quiet anticipation. It's the silence before the storm, but instead of thunder, you're listening for a whisper in a frequency you can't quite hear. Homestead 2 itself is a skeleton of a building, a late 19th century structure of weathered wood, slowly surrendering to the relentless sun and the dry, biting cold of the desert nights. It sits hunched in the landscape, looking less like a home and more like a decaying observation post for something long since departed. Yet the activity, the anomalies, the close-range sightings of strange creatures, the electromagnetic interference, they all seem to center on this spot or near it. Our investigators had theories, of course, lots of them, but the one that wouldn't let go was that old idea, the one the indigenous people of the region spoke of in hushed tones. This land, this specific area around the homestead, was an interface, a membrane, a weak spot. It was a place where the veil between worlds was thin. The lead investigator, a man named Travis, who had the kind of calm, steady voice you'd want to hear in a crisis, had spent years collecting the data. The LiDAR scans, the laser radar mapping, they showed peculiar underground anomalies right by the homestead's foundation. The Geiger counter readings would spike with no clear explanation. The thermal cameras would occasionally pick up impossible heat signatures, things that were there for a blink and then gone. But he felt they were still only measuring the effects of the phenomenon, not the phenomenon itself. They were seeing the splash, but not the stone that made the ripple. And this is where our story truly begins, with the idea that to see the unseeable, they needed to look for a different kind of tool. Not a gadget with microprocessors and exotic alloys, but something older, something woven from belief and ancient understanding. An unexpected ally. The person who walked through their gate was not a scientist with a long string of initials after his name, but a man of faith, a rabbi. He was an older man, quiet and thoughtful, with an almost unnerving sense of peace about him. His name was Avi, and he came to the ranch not to prove or disprove anything, but to understand the concept of threshold. He explained his philosophy to the team on a cool evening, the air already smelling of pine and dust. In the ancient Hebrew tradition, he said, the idea of a doorway between realms, the sacred and the profane, the known and the unknown, was fundamental. He spoke about the original temple, about the Holy of Holies, the place of ultimate separation and ultimate connection. He wasn't talking about physical architecture, though. He was talking about consciousness and ritual as the true architecture. He used the beautiful ancient phrase, Petahauhil, Petahauhel, which translates literally as the entrance of the tent. But he explained that in its deeper, mystical context, it describes the portal, the point of contact between two worlds. The place where Abraham met the three strangers, the threshold where the divine and the human could intersect. He suggested that perhaps the bizarre phenomena they were tracking were not malevolent, but simply indifferent, like a sudden, chaotic wind blowing through a window left accidentally ajar. And that maybe, just maybe, an ancient ritual could act as a kind of key, or at least a powerful observational lens on that doorway. The white orb. The team had gathered the necessary items, a few flat, smooth desert rocks and their sophisticated equipment, the thermal cameras, the radiation detectors, and the magnetometer, all aimed squarely at the ground near the homestead. They were running through a final systems check, the digital screens glowing faintly in the deepening twilight. It was during this final briefing, as Rabbi Avi was quietly describing the structure of the prayer he intended to use, a sequence of words and intentions meant to acknowledge and sanctify the presence of the spiritual threshold, that the sky offered an unsolicited interjection. One of the younger researchers, a woman named Mika, gasped softly and pointed east, toward the vast, dark face of the mesa that dominated the eastern horizon. There, above the distant, jagged rocks, was a white light. It wasn't a plane. There was no sound, no blinking. It was a perfectly smooth, brilliant white orb that seemed to be floating, or perhaps drifting, as slowly and deliberately as a piece of silk on a light current. Travis, the lead investigator, never lost his composure. He immediately called out, "Confirm recording. All visual and thermal cameras on that object. Mika, what's the movement vector?" Mika, her voice hushed, replied, "Vector is almost none. It's just holding. A slight lateral drift may be south at low altitude, but it's incredibly defined. It looks solid." The team watched it for 2 minutes, maybe 3. The air was perfectly still. The only sounds were the quiet hum of the electronics and the dry crunch of gravel beneath their boots. Then, with the same casual lack of urgency it had displayed upon arrival, the white orb simply began to ascend, slowly at first, and then with a smooth, breathtaking acceleration that took it straight up into the deep velvet of the sky until it became indistinguishable from the first bright stars. The rabbi, who had been watching with an inscrutable expression, nodded once. "Perhaps," he said quietly, looking back at the homestead's decaying porch. "The door is already open a bit." Setting the stage, with the unexpected pre-show complete, the team proceeded to the main event. Following the rabbi's instructions, they assembled a small, ceremonial circle of flat, light-colored stones in the dirt, 20 yards from the rickety entrance of Homestead 2. The circle was maybe 6 feet across, large enough for a single man to sit comfortably inside it. This wasn't just decorative. The circle was intended to create a localized field, an area of focus for the energy the prayer might invoke. It was a physical marker for a spiritual intention. The atmosphere became almost meditative. The sun was fully down now, leaving the sky a beautiful, inky black, so clean and clear you felt you could fall into it. The only illumination came from the faint glow of the thermal camera screens and the narrow, focused beams of their headlamps, which cast strange, shifting shadows across the desert scrub. The rabbi, wearing a simple, dark jacket, settled himself in the center of the stone circle. He wasn't theatrical, he wasn't shouting or gesturing wildly. He simply closed his eyes and began to pray. He started with a low, rhythmic chant in ancient Hebrew. The words were resonant, rich with history and meaning. They were not spells, not incantations to command, but prayers of acknowledgement and sanctification. They were meant to draw boundaries, to define the space, and to recognize the presence of the infinite in the mundane, and the strange potential lurking in that old, dusty ground. The prayer went on for several minutes, the low, steady sound creating a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to push back the vast silence of the desert night. The team stood motionless, their eyes darting between the still figure of the rabbi and the multiple screens recording every imaginable metric: light spectrum, magnetic fluctuations, atmospheric pressure, and temperature. For a long time, nothing happened. The air temperature stayed at a steady 52 degrees Fahrenheit, 10 degrees Celsius. The magnetometer was flat. The only movement was the heat signature of the rabbi himself, a deep orange on the thermal monitor, a symbol of quiet, living energy centered within the circle of cold stones. The phenomenon. Then, the lead thermal technician, a man named Jeremy, spoke. His voice was a low, urgent whisper that sliced through the chanting. "Travis," he breathed, "look at the primary thermal." Travis, the investigator, moved instantly to the monitor. Jeremy was pointing to the screen, which showed a live view of the ground immediately surrounding the stone circle. The ambient temperature was a uniform dark blue, indicating the 52-degree background temperature. But right there, just inches outside the stones, something was happening. It was a color aberration, not dramatic but distinct. The area of dark blue was being encroached upon by a patch of deep, almost violet black. On the thermal scale they were using, that color represented the lowest point they could read, several degrees colder than the already cool desert air. "It's dropping," Jeremy whispered, rapidly but smoothly. "I have a drop of 4.2 degrees in the last 90 seconds. It wasn't just a drop, though. It was a shape. As the temperature continued to plummet within this small, localized area, the violet-black space took on a perfect, unmistakable circular geometry. It was about 3 feet in diameter, a cold disk resting on the desert floor, right on the periphery of the ritual space. Travis zoomed in the camera, the image of the cold spot filling the screen. It was so bizarrely clean, so defined. It looked, he would later say, like the perfect circular shadow of something immense and invisible, resting directly on the ground. The rabbi, eyes still closed, seemed utterly unaware of the commotion. His chant continued, low and unbroken, a quiet river of sound holding the mystery in place. "It's a cold spot," Travis confirmed, his own voice steady despite the spike of adrenaline. "But it's perfectly circular, Jeremy. No convection, no airflow turbulence, it's just sitting there." He looked out at the scene through his own night vision binoculars. To the naked eye there was nothing. No mist, no vapor, no visible distortion of the air. Just the dark ground, the still figure of the rabbi, and the low, beautiful sound of an ancient prayer. The physics of impossible cold. The team spent the next 10 minutes documenting the cold spot with forensic detail. The temperature stabilized at a chilling 47 degrees Fahrenheit, 8.3 degrees Celsius. The 4.2-degree drop was not only a clear anomaly, but the absolute lack of an apparent physical cause was deeply unsettling to the scientific minds present. Cold spots in the desert happen. That's physics. But they are messy. They follow the rules of air current and heat transfer. This cold spot was behaving as if a perfectly cylindrical volume of air, 3 feet across, had been instantly replaced by something that defied the laws of local thermodynamics. It was, they realized, behaving exactly like the thermal signature of a portal. They had been theorizing that an interdimensional doorway, if it were to open, wouldn't necessarily appear as a swirling vortex of light, but perhaps as a rupture in the fabric of space-time. Such a rupture would require a massive energy shift. If something from a dimension with a different energy level, a dimension perhaps devoid of thermal energy, were to briefly touch our world, its entry point would manifest as an acute, instantaneous temperature drop. In short, they had hypothesized the effect, and now they were watching it unfold on their screens. But the moment of true strangeness came when Travis decided to test the perimeter. "Jeremy, keep the camera locked on the temperature field. Mika, get the handheld magnetometer reading right near the edge. I'm going in." He walked slowly toward the stone circle. The chanting continued, creating a shield of calm around the high-wire tension of the experiment. Travis stopped right at the edge of the circular, violet-black thermal signature. He extended his arm into the invisible circle. He would later describe the feeling as startlingly simple. It wasn't bone-chilling cold, not the kind that hurts. It was the feeling you get when you step suddenly from a warm, sunlit path into the deep, unexpected shadow of a building. He described it as feeling like walking through a layer of cold, still water in a lake. The air itself felt heavier, denser. He pulled his hand back and the warmth of the desert night instantly returned. "The sensation is immediate," he reported, his voice captured clearly by his suit microphone. "The cold is localized. It's like a cylinder extending upward. There's no fade." Mika's voice came over the internal radio. "Magnetometer readings are spiking in the cold spot, Travis. Nothing huge, but a clear, non-random spike. It's fluctuating rapidly." The entire phenomenon, the cold spot, the circular geometry, the magnetic spike, lasted for another full minute. The rabbi reached a final, low crescendo in his prayer, a long, sustained note of reverence and conclusion. And then, just as quietly as it had appeared, the phenomenon began to dissipate. On the thermal camera, the sharp, violet-black edges of the circle softened. The color quickly began to return to the dark blue of the ambient desert air. The magnetometer readings instantly leveled out, returning to the normal, slight background fluctuations of the Earth. The cold spot was gone. The desert was simply the desert again. After the quiet, Rabbi Avi finished his prayer. He didn't rush. He lingered on the final phrase, bringing the ritual to a slow, methodical close. He then opened his eyes and looked up at the circle of investigators who were standing in stunned silence. "Did you see it?" he asked, his voice calm. Travis, the pragmatic scientist, only managed a slow, steady breath. "Yes, Rabbi, we saw it." The rabbi smiled, a slight, knowing curve of his lips. "The prayer did not open the door, my friends. That would be presumptuous. The prayer merely acknowledged the presence of the door. The phenomenon was already there. We only gave it the context to fully manifest for a moment." He explained that the ritual, in a sense, acted like a tuning fork. It harmonized with a specific, subtle resonance that already existed on the land. By focusing that ancient intention and belief on the concepts of separation and threshold, they had created the perfect environment for the chaotic, unseen energy of the portal to display its physical effects in a clear, measurable way. It was a blending of the spiritual and the technological. A 1,000-year-old ritual had served as the trigger for a modern, high-tech instrument to record a 5-degree temperature drop that had no physical explanation. The team spent the next hour meticulously collecting their equipment. They reviewed the footage dozens of times, freezing the frame on the moment of the cold spot's perfect manifestation. They talked in low, reflective tones, the adrenaline slowly giving way to a deep, profound sense of awe. The implications were staggering. If a simple prayer, focused by intention on an ancient concept, could physically manifest a measurable anomaly, what did that say about the nature of consciousness and reality? Was the portal truly a physical wound in space-time? Or was it something that required a spark of human belief to fully interact with our material world? The answers, of course, were nowhere to be found in the chilly desert air. But the evidence was now logged and time-stamped, stored away on a dozen hard drives. The perfect circle of the cold spot, resting on the ground of Homestead 2, was a silent testament to a world far stranger than any of them had dared to fully believe. And as the team packed up and the lights of the homestead were swallowed by the vast, silent night, a sense of profound, quiet calm settled over the scene. The mystery had been revealed briefly and then withdrawn. The door had been acknowledged, and now it was closed again, waiting. The air was cool, the stars were bright, and the world was once more just the high, peaceful desert, waiting for the next subtle whisper of the unknown, a closing reflection. This is what makes these stories so enduring, isn't it? The way they pull us out of the comfortable boxes of our known world. We search for logic and science, for the measurable data, the Hertz and the Kelvin and the Tesla. But sometimes, the greatest proof of an anomaly comes from the marriage of that science with something as ancient and profound as a simple, thoughtful prayer. It reminds us that perhaps, to truly understand the deepest mysteries of the universe, we can't just look through a telescope or a microscope. Sometimes, we have to look through the threshold of tradition and the quiet power of belief. The Voices That Stayed. Chapter 1. The Undisturbed Air. The first few months the Sherman spent on the ranch were filled with the usual anxieties of settling new land. But as the incidents escalated, the lights, the strange magnetic fields, the fleeting shadows, the sounds of the property began to shift. The natural quiet of the desert, which is immense and powerful, began to feel less like peaceful solitude and more like a suppression. Terry Sherman, the patriarch, was a man who lived by his ears. He knew the difference between the rattle of a dry tumbleweed and the slither of a snake. He knew the precise sound of a coyote's howl versus the bark of a neighbor's dog. His auditory world was practical, real, and well mapped. But on the ranch, his map began to fail. It began subtly, during the long, hot afternoons when the air hung heavy and still. Terry would be out working near the old cattle chute, perhaps fixing a broken length of fence wire. He would be entirely alone, miles from any road or human habitation. The only sound should have been the occasional chirp of a desert bird, the hum of insects, and the metallic clink of his tools. But then he would hear it, a low, continuous murmur. It was always soft, always indistinct. It sounded precisely like the blended sound of 2 or 3 people engaged in a casual, low-volume conversation. It was too soft to distinguish words, too close to be dismissed as the wind, and too persistent to be ignored. Terry would stop working, his hammer frozen mid-swing, his brow furrowed with confusion. He would stand perfectly still, straining his ears against the immensity of the silence. The murmur would continue, sounding as if the speakers were just on the other side of the high, rusted metal water tank, or perhaps whispering behind the thick trunk of the old cottonwood tree 20 yards away. He was a rational man, and his first instinct was to search. He would walk toward the source, boots crunching on the dry soil, the sound of his approach utterly shattering the delicate quiet. As he moved closer, the murmur would become no louder, but would seem to retreat, always remaining exactly the same distance away, exactly the same volume. He would circle the water tank, finding nothing but cold, sweating metal. He would search behind the tree, finding only the rough bark and the dry, cracked earth. The area was empty. There were no cars parked nearby, no radios left on, and no other human beings for miles. When he stopped moving, the subtle, undulating sound of conversation would instantly settle back in. It was a sound that seemed to inhabit the very texture of the air, not an echo, but a permanent, low-level atmospheric presence. It was the sound of a conversation that existed without the need for lungs, vocal cords, or ears. The profound frustration of this was immense. It was a haunting designed to torture the mind with incompleteness. If the voices had been loud, angry, or clear, Terry could have fought them, run from them, or dismissed them as madness. But they were calm, persistent, and just beyond the threshold of understanding. He tried logical explanations. He considered the remote possibility of atmospheric distortion, perhaps picking up a low-frequency broadcast from a distant truck driver's radio. But the quality of the sound was wrong. It was organic, human-sounding, possessing the complex rhythm and cadence of actual human dialogue, not the static hiss of a failing radio signal. The psychological toll began almost immediately. Terry could no longer find peace during the day. The desert stillness, once a source of strength, became a source of anxiety. He found himself constantly pausing his work, straining to hear, trying desperately to pull one clear, meaningful word out of the endless, floating tide of sound. He would grow angry at the air, shouting, "What are you saying? Speak up." But the sound would simply stop for a moment, waiting for his frustration to subside, and then resume its patient, maddening hum. He started carrying a small, cheap tape recorder out into the field, determined to capture the sound as irrefutable proof. He would turn it on, hold it out into the quiet air, and let it run for 10 minutes at a time while the low murmur flowed around him. But when he played the tape back inside the homestead, the machine had captured nothing but the low hiss of the tape itself. The persistent voices were not just inaudible to the human ear, they were inaudible to technology, suggesting they were not sound waves in the conventional sense, but a form of energetic acoustic projection aimed solely at the specific physiology of the listener's brain. This incident, this perpetual, low-volume invasion, was the first sustained attack on the Sherman's sanity. It was proof that the ranch did not respect the boundaries of silence, solitude, or even the basic integrity of the listener's mind. The voices became a permanent, chilling fixture of the ranch's background, always there, always talking, always just refusing to reveal their purpose. They learned to live with the unsettling reality. The quiet was an illusion. The ranch was always hosting a conversation, and they were never invited to participate. Chapter 2. The Conversations in the Walls. The voices that started in the open air did not stay confined to the pastures and the old cattle chutes. As the months wore on and the other phenomena, the terrifying movement of shadows, the sudden appearance of the wolf, began to escalate, the auditory persecution found its way into the homestead itself. The house, once a fortress against the strange, relentless malice of the desert, became a conduit for the incessant, maddening hum of the unseen speakers. The nature of the sound subtly shifted when it entered the structure. Outside, the voices had been like a pervasive, low radio signal. Inside, they became intimate, localized, and specifically designed to disturb. They favored the hallways and the attic, the transitional, liminal spaces of the house. Terry's wife began reporting the sounds first, often late in the evening when she was alone in the kitchen, preparing the evening meal or washing the dishes. She would hear the distinct sound of two men talking, not arguing, but conversing calmly, their voices pitched low as if discussing confidential matters. The sound seemed to emanate directly from the thick, gypsum walls near the pantry, a structural area that should have been absolutely solid and silent. She would pause, the dish in her hand dripping water onto the linoleum floor. She would walk slowly, cautiously, toward the sound, her heart beginning that nervous, light flutter of dread that had become endemic to life on the ranch. As she approached the wall, the volume of the conversation would not increase. Instead, the sound would become momentarily clearer, only to have the actual words remain maddeningly unintelligible. It was as if the speakers were talking in a language whose fundamental frequencies her brain simply could not decode. She could identify the tone, often flat, serious, and continuous, but never the content. She tried the rational approach, checking the windows, looking for parked cars, or listening for noises from the nearest neighbor, a faint possibility miles away. There was nothing. The world outside remained silent, vast, and empty. The conversations were entirely contained within the air molecules and the plaster of the house itself. The voices were most terrifying during the deep hours of the night, when sleep should have provided a necessary refuge. Terry and his wife would lie awake in their bedroom, listening to the rhythmic, low drone that permeated the stillness. It often sounded like a crowded room, a distant, ambient sound of many people mingling, laughing softly and talking over one another, all happening just on the other side of the ceiling, in the unused, dusty space of the attic. The psychological effect of this was immense. It was the sound of a party that they were perpetually excluded from, a permanent social gathering of the unseen that mocked their solitude and their exhaustion. It destroyed any chance of deep, restorative sleep. Every time the sound intensified, Terry would sit bolt upright, convinced that intruders had breached the house. He would take his flashlight and his rifle and slowly walk the length of the attic access ladder. He would listen carefully at the access door. The sound of the mingling voices was immediately louder here, vibrating slightly through the thin wood of the hatch. He would carefully lift the hatch, the dry wood groaning under his hand, and shine the bright white beam of the flashlight into the gloom. The attic was always empty. Just the cobwebs, the insulation, and the dry, echoing vastness of the unused space. The air inside the attic, which should have been dry and hot, often felt strangely cold, a localized, chilling difference that suggested an energetic drain, a signature of the phenomena concentrating its effort. And as the light beam played over the dusty floorboards, the party noise would instantly stop. The intense, mingled sound would be replaced by an immediate, profound silence, heavy and absolute, as if dozens of unseen listeners had suddenly inhaled at the same moment, waiting for the flashlight beam to leave. Terry would stand there, heart hammering, listening to the silence, waiting for a rustle, a cough, a whisper. There was never anything, just the cold air and the dusty stillness. But the moment he would climb back down, securing the hatch, the murmuring would slowly resume, starting faintly, gathering volume and complexity, eventually returning to the rhythmic, low-pitched party noise that stole their rest. It was a pattern so consistent that it felt less like a haunting and more like a calculated, interactive torment. The phenomenon knew they were listening. It knew the effect its sound had. And it played the sound deliberately, stopping only when directly confronted with light or noise, proving that the voices were intelligent, aware of detection, and possessed of a perverse sense of play. The voices had one other terrifying characteristic. They often seemed to follow specific family members. Terry's wife reported hearing the distinct, indistinct sound of a woman's voice constantly whispering near her ear while she worked in the garden, often just outside the range of her hearing. The sound was not threatening but persistently close, like a secret being constantly offered but never shared. It led to profound feelings of paranoia and auditory fatigue. She felt perpetually crowded, perpetually listened to, even when standing alone under the immense, empty sky. The conversations in the walls and the constant party noise in the attic successfully shattered the family's sense of security. They could lock the doors against intruders, but they could not lock out the sound. They understood that the silence of the ranch was not a gift of solitude, but merely a temporary pause in a perpetual, frustrating conversation that would never allow them to rest. This auditory siege proved that the entity was not just physical, it was acoustic, a master manipulator of the air itself. Chapter 3. The failure of the tape recorder. The auditory assault was not merely ambient. It possessed an unnerving quality of hyperlocalization. This was one of the most maddening characteristics of the voices, transforming them from a general haunting into a personalized, focused intrusion. Terry and his wife noticed that the conversations, though continuous, were often confined to a volume of air so specific that stepping inches outside of it meant instantaneous silence. For example, Terry would be sitting inside his pickup truck, parked near the barn, reviewing his accounts. The engine was off, the windows rolled up against the summer dust. The only sound should have been the sigh of his own breath and the distant, dry creak of the windmill. But from the airspace just above the passenger seat, the low, steady hum of indistinct conversation would begin. It sounded exactly as if two men were sitting there, heads tilted together, talking softly about finances or perhaps the weather. If Terry leaned over, placing his ear directly against the upholstery of the passenger seat, the sound would be louder, clearer, and more immediate. But if he then quickly opened the driver's side door and leaned out, putting his head 3 feet away from the truck's interior, the air outside would be absolutely silent. He could then move his head back in, and the conversation would resume instantly, seamlessly, as if it had been paused and then re-engaged by his presence. This level of control was not atmospheric distortion, it was acoustic isolation. It implied that the voices were not broadcasting from a distant source, but were being generated precisely within that confined airspace, a few cubic feet of truck cab, only to dissolve the moment the listener removed his body from the immediate zone of influence. This profound, undeniable evidence of control fueled Terry's desperation to find objective proof. The Shermans were beginning to doubt their own sanity, turning to one another with wide, frightened eyes, constantly asking, "Did you hear that? Am I the only one hearing that?" Subjective experience was eroding their trust in reality. The only defense against madness was a recording, a piece of tangible evidence that could be played back in a quiet, neutral environment, a sound wave captured on magnetic tape. Terry invested in a better quality reel-to-reel tape recorder, a piece of equipment far more sensitive than his initial cheap experiments. It was heavy, professional grade, and a significant expense, but it represented his last bastion of rational defense. He prepared his ambush with methodical precision, charging the batteries, cleaning the heads, and loading a fresh spool of high-quality recording tape. One evening, the voices began their familiar nocturnal ritual. The air in the master bedroom was heavy and cold, and the low, undulating drone of the party noise was vibrating down from the attic, accompanied by the distinct, shuffling sound of what felt like dozens of people moving above their heads. Terry, heart pounding, retrieved his recorder. He lifted the attic access hatch, but instead of shining the flashlight, he slowly and quietly fed the head of a long, professional boom microphone up into the empty, dark void. He then secured the hatch, retreated to the bedroom, and with the immense sound of the unseen social gathering humming just feet above his head, he pressed the record button on the reel-to-reel machine. For 20 agonizing minutes he sat in absolute stillness. The machine's reels turned silently, meticulously recording every sound wave that reached the microphone. The air was thick with the oral illusion of the party, the murmurs, the soft laughter, the indistinct, endless dialogue. Terry could hear it all, filling the space between his own labored breaths. He felt a moment of profound, terrible triumph. I have it now. I have the proof. When the spool ran its course, he pressed stop. His hands, shaking slightly, carefully threaded the tape back to the beginning. He turned the volume control to a moderate level and pressed play. What emerged from the speakers was devastating. There was only the faintest, almost imperceptible low hiss of the machine itself, the background noise of the electronic components. There was a moment, 6 minutes into the recording, where a strong, persistent wind gust rattled the ventilation system of the house, and the microphone had captured that sound with crisp clarity. But the voices, the intense, localized, human-sounding sound of the mingling crowd, were utterly absent. It was an impossible paradox. Terry had been sitting under a roaring waterfall of sound, and the most sensitive equipment he owned, placed inches from the source, had recorded a desert silence. The frustration was physically painful, a cold, empty feeling that began in his chest and spread rapidly through his limbs. He repeated the experiment. He moved the recorder outside, setting it on a tripod 3 feet from the old cottonwood tree where the conversations were often heard in the afternoon. He stood 10 feet away, listening. The low, 2-person murmur flowed from the tree's shadow with its usual persistence. He recorded for an hour. Playback. Nothing but the dry, rustling sound of the air moving through the sagebrush. He tried a final, desperate measure, attempting to capture the voices in the ultrasonic range. He borrowed specialized equipment from a friend involved in wildlife monitoring, hoping that the voices were pitched too high for human detection, but were simply being down-converted by his own brain. He rigged the directional ultrasonic microphone, pointed it at the pantry wall where his wife heard the men talking, and recorded again. The ultrasonic recording was equally silent. The failure of the tape recorder was the point where the Sherman's psychological defenses collapsed entirely. The voices themselves were terrifying, but the proof that they could not be recorded was the final, crushing realization that they were dealing with something that defied the most basic physical laws. The law that states a sound wave must travel through air and register on a membrane. This meant one of two things, both equally terrifying. First, the voices were not conventional sound waves. They were a form of localized, directed energy capable of vibrating the specific bones and nerves within the human ear canal, translating a signal directly into the brain's auditory cortex, a weaponized form of acoustic projection. Second, the intelligence behind the voices was interacting with the recording equipment itself, actively and instantaneously canceling the sound waves the moment the machine attempted to register them. The phenomenon was so aware of being observed that it could defeat technology with the same silent, mocking precision it used to stop the party noise when Terry opened the attic hatch. They had been robbed of their only reliable tool, objectivity. The ranch was saying, "You can hear me, but you cannot prove me. Your experience is mine to control, and your machines are worthless." From that moment on, the voices ceased to be a simple haunting and became a perpetual psychological torment. The Shermans no longer reached for a recorder. They simply looked at each other, their faces etched with exhausted resignation, knowing that the noise was real only to them, and that the conversation in the walls would never stop, but would also never be understood. The silence that followed the failed experiments was heavier, deeper, and more malignant than the sound itself. It was the silence of conspiracy, a vast agreement between the aggressive, unseen presence and the indifferent, failing laws of physics. Chapter 4. The Foreign Tongues. The psychological siege orchestrated by the persistent voices entered its most dangerous phase when the content of the sounds began to change. For months, the torment had been purely acoustic, the maddening hum of conversation that refused to yield a single clear word. This was the torment of presence without meaning. But as the Shermans grew weaker from the lack of sleep and the failure of their equipment, the voices seemed to exploit their exhaustion, occasionally breaking through the sonic haze with terrifying clarity. These moments were rare, startling, and always deeply disturbing. They proved that the intelligence was capable of precise, articulate communication, yet chose to shroud itself in ambiguity the vast majority of the time, heightening the calculated cruelty of the haunting. One of the most persistent reports centered on the sound of an unknown language. Terry and his family were familiar with the sounds of the local Ute tribe's language, a complex and rhythmic speech. but the sounds that occasionally cut through the background static of the unseen party were entirely different. They were sharp, guttural, and delivered with intense, rhythmic speed, sounding less like human speech and more like rapid-fire commands or aggressive recitations. Terry was working late one night in the living room, trying to make sense of the bills, the only light coming from a weak desk lamp. The attic above him was humming with the low sound of mingling voices. Then, the volume of the ambient sound suddenly dropped. The party noise receded entirely, replaced by a momentary, terrifying silence. Into this void, a voice, deep and resonant, delivered a long, complex string of syllables. The voice was clear, loud, and felt as if it were speaking directly into the corner of the room, only feet away from Terry's head. The language was utterly unrecognizable. It was clipped precise and delivered with a cadence that suggested profound authority. It sounded ancient, perhaps pre-human, or entirely alien. The entire recitation lasted only about 20 seconds, ending as abruptly as it began. Then, the ambient, low-volume party noise immediately swelled back to its previous level, filling the void as if the clear voice had been a brief, scheduled interlude. The terror in this instance was immense, far surpassing the vague dread of the murmurs. The unknown language was a direct confirmation of the non-terrestrial nature of the haunting. It wasn't the sound of lost spirits or eccentric neighbors. It was the acoustic signature of something entirely foreign that had established its operational base on the ranch. It shattered the last fragile hope that the sounds might be an archaic, local haunting. This was a language that had been developed far from Earth, a language that carried the weight of an alien history. But even more frightening were the moments when the voices slipped into English, or rather, the distorted, unsettling approximation of English that carried specific, personal weight. These were not sustained conversations, but brief, chilling commands or whispers aimed at individual members of the Sherman family. Terry's wife once reported standing by the window late at night, watching the endless blackness of the field. The house was quiet, the usual hum having momentarily retreated. She was thinking about leaving, about packing up the children and escaping the siege. In that precise moment of reflection, a voice, clear and cold, spoke right behind her ear. It was a woman's voice, sharp and distinct, but with a strange, metallic reverb that made the syllables sound stretched and unnatural. The voice said only one word: "Stay." The sound was so clear, so immediate, and so perfectly timed to her internal thought process that she spun around, convinced there was an intruder in the room. There was no one. The air behind her was empty. The sound vanished the instant she moved. The message was devastating. Her thoughts were not her own. The intelligence was not only listening to the outside world, it had established a terrifying, localized link to her internal monologue. The voices were now answering her deepest, unspoken fears. This personalization reached its peak when the voices seemed to begin to mimic members of the family. Terry reported hearing his own name called from the attic, not by the low, resonant voice of the unknown entity, but by the indistinct, slightly strained voice of his wife. He would rush down the hall, convinced she was in danger, only to find her asleep or silently watching television. When he would ask her if she had called him, her answer was always the same, a fearful, definitive no. The intent of this mimicking was clear: to sow distrust and confusion within the family unit. By using familiar voices to deliver unfamiliar, false messages, the intelligence aimed to destroy the one remaining sanctuary they had, the trust and solidarity between them. They began to question every command, every statement, and every soft call in the night, forever wondering if the voice was real or another cunning, invasive acoustic projection from the unseen party in the walls. The combination of the non-terrestrial language and the personalized, invasive whispers elevated the voices from a mere annoyance to a fundamental threat against their perception of reality. It confirmed the terrifying sophistication of the intelligence. It was a master of acoustic camouflage, capable of using ambiguity, foreign tongues, and chilling mimicry to maintain a state of perpetual psychological instability. The ranch was not merely haunted by sounds, it was being actively psyoped by a malicious, acoustically genius force. Chapter 5. The Tactical Acoustics. The relentless, personalized torment of the voices eventually pushed the Sherman family past their breaking point, forcing them to sell the ranch. But the departure of the terrified residents did not silence the conversations. It merely provided the stage for a new, even more perplexing act. When the NIDSci team arrived, armed with their scientific skepticism and an arsenal of recording equipment, the persistent voices did not retreat. Instead, they adapted. The intelligence behind the auditory phenomena, sensing the presence of sophisticated technology, seemed to shift its strategy. The whispers and murmurs ceased to be merely ambient harassment. They became tactical acoustics, deployed with a precision and an awareness designed to defeat scientific observation. The NIDSci team, well aware of the Sherman family's reports of disembodied voices, deployed a network of sensitive microphones across the property. These were not the simple, consumer-grade tape recorders Terry Sherman had used. These were professional-grade directional microphones, parabolic dishes, and broad-spectrum acoustic sensors, all wired back to a central command trailer where real-time sound analysis software could detect, isolate, and categorize any anomalous auditory events. They were confident that if the voices were real sound waves, they would capture them. But the voices, as if possessing an uncanny awareness of the technological net, began to play a frustrating game of hide-and-seek. One of the primary objectives of the scientific team was to capture the party noise that the Shermans had reported emanating from the attic. Researchers would install arrays of microphones in the attic space, pointing them in every direction, all recording simultaneously. They would then retreat to the command trailer, listening to the live feeds. For hours, the attic microphones would register nothing but the faint hum of the air circulation and the occasional scuttling of a rodent. But the moment a human researcher would enter the homestead, walking through the living room below, that familiar, low, indistinct sound of mingling voices would become clearly audible to their unaided ears, coming from the now silent attic. The sound was registering only to the human auditory system, not to the highly sensitive microphones placed inches from the supposed source. It was a precise, infuriating manipulation of perception, demonstrating that the voices were not sound waves in the conventional sense, but directed acoustic projections designed to bypass technology and target specific biological receivers, the human brain. The entity could, at will, turn off its acoustic projection to any non-human ear, reserving its haunting exclusively for the minds of the investigators. The NIDSci team also experienced the extreme localization that had plagued Terry Sherman. A scientist would be walking through a field, alone and focused on their instruments, when a distinct conversation would begin to drift from the air beside them, no more than 3 feet away. The voices would be soft, rhythmic, and entirely human in their cadence, yet completely devoid of intelligible words. If the scientist stopped, raised a directional microphone, and pointed it at the source of the sound, the recording equipment would register absolute silence. But the human ear would continue to hear the murmurs. This, acoustic bubble phenomenon was deeply unsettling. It meant that the voices were not broadcast from a central point. They were generated locally, within a few cubic feet of air, only for the intended recipient. It suggested that the intelligence could project an acoustic illusion onto the very air molecules around a specific individual, a level of control over matter and perception that defied all known physics. It turned the listener's own mind into the most unreliable instrument. The most potent and targeted use of these tactical acoustics came during the lonely night shifts. The NIDSci team employed security personnel, often former law enforcement officers, who would sit alone in observation posts for hours, monitoring infrared cameras and motion sensors. These were hardened, skeptical individuals trained to ignore their imagination. One night, a former police officer, let's call him Officer Jenkins, was on duty in an isolated observation trailer. The trailer was miles from the command center, nestled deep in the East Field, an area known for intense electromagnetic fluctuations. The only sound should have been the soft whir of the server rack and the distant cry of a coyote. But as the hours of his shift wore on, Officer Jenkins began to hear it, the low, persistent sound of whispering coming from the corner of the trailer, near the wall that faced the vast, dark field. It sounded like 2 or 3 people engaged in a rapid, hushed conversation. He strained to hear, but the words were a frustrating, indecipherable blur. Officer Jenkins, initially dismissing it as fatigue, turned on a small, handheld audio recorder and pointed it at the corner. The red light of the recorder glowed, confirming it was capturing sound. He listened intently for several minutes, the whispers continuing, sometimes intensifying, sometimes retreating slightly, as if the unseen speakers were moving within their confined acoustic bubble. He then played back the recording. What emerged was nothing but the normal, faint hum of the trailer's internal systems. The whispers, which he could still hear with his own ears, were completely absent from the recording. His frustration turned to a cold, nodding fear. He tried again, repositioning the recorder. Still nothing. He even tried to use his two-way radio to call the command center, but the radio, which had been perfectly functional minutes before, was now dead, emitting only a low, garbled static. The electromagnetic environment was actively interfering with his communications, isolating him. The voices then seemed to respond to his frustration. The hushed murmurs in the corner of the trailer began to change. They grew louder, more distinct, and coalesced into what sounded like a series of rapid, guttural commands spoken in an unfamiliar language. The same aggressive, sharp syllables the Shermans had reported hearing. The sound was menacing, aggressive, and clearly directed at him. Officer Jenkins, a man who had faced down armed criminals, found himself drenched in a cold sweat. He realized he was not alone. He was trapped in a small metal box, surrounded by a hostile, invisible presence that was actively manipulating his perceptions, isolating him from communication, and projecting auditory threats that his technology could not confirm. The voices were not random. They were a psychological weapon, wielded with pinpoint accuracy and an intelligent awareness of his vulnerability. He spent the remainder of his shift in a state of hypervigilant terror, clutching a flashlight, listening to the incessant, meaningless yet profoundly threatening sounds. By dawn, when the relief team arrived, Officer Jenkins was pale, exhausted, and deeply shaken. He had heard voices, but he had no proof, and his recording equipment was silent. The tactical acoustics of the ranch had won. They had proven that the intelligence could not only project sound directly into the human mind, but could also actively circumvent the most sophisticated recording technology, ensuring that its auditory harassment remained forever just beyond the realm of objective scientific proof. The voices were no longer just whispers. They were acoustic ghosts, haunting the minds of the investigators and confirming the ranch's profound, malevolent control over perception itself. Chapter 6. The Echoes of Familiarity. The persistent voices, having proven their mastery over acoustic technology and their ability to isolate and target individuals, began their most insidious act, the destruction of trust through mimicry. The intelligence operating on the ranch possessed an unnerving ability to replicate not only the rhythm and cadence of human speech, but the very pitch and tone of specific, familiar sounds and voices, using them as tools to sow confusion and paranoia within the highly cohesive NIDSci team. For scientists who depended on clear, objective communication and trust in their fellow researchers, this was a devastating psychological tactic. The ranch demonstrated that it could turn the familiar into the profoundly menacing. It began subtly, with the imitation of equipment noises. The research trailers were filled with the constant, low sounds of operation, the steady, dry hum of the air conditioning unit, the rhythmic whir of the server hard drives, and the distinct, high-pitched ping of the environmental sensors checking in. These were the comforting, predictable sounds of rational science at work, but the phenomena would twist them. A scientist, alone in the command trailer late at night reviewing data, would hear the distinct metallic clatter of a heavy, crucial piece of equipment falling outside the trailer. It was a clear, unmistakable sound of mechanical disaster. The researcher would rush out, flashlight cutting through the dark, only to find the area perfectly still, the tripod where the sound seemed to originate standing firm, and the ground undisturbed. The sound had been a perfect acoustic hallucination, designed to induce immediate panic and interrupt concentration. The mimicry escalated to include the communication tools themselves. On several occasions, researchers reported hearing the distinct, distorted sound of the radio squelch, that sharp, brief hiss and click that signals an incoming message, from their two-way radios, even when the devices were switched off or had their batteries deliberately removed. The sound was so authentic that the researchers would instinctively reach for the silent, dead radio, expecting a crucial, urgent update from the command center. They realized, with a sinking dread, that the voices were capable of projecting the sound of communication itself, forcing the team to constantly question the reliability of their vital instruments. The entity was not just blocking communication, it was imitating it, turning the hope of rescue or vital information into another layer of psychological torment. However, the most destructive form of auditory mimicry was the imitation of human voices. The NIDSci team was a small, closely knit group. Everyone knew the specific timbre and accent of their colleagues. During one intense week of monitoring the East Field, two senior physicists, Dr. Chen and Dr. Harris, were working a lonely midnight shift, conducting sensitive magnetic readings miles apart, communicating only via radio. Dr. Chen, sitting in his isolated observation truck, suddenly heard his name called clearly over his headset. The voice was Dr. Harris's, calm, precise, and distinctly pitched. The voice gave a simple, nonsensical instruction. Chen confirmed green reading, then switched to channel 3. Ignore the west reading. Dr. Chen, trusting the voice, began to execute the command but paused. The instruction itself was illogical. The west reading was their highest priority. He keyed his mic. Harris, can you repeat that last command? Why would I ignore the west reading? The voice that came back was genuinely Dr. Harris, sounding frustrated. I haven't called you, Chen. My radio has been silent for the last half hour. What are you talking about? The realization was immediate and profoundly chilling. The voice that had given the instruction, a perfect, clear, and recognizable imitation of his colleague, had been a ghost voice, an acoustic phantom deployed with the malicious intent of causing a scientific error or leading him into a vulnerable area. This event repeated itself, sometimes with brief, innocent questions, other times with clear, falsified commands designed to mislead. The team members began to look at each other with suspicion, even during the day. They started to use prearranged code words over the radio for confirmation, a desperate measure to combat the auditory invasion that was actively working to break down their professional trust. The knowledge that the enemy could use their closest companion's voice against them was a constant, debilitating source of paranoia. The final, terrifying iteration of this mimicry was aimed at the most intimate level of sound. The voice of a loved one of the security personnel, a man with children, reported hearing the distinct, high-pitched cry of a child coming from the vast, empty darkness outside his trailer. The cry was so realistic, so filled with panicked fear, that he immediately grabbed his gear and ran out into the night, convinced a nearby hiker's child was in danger. He searched frantically for over an hour, shining his powerful beam into the scrub and up the mesquite trees, calling out. The cry would occasionally repeat, seeming to come from a different direction each time, drawing him further and further away from the safety of his post. Exhausted and terrified, he finally retreated just before dawn, realizing the chilling truth. The cry had been a flawless bait, an acoustic weapon used to lure him into the deep, dark wilderness, where the other, more physical phenomena of the ranch were known to operate. The voices had proven that they were masters of acoustic empathy. They could replicate the sound of scientific failure, professional communication, and the deepest emotional triggers of human connection. The ranch was not merely emitting random sounds. It was carefully monitoring the team's vulnerabilities and using the auditory environment to exploit them. The ultimate legacy of the mimicry was the destruction of solitude and trust. No one could trust the sound of a radio, the noise of a falling piece of equipment, or even the voice of a colleague. The atmosphere of the ranch had become a sonic battleground where the most convincing sounds were often the most dangerous lies. The investigators were forced into a perpetual state of hypervigilance, knowing that the most familiar sound they heard could be the precise, tactical signature of the hostile intelligence. Chapter 7. The Auditory Link. The profound frustration experienced by the NIDSci researchers stemmed from the apparent disconnect between the phenomena. They had measurable, quantifiable events, the collapsing magnetic fields, the sudden, localized gamma radiation spikes, the draining batteries, and they had the subjective, maddening reports of the disembodied voices. The two categories seemed to occupy entirely different realms, objective physics versus subjective acoustics. But as the investigation deepened, the team began to notice a chilling, undeniable correlation between the auditory harassment and the physical, energetic anomalies. The voices were not merely a psychological attack. They were the acoustic signature of the unseen intelligence, a sonic byproduct of the moment the entity engaged its true physical power. This crucial link was discovered through relentless, meticulous data correlation. The command trailer was recording every piece of data, acoustic, magnetic, thermal, and seismic, with precise, synchronized timestamps. It was here, deep in the review of the massive data logs, that the pattern began to emerge. One primary area of interest was the persistent, localized magnetic field collapse. This was a repeatable anomaly where the Earth's natural magnetic field in a small, defined area of the east field would spontaneously dip to zero and then instantly rebound, defying the known laws of physics. The sensors recorded dozens of these events daily. When the researchers cross-referenced these magnetic event timestamps with the acoustic recordings from nearby passive microphones, they found nothing unusual. As established, the technology remained silent. However, when they cross-referenced the magnetic events with the written logs of the on-site human observers, the security personnel and researchers who were reporting the voices, the correlation was striking and immediate. The most intense, highly localized magnetic collapses were often accompanied by a sudden, intense change in the ambient voices. A security guard, sitting in his truck monitoring the equipment, would log an entry like 02:14 a.m. Murmurs suddenly louder, sounded like shouting for 15 seconds. When they checked the data, precisely at 02:14 a.m., the nearest magnetometer would have recorded a catastrophic field collapse. The whispers seemed to be the sound of the energy being utilized. When the intelligence needed to apply its physical power, to collapse a magnetic field, to drain a battery, or to manipulate the environment, the background acoustic hum would suddenly intensify, rising in volume and urgency before immediately receding the moment the physical event was complete. It was like the groan of an enormous, unseen machine being briefly engaged. The team also noted a profound change in the rhythm of the voices during periods of known physical activity. The usual ambient party noise was a low, steady drone, but during documented periods of physical phenomena, such as the momentary appearance of a small, unidentifiable black object near the mesa, the indistinct chatter would become sharp, rapid, and aggressive. The rhythmic speed would increase dramatically, resembling the rapid, guttural commands that Terry Sherman had reported hearing in the unknown foreign tongue. It was as if the entity was issuing a series of lightning-fast instructions to coordinate a complex energetic maneuver. This established the terrifying link. The voices were not random auditory spillage. They were acoustic metadata. They were the audible overflow of the intelligence's own operations. When the voices were low and meandering, the ranch was in a state of passive monitoring. When the voices became sharp, loud, and rapid, the intelligence was actively deploying its non-terrestrial physics. This correlation allowed the team to essentially use the voices as a subjective warning system. Researchers in the field began to rely on their ears more than their instruments. If the low, constant hum suddenly rose in volume or changed its rhythmic speed, it was a cue to immediately check their dosimeters, brace for an electromagnetic pulse, or prepare for the sudden, brief appearance of a visual anomaly. The human auditory system, the very thing the entity had tried to discredit, became the most accurate, real-time detector of the invisible, physical threat. The most chilling instance of this auditory link occurred when the team was monitoring a remote location where one of the previous incidents of cattle mutilation had occurred. They set up specialized thermal and magnetic sensors near the site, hoping to capture a residual signature. The night was cold and silent. A young researcher was monitoring the acoustic feed, which was completely silent, registering only the soft static of the air. Suddenly, the microphones picked up a sound, not a conversation, but a single, intense mechanical hum, a deep vibrational tone that seemed to shake the air itself. Simultaneously, the researcher heard the familiar, low murmur of conversation start right beside him, rising rapidly in volume. He immediately called the command center, reporting the auditory change. Warning: acoustic activity just spiked. Getting a deep hum and voices. Within seconds, the remote sensor array miles away registered two dramatic changes. First, the magnetic field dropped to zero, And second, the thermal camera suddenly registered a massive, non-localized heat spike that covered the entire field of view for less than a second, before vanishing. The brief, intense auditory hum was the sound of the entity deploying the immense energy required for that instantaneous thermal burst. The voices were the operational noise. The realization was a crushing blow to scientific detachment. The entity was unified. It possessed a single will that manifested simultaneously as a disembodied conversation in the human mind and a catastrophic collapse in the electromagnetic spectrum. The voices were not merely the sound of a haunting. They were the internal working noise of a non-terrestrial physics engine, the sound of reality being aggressively and intelligently manipulated. The researchers left the ranch knowing that they had been subjected to a dual-pronged warfare, one against their instruments and one against their minds. The persistent voices were the chilling proof that the most subjective part of the haunting was also the most accurate key to predicting the most objective, dangerous physical events. The ranch was an immense, self-aware machine, and the voices were its operational song. Chapter 8. The Rhythmic Torment. The relentless, low-volume assault of the conversations and the unsettling bursts of mimicry eventually evolved into a more subtle, yet equally debilitating form of auditory warfare. The introduction of a persistent, meaningless rhythm. The intelligence operating on the ranch, having exhausted the shock value of human speech, moved into the realm of pure sensory overload, targeting the deep, unconscious need for silence and predictability. The voices became less like talking and more like a non-stop mechanical hum, often accompanied by repetitive, irritating tones. This began during the quietest hours, deep into the 2 to 4 a.m. shift when the ranch was at its coldest and darkest. Researchers began reporting hearing a persistent, soft tapping sound. It was not the sharp, irregular tap of a tree branch against glass or the shifting of the house foundation. It was a precise, infuriatingly rhythmic tap-tap. Pause, tap-tap, pause. The sound seemed to emanate from the walls or sometimes from the floorboards, traveling through the structure of the house and the command trailers. It was too soft to be considered loud, but it was absolutely unignorable. It was persistent, continuing for hours without variation. Scientists, attempting to rest on their cots after a long shift, found themselves staring wide-eyed into the darkness, their attention completely consumed by the simple, maddening rhythm. The psychological effect of this type of pure, relentless sensory input is profound. The brain, trained to seek patterns, becomes fixated on the simplicity of the noise, transforming the external rhythm into a torturous, internal clock. The researchers found their thoughts revolving around the tap-tap, their ability to concentrate dissolving under the endless, meaningless repetition. This rhythmic torment was often accompanied by an equally unsettling musicality. The ambient voices, the low, chaotic drone of the invisible crowd, would occasionally coalesce into something that sounded precisely like a single, sustained musical note. This note would hang in the air for minutes at a time, humming at a specific low frequency that was felt more in the chest cavity than heard in the ear. The note was always slightly dissonant, just enough to create a feeling of unease and tension, a lingering, unpleasant vibration that seemed to penetrate the solid walls and the human body alike. It was the antithesis of a lullaby. It was a sound designed to perpetually vibrate the listener out of rest. The note would usually cease abruptly, only to be replaced seconds later by a completely different tone, equally sustained and equally disturbing. The NIDSci team, attempting to rationalize this, hypothesized that the entity was perhaps manipulating the standing waves within the structure of the buildings, essentially turning the command trailers into sound boxes that amplified the noise. But this theory fell apart when researchers began reporting the same persistent rhythm and dissonant tones while standing outside, miles from any structure, proving the sound was an acoustic projection generated within their immediate vicinity. The goal of this rhythmic torment was clearly to induce sensory deprivation burnout. The relentless, non-stop presence of noise, simple though it was, utterly destroyed the investigators' ability to find a moment of true mental repose. They were not being allowed to recover the mental energy needed to maintain their skepticism and their professional detachment. Exhaustion became the primary tool of the hostile intelligence. One security guard, forced to sit alone in an observation post during a week of intense rhythmic tapping, began to experience mild auditory hallucinations even when the tapping stopped. His brain, conditioned by the constant rhythm, started to fill the silence with the phantom sound, a psychological echo of the harassment. He confessed to Dr. Combe that he would hear the tap-tap even when he put his hands over his ears, a chilling proof that the attack had moved from the air outside to the very processing centers inside his mind. The chronic sleep deprivation and the constant presence of the rhythmic noise began to trigger intense paranoia and irritability within the team. Simple disagreements escalated quickly. The ability to maintain scientific objectivity eroded under the cumulative weight of exhaustion. The intelligence had realized that the most sophisticated equipment in the world, the human mind, is also the most fragile. The transition from complex speech to simple, rhythmic noise was a profound strategic move by the phenomenon. It required less energetic output, yet yielded maximum psychological damage. The rhythmic hum and the incessant tapping were the acoustic representation of the ranch's patience, a sign that it was willing to wait out the scientific intrusion, slowly grinding down the investigator's sanity with a simple, inescapable, unignorable sound that only ceased when the investigator was completely defeated. The persistent rhythm became the final sound the NIDSci team associated with the ranch, the signature sound of their own slow, psychological collapse. It was the sound of reality being persistently, deliberately, and simply vibrated out of true. Chapter 9. The Countdown Clock. The rhythmic torment eventually ceded ground to a terrifying, hybrid form of psychological warfare. The intelligence operating on the ranch, having established the chilling auditory link, the connection between sound and physical phenomena, began to use the voices not just as a byproduct of energetic deployment, but as a direct precursor to visual events. The voices transformed into a chilling, unpredictable countdown clock for the researchers. This phenomenon was perhaps the most damaging to the scientists' professional detachment, as it forced them to admit that the subjective, auditory experience held the key to predicting objective reality. The mind, they found, was the only instrument capable of receiving the direct operational announcements of the hostile force. The primary visual anomaly the NIDSci team was attempting to track was the sudden, brief appearance of aerial objects, the small, dark, structured geometric shapes that would traverse the sky at impossible speeds before vanishing. These objects were usually silent, defying radar, and could only be captured by specialized high-speed optical cameras. The correlation was first noticed by researchers monitoring the optical equipment during long night shifts. The team had learned to listen for the voices, not as an annoyance, but as an environmental sensor. If the low, background conversation began to swell in volume and speed, they would immediately alert the optical tracking station to prepare for a visual event. One particular night, a researcher named Dr. Holt was observing the star field through the main telescope feed. The acoustic monitor next to him was emitting the usual low, indistinct hum of the ambient voices. Suddenly, the voices did not just increase in volume, they completely changed their character. The low murmurs instantly sharpened, coalescing into a rapid, intense, machine gun-like chatter in the foreign, guttural language previously heard by Terry Sherman. The sound was delivered with a sense of frantic, urgent activity, like a flurry of instructions being barked out in immediate succession. Dr. Holt, chilled by the dramatic acoustic shift, immediately keyed his radio to the optical team. Acoustic signature spiking now. Get ready for a high-velocity pass. His warning was delivered only seconds before the visual confirmation. Precisely as the rapid, guttural chatter reached its peak acoustic intensity, the high-speed camera captured the unmistakable image of a small, black, perfectly structured sphere traversing the upper atmosphere at an impossible velocity, changing its direction instantly before it vanished. The sound, the intense, rapid-fire chatter, was the audible signal of the entity engaging its non-terrestrial propulsion or maneuvering system. The language, incomprehensible to human ears, was the sound of the entity's conscious, immediate decision to move. The voices were the operational noise, the pre-flight checklist being run by the unseen intelligence moments before a physical manifestation. This correlation allowed the team to essentially use the auditory phenomena as a real-time warning system, confirming the absolute unity of the haunting. The voice phenomena, the electromagnetic chaos, and the visual sightings were all components of a single, highly integrated and intelligently controlled system. The most terrifying aspect of this phenomenon was the timing. The auditory spike was never simultaneous with the visual event. It preceded it by a few crucial seconds. This meant that the entity was effectively announcing its intentions to the humans. The voices served as a psychological mechanism to remind the investigators that they were not merely observing a random haunting. They were being addressed by a controlling intelligence that wanted them to know when and how its actions were initiated. The message was clear. We are beginning our move now. You have seconds to prepare. The psychological effect of this countdown was debilitating. The silence became intensely pregnant with potential terror. Every minor swell in the background chatter instantly triggered a massive, adrenaline-fueled stress response in the researchers. They were trapped in a state of perpetual, hypervigilant anticipation, their sanity slowly ground down by the necessity of listening to the approaching sound of the impossible. Furthermore, the intelligence seemed to vary the type of auditory signature based on the event. When a magnetic field collapse was imminent, the voices would cohere into a deep, sustained hum or a series of low, vibrating tones, the audible sound of immense energy being drawn or dumped from the environment. When a visual manifestation, like the appearance of a black sphere, was about to occur, the voices would become the rapid, aggressive chatter in the foreign tongue. When a localized physical action, like the sudden bending of a metal fence post, was anticipated, the voices would momentarily shift to the familiar, low-pitched human whispers, sounding like clear, short commands being delivered by two men, often followed by a sound like a physical grunt or the shifting of weight. This consistency confirmed that the intelligence was fully aware of the sensory data it was projecting. It was not random noise. It was an intelligently coded acoustic system, designed to be indecipherable yet functionally predictive for the human observer. The voices were the sound of the entire ranch machine turning its gears. The final, crushing realization for the researchers was that the entity was using their own anxiety and exhaustion as a weapon. By making the auditory phenomena the key to predicting the physical anomalies, the intelligence ensured that the investigators could never ignore the voices. They were forced to listen, to strain their ears against the silence, to wait for the acoustic pre-announcement of the next impossible event, condemning them to a state of permanent, agonizing anticipation. The persistent voices had become the ultimate symbol of the ranch's control, proving that the boundary between the internal mind and the external, hostile environment was entirely fictional. The audible sound of a countdown clock, even in an unknown language, is universally terrifying, and the intelligence knew exactly how to use it to drive its human subjects to the edge of collapse. Chapter 10. The Voices Within. The terror of the persistent voices reached its zenith when the NIDSci researchers were forced to confront the chilling possibility that the auditory harassment was not merely an external, localized acoustic phenomenon, but a directed, terrifyingly intimate form of thought injection or telepathic intrusion. The invisible speakers were no longer just inhabiting the air around the homestead. They were actively breaching the final, sacred barrier, the individual human mind. The shift began with the reports of voices that were not indistinct murmurs or the unknown foreign tongue, but the clear, recognizable voices of people who were not present, people hundreds of miles away, completely unaware of the ranch's existence. A senior scientist, who had spent a grueling week analyzing the magnetic anomalies, was driving back to the main compound in the late afternoon. His mind was deep in complex calculations, trying to find a non-paranormal explanation for the localized field collapses. Suddenly, he heard the voice of his wife, clear as a bell, speaking directly into his mind, right behind the internal shell of his ear. Her voice, carrying the exact intonation and accent he knew intimately, was delivering a simple, mundane message. "Did you remember to pick up the dry cleaning?" The experience was profoundly shocking. It was not an external sound wave. It was an internal auditory event. He stopped the truck abruptly, his hands gripping the steering wheel. The voice was so precise, so real, that he reached instinctively for his non-existent phone. He checked his radio, it was off. The sound was purely contained within the space of his head, a localized auditory hallucination triggered by an external, intelligent source. He immediately dismissed it as acute fatigue, a breakdown of his own sanity under the pressure of the ranch. But the reports soon began to accumulate. Another researcher, a technician overseeing the complex wiring of the acoustic sensors, reported hearing the voice of his mother, distinctly and briefly commanding him to be careful of the west side. His mother was thousands of miles away, living a calm life in a coastal city, unaware of the dangers of the ranch. The voices were utilizing acoustic empathy not just to mimic sounds, but to pull specific, high-value auditory patterns, the voice prints of loved ones, from the deepest layers of the investigator's memory, and project them back with chilling, personalized precision. This was an act of profound, aggressive familiarity. The terrifying implication of this phenomenon was twofold. First, it confirmed that the voices were not sound waves in the conventional sense. They were a form of directed energy signal capable of bypassing the eardrum and the cochlea, directly stimulating the auditory cortex of the brain. The sound was manufactured internally, an induced telepathy or neurological projection. Second, and far more disturbing, it suggested a level of data acquisition that was truly invasive. To perfectly replicate the voice of a loved one, complete with the specific emotional cadence and the precise topic of concern, implied that the intelligence had accessed, scanned, or recorded the most intimate acoustic memories of the individual researchers. The intelligence was not just monitoring the ranch. It was monitoring the investigators' minds, mapping their deepest familial connections, and using that data as an auditory weapon. The final, devastating psychological layer of this internal attack was the introduction of contradictory commands. The senior scientist, after hearing his wife's mundane voice, began to hear other voices in the same pattern, clear, immediate, and utterly internal, delivering conflicting instructions about the ranch's operations. One voice, mimicking a colleague, would urge him to check the mesa for thermal spikes, while another, mimicking the head of security, would instantly command, "No, stay away from the mesa. The ground is unstable." These internal commands, delivered with the absolute clarity of an unmuted voice, were purely designed to paralyze the researcher with doubt and confusion. The attack was no longer aimed at inducing fear, but at crippling the cognitive process necessary for scientific endeavor. They were being force-fed conflicting data inside their own heads. The external chaos of the ranch was now being perfectly mirrored by the internal chaos of their minds. The experience shattered the final remnants of the scientific team's self-trust. They could no longer rely on their own ears, their own memories, or even the basic, foundational separation between their internal thoughts and the external environment. They were forced into a perpetual state of hypervigilance, constantly filtering their thoughts, asking themselves if the command they just heard was a genuine memory, a true external sound, or a maliciously engineered internal whisper from the unseen controller. The persistent voices, in their final, aggressive form, became the proof that the intelligence of the ranch was not merely confined to physics. It was a master manipulator of neurology and memory, a terrifying force that could seamlessly merge the internal and external world, turning the sanctuary of the human mind into the ultimate, most vulnerable battleground. The ranch had achieved its goal. It had not just driven the investigators off the land. It had chased the haunting inside their skulls. Chapter 11. The Silence That Failed. Faced with an adversary that could bypass their physical instruments and invade their minds with personalized acoustic projections, the NIDSci team was pushed into a final, desperate strategy: acoustic counter-warfare. If the intelligence was using silence and the natural ambient noise as its canvas, the researchers decided to obliterate that canvas entirely by introducing a controlled, overwhelming volume of sound. They sought to drown out the persistent voices with noise that was louder, simpler, and absolutely continuous. This strategy focused primarily on the use of broad-spectrum white noise and intense, continuous sonic frequencies. The researchers installed powerful sound generators in the command trailers and observation posts. These devices were set to emit a constant, high-volume hiss, the sound of pure white noise, designed to occupy every frequency band simultaneously. The theory was simple. The hostile acoustic projection, being low volume and dependent on the silence to register its complexity, would be completely masked and overwhelmed by the sheer, unyielding energy of the white noise. The immediate result was physically taxing for the human listeners, but initially it seemed to offer a sliver of hope. When the white noise was at full, painful volume, the low, ambient murmur of the persistent voices was indeed gone. The relentless rhythmic tapping ceased to be discernible. The researchers, for the first time in months, experienced a moment of auditory liberation. They could finally think without the maddening hum of the unseen crowd invading their attention. But the relief was fleeting, and the intelligence responded with an unnerving adaptability that only heightened the sense of dread. The voices did not stop. They simply changed their frequency of attack. Instead of trying to project the low-volume, complex chatter that could be masked, the intelligence began to focus its attack on the gaps in the white noise itself. Even the most powerful white noise generator produces minor, fluctuating dips and valleys in its frequency output. The voices would suddenly emerge in these momentary lulls, coalescing into a sharp, clear word or a short, distinct guttural sound that pierced the otherwise uniform hiss. It was like trying to conceal a flickering candle with a dense fog, only to have the candle momentarily flare up, its light cutting through the vapor with shocking clarity. The single, sharp sound would be delivered with such intensity that it would momentarily overwhelm the constant noise, causing the researcher's heart to leap in panic before the white noise reasserted its dominance. Furthermore, the intelligence soon began to exploit the white noise. The perpetual hiss, rather than masking the threat, began to serve as a constant, uniform background upon which the intelligence could overlay its malicious acoustic projections. The voices, particularly the internal, telepathic ones, seemed to gain clarity and definition against the simple, static backdrop. A researcher might be listening to the roar of the white noise through headphones, convinced they were safe, only to hear the clear, internal voice of a loved one speaking right into the center of their mind, the message amplified by the auditory isolation created by the noise. The white noise, meant to create a barrier, became the perfect isolation chamber for the most intimate form of acoustic attack. The final, devastating failure of the acoustic counter-warfare was the realization that the rhythmic torment had not been defeated, but merely transformed. When the researchers used high-volume, low-frequency tones to drown out the voices, the rhythmic tapping ceased. Instead, the intelligence began to introduce a dissonant pulse within the frequency of the counternoise itself. The constant tone being emitted by the sound generator would suddenly develop a slight, momentary hiccup, a highly regular, rhythmic skip in the frequency that was felt as a physical thump-thump in the chest. This rhythmic pulsing, occurring within the body of the sound designed to protect them, was even more psychologically damaging than the original tapping. It proved that the intelligence was actively and instantaneously modifying the output of their own equipment. It was a silent, invisible sabotage that turned their defense mechanism into another tool of torment. The cumulative exhaustion from this new, adaptive form of attack was immense. The researchers were forced to abandon the white noise strategy entirely, concluding that the phenomenon was too intelligent, too adaptive, and too deeply rooted in manipulating the fundamental physics of sound and perception to be defeated by mere volume. The attempt to create an acoustic sanctuary had merely provided the hostile force with new, more sophisticated ways to demonstrate its mastery. The silence that followed the failure of the white noise generators was heavier and more profound than any silence before. It was the sound of complete, intellectual defeat. The researchers were left with the terrifying knowledge that the voices were not an issue of volume, but an issue of control. The intelligence could always find a way to make itself heard, turning the air, the walls, the technology, and even the human mind itself into its own personalized speakers. Chapter 12. The silence that followed. The ultimate cruelty of the persistent voices was their refusal to acknowledge boundaries. The Sherman family had suffered years of constant acoustic bombardment, physical harassment, and the systematic erosion of their sanity. They had made the heartbreaking decision to abandon their beloved ranch, believing that distance, the vast, empty mileage of the Utah desert, would finally restore the one thing the ranch had stolen: silence. The day they finally left the property was marked by a chilling, absolute stillness. As they drove away, looking back at the now empty homestead, the air in the truck was heavy with the expectation of relief. They fully anticipated that the moment they crossed the final boundary line of the property, the endless, maddening murmur of the unseen crowd would vanish, replaced by the normal sounds of the wind and the highway. For the first few weeks, they experienced a profound, almost paralyzing restoration of quiet. The absence of the voices was so intense that it was a constant, tangible presence in itself. They found themselves holding their breath, waiting for the familiar, low hum to return, and feeling a surge of relief when all they heard was the television or the gentle creak of the floorboards in their new home, miles away. But the intelligence that controlled the ranch was not merely confined to the land. It was bound to the minds of the people it chose to torment. The haunting did not stop. It simply took time to recalibrate and deploy its final, most devastating acoustic weapon. It was Terry's wife who experienced the recurrence first. She was in their new home in the late hours of the night, preparing for bed. The silence of the suburban street outside was absolute, the kind of stillness that is only broken by the distant sound of traffic. She was standing by the bathroom mirror alone when she heard it, the faint, unmistakable, low-pitched murmur of conversation. It was the same sound. The exact tone, the same low volume, the same frustrating, maddening indistinctness that had tortured her for years. It was as if the unseen crowd which had previously gathered in their attic had simply teleported and now stood just on the other side of the bedroom wall. Her blood ran instantly cold. She walked slowly, fearfully, toward the wall, pressing her ear against the plaster. The sound was undeniably there, continuous and low. She could hear the rhythm, the cadence, the subtle changes in volume that signaled a dialogue, but still, no discernible words. She immediately ran to Terry, waking him with a panicked urgency he hadn't seen since the worst days on the ranch. He was skeptical, reasoning that it must be a neighbor's television or a ventriloquist effect from the new house's structure. But when he approached the wall and listened, he confirmed the terrifying truth. The low, undulating drone of the unseen, perpetual conversation was present. The voices had followed them. This realization shattered the last illusion of safety. The torment was not geographical, it was personal. The intelligence had not been trapped on the ranch. It had merely allowed them to believe they had escaped, only to resurface in the most familiar, safe environment, proving that the distance of miles was utterly meaningless. The persistence of the voices in a new, completely unrelated location confirmed the terrifying hypothesis the NIDSci researchers had begun to form. The phenomenon was operating primarily via directed, non-localized telepathy or acoustic mind projection. The voices were not emanating from a source at the ranch. They were being projected from a source unknown, and that projection was focused directly onto the specific neural pathways of the Sherman family members. The voices continued to haunt them in the new location for weeks, always low, always indistinct, but always present. The mimicry and the tactical shifts were gone. The intelligence did not need to be subtle anymore. It needed only to be present, a constant, low-grade reminder that the ordeal had never ended. The torment reached its peak one afternoon when Terry was working in the garage. The disembodied murmur was particularly clear, flowing from the space just above the workbench. Frustrated, exhausted, and feeling the sanity he had slowly regained begin to fray again, he shouted, exactly as he had done on the ranch years ago, "Stop it! Leave us alone! What do you want?" In that moment of frustrated rage, the low murmur stopped. The silence that descended was absolute, deep, and heavy, and into that silence a single male voice, low and absolutely clear, spoke from the air only a foot away. The voice was not aggressive or foreign. It was calm, flat, and profoundly sad. The voice spoke only 4 words in clear, melancholy English. "You cannot leave." The message was the final, devastating confirmation of their permanent captivity. The voice was the final acoustic signature of the ranch's profound, personal dominance over their lives. They realized that the physical sale of the land, the closing of the gate, and the driving away had been merely a formality. They had not left the ranch. The ranch had simply expanded its perimeter to include them. The Sherman family eventually found a way to cope, recognizing that the only defense was to simply ignore the sounds, to treat the constant, low-volume presence of the persistent voices as a permanent fixture, an auditory scar that would never heal. They had to teach their brains to process the sound of an invisible, constant conversation as merely background static. It was a profound, debilitating adaptation, forcing them to accept a state of life where solitude and true silence were permanently banned. The legacy of the voices following the family was the final, chilling proof for anyone who studied the ranch. The core of the haunting is not a building or a place. It is a personalized, conscious attachment that is indifferent to geographical distance. The phenomenon is a master of acoustic projection, and its reach extends as far as the memory and the mind of its victim. Chapter 13. The Undersound. The auditory siege had defied every conventional method of detection. The NIDSci researchers had confirmed that the voices were not measurable sound waves, nor were they random psychological events. They were a sophisticated, directed acoustic projection designed to bypass technology and invade the mind. Yet, driven by the core mandate of science, the necessity of measurement, the team attempted one final, highly specialized effort to capture the phantom sound: the deployment of infrasound and seismic detectors. The hypothesis was that the voices, particularly the deep, resonant hum and the rhythmic, pounding pulse that often preceded magnetic anomalies, might not be audible sound in the human range. They theorized that the intelligence was manipulating extreme low-frequency pressure waves, infrasound, which, while below the threshold of human hearing, are capable of generating intense, physical and emotional effects, including feelings of terror, panic, and auditory hallucinations. Infrasound is the sound of earthquakes, massive windstorms, and according to fringe science, is often associated with non-conventional propulsion systems. If the voices were the operational noise of a powerful, unseen machine, that machine should be generating immense, low-frequency pressure. The team deployed highly sensitive microbarometers and seismometers across the ranch. These were incredibly delicate instruments designed to measure minute changes in air pressure and ground vibration, operating far below the 20 Hz threshold of human hearing. They encased the sensors in specialized isolation materials to eliminate background noise from wind and seismic noise, leaving them only to capture the purest, lowest frequency pressure waves that permeated the ranch. The data gathered over several weeks of continuous infrasound monitoring was perplexing, terrifying, and ultimately deeply validating of the Shermans' earliest subjective reports. The seismometers and microbarometers did register massive, repeatable, low-frequency pressure spikes that were not attributable to wind or geological activity. These were clean, sudden bursts of immense subsonic energy, often centered on the same anomalous hot spots where the magnetic fields would collapse. Specifically, the sensors captured a persistent, deep, ultra-low frequency pulse, a powerful thrumming that was far too regular and powerful to be natural. This pulse often occurred seconds before the magnetometers registered a drop in the Earth's field, confirming the team's hypothesis that the physical anomalies were preceded by a measurable pressure wave. The ultra-low frequency thrumming was the true acoustic engine of the unseen entity. But the most frustrating contradiction remained. The low-frequency pulses did not directly correlate with the voices the researchers were hearing. For instance, during one night, a researcher in an observation post clearly heard the high-pitched, guttural chatter of the unknown foreign language coming from the open field, a sound that was clearly in the human audible range, above 20 hertz. He immediately checked the infrasound monitor. The instrument was registering absolute silence. Conversely, the microbarometers would often capture a powerful, sustained infrasound pressure wave that felt like a powerful throb in the chest, a truly colossal amount of energy being deployed. Yet the human researcher standing near the instrument would hear nothing at all, not even the low, indistinct murmur of the ambient conversation. This contradiction led to the ultimate, chilling refinement of the voice's hypothesis. The intelligence was not projecting one type of sound. It was deploying a bimodal acoustic system. Infrasound, the engine, the incredibly powerful, non-audible pressure waves below 20 hertz. These were the true measurable physical forces of the phenomenon, the engine noise, of the unseen entity, responsible for inducing fear and chaos in the physical environment. Acoustic projection, the message, the precise, localized, audible voices above 20 hertz. These were not sound waves, they were neurological projections, a form of induced telepathy designed purely to communicate, manipulate, and terrorize the human mind. The failure to find a one-to-one correlation proved the sophistication of the intelligence. It could produce a massive, measurable physical effect, the infrasound pulse, without any audible byproduct, and conversely, it could produce a sharp, audible, conversational sound without any measurable pressure wave. The voices were a separate weapon from the physics, capable of being deployed independently. The scientists realized, with a final surge of intellectual respect mixed with personal dread, that the voices were the ultimate expression of the entity's contempt. It allowed them to find the engine noise, the infrasound, and measure it, giving them a physical explanation. But it ensured that the actual message, the voices and commands, remained forever subjective, untraceable, and utterly internal. The final legacy of the infrasound study was the full, terrifying realization that the air around the ranch was perpetually vibrating with immense, non-audible power, and that the audible whispers were merely the intelligence's way of demonstrating that it was in complete control of both the sounds that shatter the earth and the sounds that shatter the mind. Chapter 14. The Physical Scar. The relentless auditory siege, moving from external murmurs to tactical mimicry, from rhythmic tapping to internal thought injection, eventually culminated in measurable, debilitating physical damage to the NIDSci personnel. The intelligence operating on the ranch did not need to deploy a visible weapon or a violent attack. It simply needed to use the cumulative, corrosive power of sensory torture to break the bodies of the investigators, confirming that the voices were not mere hallucinations, but an active, aggressive force. The primary physical symptom reported across the team was a profound, chronic exhaustion that transcended mere lack of sleep. Even on nights when researchers managed a few hours of uneasy rest, they woke feeling heavy, lethargic, and mentally clouded. This was attributed not just to the sleep deprivation caused by the rhythmic torment, but to the brain's continuous, high-level effort to filter and process the acoustic ambiguity. The mind was constantly working overtime, attempting to decode the indistinct conversations and differentiate between real sounds and projected acoustic illusions. This state of perpetual hypervigilance drained their neurological resources, leaving them in a constant state of mental fatigue. More alarming were the specific, localized physical complaints. Researchers who spent long hours monitoring the acoustic feeds or were subjected to the focused, localized acoustic projections began to report symptoms associated with inner ear damage and neurological stress. One scientist, after a particularly intense period of auditory harassment in the observation trailer, where the voices were heard clearly but could not be recorded, developed a persistent, non-stop tinnitus. This was not the simple ringing of the ear, but a complex, high-pitched whine that continued long after he left the ranch. Doctors confirmed that the physical damage was similar to that caused by prolonged exposure to high-decibel sound, yet the microphones near him had registered silence. This suggested that the acoustic projection, while silent to the recorder, was generating a massive, highly localized pressure wave sufficient to physically damage the delicate mechanisms of the cochlea, without creating a measurable sound wave in the open air. Other personnel reported localized headaches and strange, intense pressure behind the eyes that seemed directly correlated with the appearance of the ultra-low-frequency infrasound pulses detected by the microbarometers. The human body, though unable to hear the powerful, non-audible pressure waves, was physically responding to them. The immense subsonic energy was likely vibrating the internal fluid of the cranium and the visceral organs, manifesting as pain, nausea, and vertigo. The body was literally being shaken by the sound of the unseen machine, the physical symptoms confirming the reality of the subaudible attack. The most profound physical toll was the loss of cognitive function. The relentless auditory manipulation, the contradictory commands, the misleading mimicry, the incessant rhythm, eroded the researchers' ability to maintain focus, recall data, and execute complex scientific tasks. They were suffering from a form of trauma-induced cognitive impairment, their professional efficacy dissolving under the constant stress. The intelligence had realized that crippling the investigator's mind was far more effective than destroying their equipment. The final, decisive factor in the closure of the NIDSci investigation was the accumulation of these clinical symptoms. The team realized that they could no longer ethically maintain operations. The ranch was not merely resisting their science, it was actively making them sick. The evidence of non-decaying cattle, collapsing magnetic fields, and now physically damaged personnel confirmed that the threat was not just paranormal, it was biological and energetic. The persistent voices, in their culmination, became the ultimate proof of the entity's hostile, physical power. They were not figments of imagination or folklore. They were the acoustic weapon of a profound, non-terrestrial intelligence, leaving behind permanent, neurological and auditory scars on the minds and bodies of the individuals who dared to listen. The physical departure of the scientists was hastened by this debilitating realization. They left the ranch not out of fear of what they saw, but out of fear of what they heard and what those sounds had done to their health. The voices had achieved the complete psychological and physical incapacitation of the world's most disciplined investigators. Chapter 15. The Lingering Hum. The final departure of the scientific teams left the ranch in a state of profound, absolute silence. The gates were closed. The expensive equipment was either packed away or left behind to succumb to the elements, and the only inhabitants were the wind, the antelope, and the ghosts of memory. The intense investigation into the persistent voices, the most frustrating, maddening, and subjective of the ranch's phenomena, had ended not with a solution, but with a terrifying, universal lesson in the limits of human perception. Let us now allow the intensity of this long, strange journey to recede, settling into the vast, calming quiet of the night. We began our journey with the simple, domestic sounds of the Sherman family's homestead, the clink of tools, the creak of the windmill, the comforting, predictable noises of a working life. That quiet was first shattered by the low, indistinct murmur, the relentless sound of a conversation that refused to yield a single word of meaning. This low-volume presence, persistent and impossible to locate, introduced the first crack in the family's sanity, transforming their solitude into a state of perpetual, frustrating observation. The voices then migrated and intensified. We listened with the Shermans to the party noise in the attic, the inexplicable sound of a mingling crowd that vanished the moment a flashlight beam touched the dusty floorboards. We experienced the chill of the foreign, guttural tongue that confirmed the non-terrestrial nature of the siege, and the deep, personal terror of hearing the word, "stay," spoken by a phantom, perfectly timed to a secret, unspoken thought. When the scientists arrived, the voices adapted, proving their mastery over technology. We watched the professional-grade reel-to-reel tape recorders fail, capturing nothing but silence while the human ear was saturated with noise. This was the moment the intelligence delivered its most devastating message. Your objective proof is worthless here. The voices were not sound waves. They were a form of directed acoustic energy, weaponized to bypass technology and invade the specific, fragile mechanism of the human mind. We then endured the calculated psychological torture of the rhythmic torment, the simple, incessant tap-tap and the dissonant, sustained hum that ground down the investigator's sanity through sheer, non-stop sensory overload. This was followed by the chilling realization of the acoustic link, where the rapid-fire chatter of the unknown language served as a countdown clock, preceding the collapse of magnetic fields and the brief appearance of the mysterious aerial objects. The voices were revealed to be the true, operational song of the ranch's energetic engine. The ultimate, terrifying conclusion came with the reports of the voices within, the crystal-clear imitation of a spouse's voice, delivering mundane or contradictory commands directly into the core of the researcher's mind. This confirmed a level of telepathic intrusion and data mining that erased the final boundary between the external, hostile environment and the internal, private sanctuary of human thought. And finally, we noted the final, profound acts of aggression, the voices following the Sherman family off the land, shattering their hope of escape, and the cumulative physical scar left on the investigators, the debilitating chronic fatigue, the localized inner ear damage, and the trauma-induced cognitive impairment. The voices were not magic. They were a targeted, neurological weapon that left real, measurable damage on the bodies of the listeners. The legacy of the persistent voices is not that the ranch is haunted by a conversation, but that it is controlled by an intelligence capable of acoustic totalitarianism. This intelligence can choose what sounds we hear, what sounds we don't hear, and whether those sounds register as a simple pressure wave, a neurological command, or the voice of a loved one. The voices prove that the most powerful weapon on the ranch is not a blast of heat or a sharp claw, but the profound, patient ability to make the human mind its own personalized prison. The ranch has fallen silent again. The desert air is cool and immense, and the sky is filled only with the ancient, distant light of the stars. But for those who have listened, the quiet is forever changed. It is no longer a peaceful void. It is a space of potential. It is an empty stage, ready at any moment to be filled with the maddening, low drone of a conversation that will never reveal its meaning, a language that will never be understood, and a command that will never allow true rest. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Let the vast, silent landscape of the Uinta Basin settle around you, knowing that the most profound mysteries are often the ones that are merely whispered. The ranch is quiet now. Sleep well, friend. Good night. The dogs that wouldn't bark. Chapter 1. The Purest Alarm. In the early days of their life on the property, the presence of the dogs was a source of immense comfort for the Sherman family. The dogs were their ears and their sentinels. Their pack consisted of two primary working dogs, a sturdy, dependable Labrador mix named Buster and a sleek, fast-moving hound named Scout, plus several other loyal animals. The pack possessed the clear, reliable hierarchy of working animals. When they barked, the Shermans knew exactly what it meant: a trespasser, a predator, or a wandering calf. Their alarm was pure and practical. The change in the dogs began subtly, long before the strange lights became a nightly occurrence or the cattle mutilation started. It began with an unexplained tension in the air around the homestead, a subtle, olfactory warning only the dogs could perceive. Terry Sherman would be standing on the porch, watching the vast expanse of the east field when he would notice Buster, the Labrador, stop abruptly. Buster wasn't looking at anything visible. He would simply halt his movement, his head cocked to one side, his ears swiveling slightly, testing the wind. His posture would shift from relaxed confidence to rigid, unmoving hypervigilance. The dog wasn't alerted to a rabbit or a deer. His muscles would be tense, but his usual low-level growl, the precursor to territorial aggression, was absent. Instead, Buster would inhale deeply, a ragged, snorting intake of air that suggested he was trying to smell something immensely important, something deeply wrong. He would hold that breath for a long moment, his entire body poised on the edge of a decision. The smell, Terry often hypothesized, was the first attack. The dogs were sensing something that was chemically wrong with the air, a scent that carried the signature of non-terrestrial disturbance, perhaps the faint, metallic scent of ozone, or the acrid, burnt smell associated with high-voltage electromagnetic discharge. Whatever it was, the scent was terrifying. The pack learned to read this invisible, odorless threat through their own internal cues. When Buster froze, Scout and the others would immediately follow suit, their playful energy dissolving into a unified, silent dread. They would stare intently at a patch of empty air, usually about 3 to 5 feet off the ground, near the center of the homestead. The terror would escalate from an alert posture into a panicked, mute retreat. The event would typically begin with one of the dogs, usually the most sensitive one, letting out a sharp, single, high-pitched yelp, a sound of pure pain, not aggression, before immediately dropping into a low, desperate crawling posture. The movement was not a heroic dash to attack, but a scramble for cover. The entire pack, acting as a single traumatized unit, would bolt. They would run blindly, not toward the open desert, but directly to the nearest, most confining corner of the porch. They would pile into the small, dusty space between the wall and the porch railing, creating a compact, trembling knot of fur and fear. Their state in that corner was the most chilling aspect of the phenomenon. These powerful, proud animals were reduced to quivering puppies. Their eyes would be wide and rolling, showing the whites, but they would refuse to look up. Their heads would be buried under each other's bodies or pressed against the cold wood of the wall, their greatest wish being to physically disappear from the world. The most disturbing behavioral change was the absolute silence. These animals, whose primary defense was a terrifying, aggressive bark, were struck completely mute. They were physically incapable of uttering a sound. If Terry approached them, kneeling down and stroking Buster's shaking flanks, the dog would not even whimper. It would only press harder against the wall, its heart pounding visibly beneath its coat, its whole being screaming a silent terror that was greater than its need to survive. This complete silence, this profound cessation of their natural alarm system, confirmed the sophistication of the attack. Whatever was present was not merely frightening the dogs, it was commanding their neurological functions. It was overriding their sympathetic nervous system, turning off their instinct to bark, rendering their greatest defensive mechanism inert. The duration of this catatonic, cowering state was immense. The dogs would remain frozen in that corner for hours, sometimes until the sun went down or the Shermans had to physically lift them and carry them inside, which was often met with desperate, silent resistance. The fear was so intense and so consuming that the dogs simply could not snap out of it. For Terry and his wife, the spectacle of their brave hunting dogs reduced to a silent, trembling mass was far more terrifying than any fleeting light or shadow. It was the purest alarm of the ranch, a silent, living confirmation that the enemy was not only real, but so utterly terrifying that it could shatter the fundamental courage of an apex predator. The dogs were the ranch's most honest witnesses, and their silence was the definitive statement of the haunting's power. Chapter 2. The invisible walls, the terrifying spectacle of the cowering dogs, forced the Sherman family to confront the idea that the threat on the ranch was not merely spectral or random. It was physical, localized, and utterly invisible. The dogs were reacting to something solid, something tangible, that occupied a specific point in space, a point that was beyond the threshold of human sight and hearing, but not beyond the refined senses of a hunting animal. The Shermans, desperate to understand the nature of the menace that was paralyzing their loyal sentinels, began to use the dogs as a kind of biological sensor. They started meticulously charting the precise locations and atmospheric conditions that triggered the panicked flight, hoping to map the boundaries of the unseen force. They quickly observed that the incidents were not scattered across the ranch. They were highly concentrated in specific hot zones. The most frequent site of the dogs' terror was the area around the old feed silo and the nearby line of cottonwood trees. This location was known to the Shermans as a place where the electromagnetic anomalies were most pronounced, where their radios would inexplicably cut out or batteries would suddenly drain. Terry would often walk Buster, the Labrador, near this area. As they approached the silo, Buster would not immediately bolt. Instead, he would exhibit a precise, graduated response that allowed Terry to mentally plot the approach of the invisible danger. At about 50 feet from the silo, Buster's ears would flatten against his head, a sign of deep anxiety. At 30 feet, he would slow his pace, his legs stiffening, his gait turning into a wary, deliberate stalk. Then, at a distance of approximately 10 to 15 feet from the silo, Buster would hit an invisible boundary. He would stop abruptly, his paws scrabbling for purchase on the dirt, his body attempting to pull away while his forward momentum held him rigid. It was the posture of a dog that had physically walked into an electric fence or a solid, transparent wall. He would let out that single, sharp yelp of pain or shock, and then the mute, panicked flight would begin, sending him scrambling back to the porch. The dogs were delineating the edges of a localized field, an invisible, energetic volume of space that they could not, or would not, violate. Terry could walk right up to the silo, feel nothing, see nothing, and hear nothing, yet the dog's reaction was irrefutable proof that a solid, hostile presence occupied that air. The atmospheric conditions also played a crucial role. The incidents rarely occurred during high winds or heavy rain. The dog's panic seemed most pronounced during periods of absolute atmospheric stillness, when the air was heavy, the heat was shimmering, and the silence was profound. This suggested that the invisible force either required a quiet environment for its presence, or that its energetic output created its own localized, heavy atmosphere. The dog's terror was not only triggered by an invisible presence on the ground, but also by a distinct auditory stress. While the dogs refused to bark in defense, their ears would often shake violently just before their flight, a visible sign of intense pain or pressure. This led the Shermans to hypothesize that the animals were being subjected to a burst of sound that was either ultrasonic, too high for human hearing, or infrasonic, too low for human hearing. An acoustic weapon aimed squarely at the sensitive auditory systems of the canines. The dog's ears, far more sensitive than human ears, were likely registering the intense, high-frequency scream of the electromagnetic energy being generated by the phenomena, or the deep, rattling thrum of a non-conventional propulsion system. This acoustic attack, combined with the presence of the invisible, solid mass, was overwhelming their system, pushing them instantly from confrontation into catatonic surrender. Terry attempted a crude experiment to confirm the invisible wall theory. After one particularly intense incident where Scout had cowered in the corner for hours, Terry waited for the dog to recover. He then tied Scout loosely to a long length of rope and slowly led him back toward the silo area, approaching from a new angle. Terry held the rope lightly, prepared to let go if the dog bolted, but primarily focused on observing the exact point of the dog's maximum resistance. As they neared the 15-foot boundary, Scout dug his claws into the dirt, his body low to the ground, pulling violently against the rope with silent desperation. Terry continued to apply gentle, steady pressure. He watched as the brave, powerful hunting dog reached the invisible threshold and was seemingly pulled short by an unseen force. The dog's legs trembled, his eyes rolled, and he finally collapsed onto his side in a fetal curl, whimpering, a sound of pure defeat, not aggressive defiance. Terry immediately released the rope and pulled the panicked animal back. He walked to the exact spot where the dog had collapsed, running his hands through the air, looking for vibrations, temperature differences, or anything that could explain the physical restraint. There was nothing. The air was empty, dry, and silent. The dogs were proving beyond any doubt that the ranch contained non-Euclidean geometry, spaces that appeared empty to the human eye but were, in fact, occupied by solid, hostile masses. The invisible walls they encountered were not psychological. They were a physical, energetic barrier erected by the unseen intelligence to mark its territory and assert its dominance over the organic life of the ranch. The dogs' mute terror was the only honest map the Shermans had of the invisible architecture of the haunting. Chapter 3. The Loss of Courage. The persistent, overwhelming terror inflicted by the invisible presence began to systematically destroy the very essence of the dogs, their courage and their pack discipline. These animals were bred to be bold, to protect their territory, and to rely implicitly on the solidarity of their group. The phenomena operating on the ranch, however, proved to be an enemy against which all natural instincts were useless. The most profound change was the complete cessation of territorial behavior. Where before, the pack would patrol the perimeter with confident, rhythmic movements, checking for scents and marking their territory. They now refused to venture more than a few feet from the physical security of the porch. The space immediately surrounding the homestead became a small, besieged island of relative safety, surrounded by a terrifying, invisible ocean of threat. If Terry Sherman tried to encourage them out, perhaps throwing a ball or giving a command to fetch, the dogs would exhibit visible signs of internal conflict. They desperately wanted to obey their master. Their loyalty was absolute. But the fear of the open space was stronger than their genetic programming. Buster, usually the most obedient, would take a few hesitant, low steps off the porch, his eyes glued to the empty air, before retreating backward, belly crawling back to the porch railing and pressing himself against the wall. They developed an intense, collective agoraphobia, a fear of the open. The vast, empty expanse of the fields, once their hunting ground and playground, became the symbol of their absolute vulnerability. The dogs knew, with an instinctual certainty, that the invisible enemy preferred the open space, the area where their human masters could offer no physical protection. This pervasive fear led to a rapid and shocking deterioration of their pack hierarchy. Dogs, being social animals, require a clear structure to maintain stability. But when faced with an existential threat that none of them could challenge, their structure dissolved into a confused, perpetually anxious collective. They stopped playing. They stopped challenging each other for dominance. Instead, they became a single, nervous, trembling mass, constantly seeking physical contact, attempting to find security in the mere compression of their bodies against each other. The most disturbing evidence of their trauma was the appearance of clear, debilitating symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. The terror was no longer confined to the moments when the invisible presence was felt. It had become a permanent resident of their minds. The dogs would be inside the homestead, lying quietly by the fireplace, seemingly safe, when a flashback would hit. This was often triggered by a sudden normal sound, a car door slamming miles away, a piece of dry firewood cracking in the hearth, or even a sudden change in the light level outside the window. A dog, perhaps Scout, would suddenly leap to his feet, letting out a sharp, choked cry, the same sound of pure, unadulterated pain they made just before bolting. He would then instantly collapse into a low, desperate crawl, frantically trying to find a confined space. He would attempt to squeeze himself under a table, behind the smallest chair, or into the corner of the room, panting rapidly, his muscles visibly rigid with fear. The other dogs would instantly sense the internal panic and would crowd around him, whimpering softly, mirroring his anxiety. These moments confirmed that the trauma was deep and neurological. The initial events, the confrontation with the invisible wall, the ultrasonic screech, the sight of the impossible, had forged a permanent, terrifying memory loop in the animals' minds. They were not merely cowering from an active threat. They were constantly reliving the moment of their absolute defeat. Terry and his wife often had to intervene during these episodes, kneeling to gently pet the shaking animals, speaking in low, soothing tones. But even the human touch offered only temporary, partial relief. The dogs would press desperately against the Sherman's legs, but their eyes would remain fixed on an invisible point in the middle distance, seeing a threat that their human masters could not perceive. The deep fear in their eyes was the final, crushing psychological confirmation for the Shermans. Their animals, their brave, instinctual protectors, were being slowly, deliberately driven mad by an unseen force. The dogs were, in effect, permanent, silent refugees on their own land. They had ceased to be guardians and had become victims, living, breathing evidence of the ranch's malicious intent to not only dominate the physical environment, but to destroy the very soul of the creatures that inhabited it. The silence of the dogs, once a temporary phenomenon during the acute phase of an incident, had become the permanent acoustic background of the homestead, a continuous unspoken testimony to their profound loss of courage. Chapter 4. The Spot of Fire. The profound terror exhibited by the dogs, while primarily triggered by invisible forces, was, on rare and terrifying occasions, directly correlated with specific, localized visual anomalies witnessed by the Shermans. These moments provided the family with a crucial, chilling link between the animal's mute, instinctual panic and the transient, physical signature of the hostile intelligence. One of the most frequent and unsettling visual clues was the appearance of localized, inexplicable thermal spots or shimmering heat hazes on the ground. The incident would begin in the familiar, terrifying pattern. The pack, perhaps resting near the south side of the porch, would suddenly snap out of their uneasy repose. Buster would emit that single, sharp, muffled cry of pain, and the entire group would instantly collapse into the cowering, trembling mass in the corner. Their eyes, wide and rolling, would all be fixed upon a single point of the lawn, roughly 40 feet away from the porch railing. Terry Sherman, alerted by the sudden cessation of all normal sound and the clear signs of animal surrender, would rush to the porch, rifle in hand. He would look intently at the specific spot where the dog's terrified gaze was fixed. In the midst of the dry, brown grass, there would often be a perfectly circular patch, approximately the size of a dinner plate, where the air was visibly shimmering. It was not the heat distortion caused by the dry air meeting the horizon. This shimmer was localized, intense, and looked exactly like the visible heat rising off hot pavement on a summer day. Yet the air temperature was moderate, and the ground had been cold and damp from the previous night's dew. The air above the spot was visibly warped, creating a mirage-like distortion of the ground and the distant fence line behind it. Terry would cautiously approach the area, always observing the dogs. The moment he stepped off the porch and moved toward the visible distortion, the dogs, trembling, would increase in intensity, their silent panic warning him away. The shimmering spot would remain stationary, perfectly defined, and entirely silent. When he reached the spot and cautiously lowered his hand, he would feel an intense, undeniable heat radiating upward. It was not the ambient warmth of the sun. It was a localized, concentrated blast of thermal energy, as if a powerful, invisible heating element had been placed inches below the earth. He tried touching the ground, but the soil itself felt cool, proving the heat was emanating from the air just above the grass, or being generated within the very air molecules above the earth. This visible thermal anomaly, this spot of fire, provided the critical piece of the puzzle. It confirmed that the invisible presence the dogs were reacting to was not merely an auditory or telepathic threat. It was a physical, energetic presence capable of instantaneous and localized energy deployment. The dogs were likely not just smelling the non-terrestrial ozone. They were physically feeling the immense, sudden temperature rise and the corresponding electromagnetic flux that accompanied this energy projection. The terror was a combined sensory overload. The intense heat, the sonic blast, ultrasonic, infrasonic, and the visual distortion of the light around the object. Terry tried to photograph the phenomenon, but like the voices, the visual anomalies often defied capture. When he returned with his camera or video equipment, the shimmering would typically vanish, not slowly fade away, but snap out of existence, instantly dissolving back into the normal texture of the air. The dogs, sensing the dissolution of the field, would let out a collective, audible sigh and slowly begin to lift their heads, the panic receding but leaving behind the deep, residual trauma. On one occasion, however, The visual anomaly was not thermal, but a strange localized glow. It happened near the back gate, an area where Terry and his wife were standing with the dogs nearby. The dogs suddenly bolted for the porch. As they watched, a small area of the ground, no larger than a child's shoe, began to emit a faint orange-blue luminescence. It was a soft, cold light, completely disconnected from any known source. The light pulsed faintly for several seconds, like a dying ember, before disappearing. The light and the accompanying fear in the dogs, once again, confirmed the non-terrestrial link. The faint, localized glow suggested the brief, visible energy signature of exotic isotopes or highly ionized air, the waste product of a technology far beyond terrestrial understanding. The terrifying moments where the dog's fear and the Sherman's visual perception aligned served as a double validation. They confirmed that, 1. The dogs were completely honest witnesses. Their silent terror was a direct, accurate reaction to a physical phenomenon, not an illness or a random psychological event. 2. The intelligence was capable of projecting localized physical change. It could instantaneously create a field of intense heat or light without a visible source, marking the precise spot of its brief operational presence. The Shermans learned that when the dogs ran, the threat was not merely present, it was actively deploying energy. The dog's fear became the family's most reliable early warning system for the impending appearance of the invisible, yet physically manifested, hostility. The spot of fire was the signature of the unseen weapon, and the terrified animals were the living proof of its physical reality. Chapter 5. The Rejection of Help. The arrival of the NIDSci researchers, a caravan of trucks, trailers, and highly sophisticated equipment, should have been a moment of immense relief for the Sherman family, and by extension their traumatized dogs. The intrusion of human logic, technology, and sheer numbers offered a promise of protection and understanding. But the dogs, operating on an instinct far purer than human hope, perceived the influx of scientists not as salvation, but as a terrifying escalation of the siege. The pack's fear, which had been previously focused on the localized, invisible presence, suddenly expanded to encompass the entire property, and their behavior towards the new human arrivals was one of deep, profound distrust and fear. The NIDSci team was, by nature, skeptical. They arrived armed with quantifiable data and a scientific method that initially favored atmospheric or geological explanations for the anomalies. They saw the terrified animals as fascinating biological variables, subjects for observation, but not as reliable witnesses. This professional distance was instantly and correctly perceived by the dogs. When the researchers first attempted to approach the pack, the dogs reacted with a deep, chilling rejection. Instead of sniffing the new arrivals, or showing the tentative curiosity typical of ranch dogs, the pack would scramble into their corner of the porch, pressing their bodies against the wall so violently that the wood groaned. Their tails would be tucked so tightly that their bodies were compressed into a single, unmoving, trembling knot of fear. If a researcher, perhaps a kindly veterinarian on the team, attempted to lure them out with food or gentle calls, the dogs would refuse. They would not look at the food. They would not look at the person. Their gaze, wide and panicked, remained fixed on the air above the researcher's head or behind their back, indicating that the true source of their fear was following the humans, or perhaps was being drawn out by the presence of the new, powerful technology. The dog's reaction suggested a horrifying realization. They knew that the technology was powerless against the invisible enemy, and that the arrival of the researchers only served to draw the hostile presence closer and make it more active. Dr. Combe, the chief investigator, once attempted to put a specialized acoustic collar on Buster, hoping to record the ultrasonic sounds the dog was hearing during an incident. The moment the researcher knelt down with the electronic device, Buster, who was normally compliant with leashes, reacted with a primal, desperate violence. He did not growl in aggression. He writhed in a silent, panicked effort to escape, wetting himself in terror, his eyes rolling back in his head. The sight was so disturbing that the researcher immediately retreated. The dog's refusal confirmed that the technology was not a shield. It was a beacon to the source of the terror. Furthermore, the pack began to exhibit a pronounced aversion to the scientific equipment itself. They would not go near the command trailers, the large satellite dishes, or the tripod-mounted cameras, even when those items were switched off. The dogs seemed to perceive the cold, metallic surfaces of the instruments as extensions of the hostile force. This behavior reached its peak during the frequent, intense electromagnetic fluctuations that plagued the research efforts. When the magnetometers or radio equipment began to fail under the assault of the energetic spikes, the dogs would react before the equipment failure became obvious to the humans. They would let out that single, high-pitched cry and run to their corner, their bodies shivering violently, clearly sensing the invisible wave of energy that was about to collapse the physical instruments. The dogs, in their mute, honest fear, were teaching the researchers a profound lesson. 1. The threat is intelligent and interactive. It was engaging the researchers' technology, and the dogs were aware of this interaction. 2. Human skepticism is dangerous. The dog's instinct told them that the humans who arrived with the intention of explaining away the terror were, in fact, bringing more of the terror with them. The pack developed a deep, almost desperate dependence on Terry Sherman. Terry and his wife were the only people the dogs would accept comfort from, and even then, the comfort was only partial. The dogs would press their bodies against Terry's legs, not out of love, but out of a desperate, instinctual belief that their human master's physical warmth and emotional presence provided a marginal energetic shield against the terror that filled the air. They would only calm down slightly when Terry was physically present, recognizing that his familiar scent and heartbeat provided the only known constant in a world defined by invisible, terrifying change. The tragedy of this rejection was immense. The brave dogs, once the first line of defense, were now huddled refugees, entirely defeated. Their silent, trembling surrender in the corner of the porch became the most poignant, living symbol of the ranch's power. A constant, visible reproach to the scientists who tried to measure the phenomenon with their instruments while ignoring the clear, honest testimony of the most instinctual observers. They had rejected the help because, in their pure animal minds, they knew that against this enemy there was no logical defense. Chapter 6. The Moment of Attack. While the dominant behavioral response of the pack was profound, mute terror and catatonic surrender, there were rare, unnerving instances when the dogs' deeply ingrained hunting instincts momentarily superseded their fear. These were brief, shocking flashes of unnatural aggression directed not at the vast, invisible field, but at highly specific, small, and often unremarkable objects in the environment. These moments provided a chilling glimpse into the possibility of a physical, vulnerable form the intelligence sometimes assumed. The fear response, as the Shermans had learned, was triggered by the immense, high-energy presence that overwhelmed their senses. But occasionally, the presence manifested in a way that the dogs' brains recognized as a targetable, finite threat, something they were genetically programmed to challenge. One afternoon, Terry Sherman was walking near the cattle pens with Buster and Scout, the two primary hunting dogs. The The dogs were behaving normally, cautiously keeping their distance from the known, hot zones, but otherwise relaxed. Suddenly, both dogs stopped, not with the high-tension rigidness of fear, but with the focused, low-to-the-ground posture of predatory fixation. Their ears were forward, their bodies were trembling slightly with coiled anticipation, and most unnervingly, they let out a low, continuous, unified growl. The first genuine sound of aggression the Shermans had heard from the pack in weeks. The growl was focused entirely on a patch of dirt near the fence line, where a single, small, irregular stone lay half buried in the soil. The dogs did not immediately attack. They circled the stone slowly, their heads held low, their growls escalating from a low rumble to a ferocious, guttural snarl. They were treating the inanimate object as if it were a dangerous, conscious opponent. The stone itself was unremarkable, common gray desert basalt, no bigger than a golf ball. Then, acting in perfect, synchronized aggression, Buster and Scout lunged. They did not bite the stone. They repeatedly and savagely bit the air immediately above and around the stone. Their snapping jaws were audible, their teeth connecting with the surrounding air, trying to seize something that Terry could not see. Their focus was absolute, their bodies contorting with the effort of tackling an invisible opponent occupying the space above the rock. Terry rushed over, shouting the dogs back, afraid they would injure their teeth on the ground. When he finally pulled them away, the dogs were panting, their aggression instantly dissolving into confusion and a return to low-level anxiety. They immediately backed away from the spot, their attention drawn to the empty air now that their surge of instinct had passed. Terry then cautiously approached the stone, kicking it with the toe of his boot. It was simply a cold, unmoving rock. However, as he looked closer, he noticed a faint, oily sheen on the surface of the stone, a residue that quickly evaporated in the dry air. He also felt the slightest tingle of static electricity on his fingertips when he hovered his hand over the spot. The implication was terrifying. The dogs were not attacking a rock. They were attacking a small, invisible object that was either resting on the rock or using the rock as a temporary point of stable manifestation. The intelligence, in its smallest and most localized physical form, was briefly exposed to the dog's superior senses, triggering a momentary, instinctual override of their generalized fear. They were attacking something that smelled, sounded, or vibrated exactly like a small, highly compressed animal or metallic object. This localized aggression offered a rare piece of insight. The hostile force was not just an energetic field. It possessed the capability of reducing itself to a physically small, targetable mass. This strange, focused aggression was also reported when the dogs were alone near the homestead. Terry's wife once found the pack intensely focused on a single patch of shadow beneath a small mesquite bush. The shadow was small and dense, and the dogs were circling it, their bodies low, their hackles raised, their mouths open in silent, fierce snarls. The moment a human approached, the aggression would snap off instantly, replaced by the usual mute terror and withdrawal. The intelligence seemed to be toying with the animals, briefly presenting itself in a form that was just small enough, or just distinct enough, to trigger their hunting instinct, only to retreat the moment human eyes were introduced. The moments of attack were fleeting, but their impact on the Shermans was immense. They confirmed that the entity had a physical component that was sometimes vulnerable to an animal's instinctive response. More importantly, they revealed the profound internal conflict tearing the dogs apart. Their desire to defend their home, represented by the bursts of aggression, was constantly battling the overwhelming, paralyzing fear caused by the enemy's immense energetic field. The sight of their brave dogs attacking empty air or an inanimate rock was a chilling reminder that the rules of engagement on the ranch were completely dictated by the unseen intelligence, which could switch the terror from a global, existential paralysis to a small, localized physical challenge at will. The moment of attack was the sound of instinct briefly triumphing over fear, a rare, terrifying glimpse into the war being waged between the ranch's native life and its non-terrestrial occupant. Chapter 7. The Sound Wall. The most consistent element of the dogs' terrifying encounters was the acoustic prelude to their panic. Every time the pack transitioned from a state of wary alertness to mute, absolute surrender, the same sound would occur. A single, sharp, high-pitched yelp, a sound of pure, unadulterated pain or physical shock, not the drawn-out whine of anxiety. This sound, always isolated and always followed by complete aggressive silence, led the Shermans to hypothesize that the initial attack was not visual or magnetic, but profoundly acoustic. The intelligence was using a localized burst of ultrasonic energy, a frequency far too high to be registered by the human ear, that was so intense, it was literally felt by the dogs as a physical blow or a searing pain. This was the sound wall that instantly shattered their courage. The dog's hearing extends far into the ultrasonic range, frequencies that our own ears cannot process. Terry Sherman reasoned that the invisible entity, knowing the sensitivity of canine hearing, was deploying an acoustic weapon precisely tailored to inflict maximum pain and instant neurological shock. The attack was not a gradual increase in sound. It was an instantaneous, overwhelming burst, a sonic punch to the dog's inner ears. This would explain the single yelp of shock, immediately followed by the enforced silence. The intensity of the sound was so great that it instantly short-circuited the dog's natural reaction to bark or growl, plunging them straight into the catatonic, protective silence that defined their terror. Terry and his wife often observed that during these incidents, the dogs would violently shake their heads, even after they had bolted and cowered in the corner. This head-shaking behavior, usually associated with an object stuck in the ear or intense ear pain, suggested the auditory assault left behind a physical vibration or a searing, lingering effect on the sensitive bones of the middle ear. The intelligence was giving the dogs an auditory concussion. Furthermore, the phenomena seemed to use the sound wall with tactical precision. The single yelp was often the final signal before a visual anomaly occurred, suggesting the acoustic blast was an immediate byproduct of the entity activating its localized energetic field. The sequence was consistent. Acoustic signal. The invisible entity would generate the sudden, high-intensity ultrasonic blast, the sound wall. Canine response. The dogs would react with the single yelp and instant neurological shock, initiating the mute flight. Physical manifestation. The moment the dogs were in retreat, the invisible field would solidify or intensify, leading to the localized shimmering heat or the brief, cold luminescence that the Shermans sometimes witnessed. The acoustic attack was the opening move of the unseen enemy, clearing the field of the most sensitive observers. The deep psychological effect of the sound wall was devastating. The dogs learned to associate the silence that preceded attack with the certainty of the oncoming sonic pain. The profound stillness of the ranch, the very quiet that the Shermans treasured, became a source of acute, relentless anxiety for the dogs. They were living in a constant state of preemptive dread, knowing that any moment of absolute silence could be immediately shattered by a high-frequency weapon aimed directly at their head. Terry realized the utter unfairness of the attack. It was a weapon that was perfectly invisible to the humans. They could stand next to their cowering animals and hear nothing, but was physically painful and paralyzing to the dogs. It was a weapon designed to neutralize the sentinels without alerting the masters. The intelligence was not engaging in a fair fight. It was employing advanced, specialized acoustic warfare against the most vulnerable senses of its targets. The tragic evidence lay in the dogs' deep aversion to high-pitched sounds even when they were miles away from the ranch. After leaving the property, the smallest, sharp sound, a ceramic dish clattering, a high-pitched alarm, or a child's sudden scream, would send the dogs scrambling for cover, triggering the PTSD symptoms. The memory of the sound wall was imprinted on their neurology, transforming every high frequency into a potential attack signal. The constant terror induced by the invisible acoustic wall was the reason the dogs chose cowering silence over flight. They were not running from a threat they could outrun. They were collapsing under a physiological assault they could not fight. Their trembling surrender in the corner of the porch was their only defense, an attempt to minimize their profile and endure the immense, silent sound that was simultaneously shaking their ears and paralyzing their courage. The sound wall was the true, invisible master key to the profound, mute terror of the dogs. Chapter 8. The cold spot of surrender. The terror of the dogs was not merely a subjective psychological response. It created a detectable, measurable, localized disturbance in the immediate environment around the animals. The Shermans and later, the researchers observed that the moment the dogs achieved their state of catatonic surrender, piled together in their corner of the porch, the air directly surrounding their quivering mass would experience a sudden, dramatic drop in temperature, creating a localized cold spot of surrender. This chilling phenomenon suggested that the dog's intense fear was acting as an energetic anchor, drawing the invisible entity's field, which was often associated with sharp energy drains, directly to the point of maximum vulnerability. When the pack would bolt and pile into the corner, seeking compression and refuge, Terry would cautiously approach them. The visible evidence of their panic, the rigid muscles, the wide, panicked eyes, the rapid panting, was usually accompanied by a physical sensation of extreme cold emanating from the small space they occupied. If Terry knelt down next to the trembling dogs, the air temperature would feel several degrees lower than the surrounding porch air. It was a dense, localized chill that felt like opening a refrigerator door, a concentrated, unnatural coldness that clung only to the area immediately surrounding the animals' bodies. The dogs themselves, despite the external cold, would be sweating slightly from their internal panic, yet the air layer immediately above their fur was unnaturally cold. This localized chilling suggested a direct physical mechanism at play. The invisible entity, or its energetic field, was drawing a massive amount of thermal energy out of the immediate environment, a classic signature of non-conventional energy usage, such as exotic propulsion or localized dimensional stress. The point of the dogs, surrender became the precise focal point for this energy drain. Terry confirmed this with a simple, yet chilling experiment. After an incident, he would quickly place a conventional glass thermometer near the cowering dogs, taking a reading of the ambient air. He would then move the thermometer 2 feet away and take another reading. The difference was often stark, proving a significant, localized drop in temperature centered on the animals. The terrifying implication was that the intelligence was actively feeding on the dog's fear. The moment of absolute surrender seemed to provide the most concentrated, stable point for the entity to deploy its energetic field, making the dog's suffering a direct, vital component of the phenomenon's physical manifestation. The link between the cold spot and the energetic field was most profoundly confirmed by the simultaneous occurrence of battery drains. On numerous occasions, the Shermans or the later NIDSci researchers would leave a battery-operated device, a flashlight, a camera, or a recording device, near the corner where the dogs would retreat. If the dogs bolted to that corner, remaining in their catatonic state for an hour or more, the device's battery would invariably be completely dead. A full, charged battery would register zero power after being subjected to the concentrated field of the cold spot of surrender. This was not a simple drain. It was a catastrophic collapse of the battery's energy reserve, a complete and instantaneous vacuuming of the stored chemical potential. For the researchers, this phenomenon was a chilling confirmation. The fear was a magnet. The dog's intense emotional state was attracting the hostile energetic field. The field was hostile. The energy signature of the cold spot was actively stripping energy from the environment, thermal energy, battery power. The cold spot of surrender became the most reliable physical proof that the dogs were interacting with an entity that was both energetic and maliciously intelligent. The phenomenon was not merely frightening the animals. It was using their fear as a power source or a stable operational base. The terror of the dogs was thus a visible thermodynamic anomaly. Their cowering bodies were not just a portrait of fear. They were the central point of a profound, localized energetic assault that stole the warmth from the air and the power from any nearby technology. The sight of their beloved animals huddled in that corner, shivering not just from fear, but from the unnatural, chilling vacuum of thermal energy, became the final, crushing psychological reality for the Shermans. The dogs were not just their victims. They were the living, suffering laboratory where the invisible force concentrated its power. Their silence and their cold were the proof of the ranch's terrible, energetic appetite. Chapter 9. The Scent of Ozone. Long before the invisible walls, the ultrasonic blasts, or the electromagnetic surges manifested, the very first line of defense that failed for the dogs was their most reliable sense: smell. The Shermans were certain that the terror began with an olfactory attack, a sudden introduction of a unique, terrifying scent that preceded all other energetic and acoustic phenomena. The dogs were smelling the signature of something non-terrestrial and fundamentally wrong. The sense of smell in a dog is thousands of times more acute than in a human. They process the world through a constant, complex stream of chemical data. For a hunting dog to suddenly bolt in terror, the scent it encountered had to be not merely unfamiliar, but profoundly toxic or neurologically overwhelming. The specific nature of this scent was a matter of intense speculation, later refined by scientific observation. Terry Sherman consistently described the air during the buildup to an incident as heavy or stale, but his human nose could not isolate the distinct element of fear. The dogs, however, would always approach the critical zone, the invisible boundary near the silo, with a pronounced, erratic sniffing and snorting, rapidly inhaling and exhaling, as if trying desperately to process a chemical signal their brains could not categorize as natural. The primary hypothesis developed by the NIDSci team, based on the correlation with high-energy activity, was that the dogs were smelling massive, localized concentrations of ozone. Ozone is a molecule, 3 oxygen atoms, O3, that is not normally present at ground level in high concentration. It has a sharp, metallic, slightly acrid smell. On the ranch, ozone was frequently produced as a byproduct of the intense, localized electromagnetic discharges and the ionization of the atmosphere that occurred just before a magnetic field collapse. The phenomenon was so energetic that it was actively tearing apart oxygen molecules and reassembling them into ozone. The dogs were, therefore, not just smelling the presence of the entity, they were smelling the raw chemical waste product of its propulsion or energy system. To a dog, this sudden, overwhelming presence of a chemically foreign, high-energy scent would be an immediate primal alert that a hostile, massive energetic event was underway. The intensity of the olfactory attack was confirmed by the dog's physical reaction. They would often lick their lips and salivate profusely just before bolting. This is a common canine reaction to tasting or smelling something highly unpleasant or toxic. It suggested that the airborne chemical signature was so strong that it was also registering on their delicate taste receptors. Furthermore, the smell may have been more complex than simple ozone. Researchers theorized that the energetic field could also be releasing ferromagnetic dust or exotic trace elements into the air, substances that have no natural biological origin on the ranch. These scents would be completely new to the dog's evolutionary programming, triggering an existential fear that their instincts had no framework to address. The dogs were smelling something that did not belong to their world. The timing of the olfactory assault was crucial. The strong smell preceded the sound wall ultrasonic attack and the cold spot thermal drain. The sequence was consistently chemical alert. The dogs detect the sudden scent of ozone, exotic elements, scent of ozone. Acoustic shock. The intelligence deploys the high-frequency sonic weapon, sound wall. Physical drain. The entity anchors its presence, causing the temperature drop and paralysis, cold spot of surrender. This confirmed that the initial warning system of the dogs, their superior nose, was being exploited by the entity's energetic output. The intelligence was using its non-terrestrial exhaust as a chemical weapon. The profound psychological impact of the scent of ozone was that it turned the dog's greatest strength into their greatest vulnerability. Their acute sense of smell, which normally provided them with reliable data and confidence, was instead delivering a terrifying, undeniable truth. The air itself was corrupted, filled with the chemical signature of a physically hostile invasion. The dogs were smelling danger in the very molecules they breathed, forcing them into a state of constant, desperate sensory filtration. The final act of terror for the dogs was their gradual aversion to all strong smells. After the trauma, the animals would often react with anxiety to normal scents. A sudden whiff of gasoline, strong perfume, or even a burnt match, confusing these familiar odors with the overwhelming chemical shock of the ozone. Their world, once a rich, readable tapestry of scent, was now a constant source of potential attack, a lingering, invisible reminder that the air itself could betray them. The scent of ozone was the proof that the siege began at the molecular level, targeting the animal's most basic biological processing. Chapter 10. The Refusal of Sustenance. The psychological assault waged against the dogs eventually moved past the realm of behavioral surrender and visible fear, culminating in a state of near-total physiological shutdown. The trauma, once confined to their minds and their immediate physical reactions, began to actively erode their bodies. The most heartbreaking evidence of this deep, psychosomatic damage was the pack's gradual, persistent refusal to eat, leading to severe and concerning weight loss. A healthy working dog is driven by a profound instinct for sustenance. Yet, the Sherman dogs, otherwise robust and well cared for, began to treat their food bowls with profound aversion. Terry and his wife would fill the bowls with high-quality kibble or even tempting scraps of meat, only to watch the dogs approach the food with suspicion, their tails tucked low, their bodies trembling. The dogs would often tentatively sniff the food, take a single, nervous bite, and then drop it immediately. They would then retreat to their corner or a safe spot in the house, leaving the meal untouched. The fear had overridden the most basic, life-sustaining instinct. This refusal to eat was not caused by a physical illness. It was a psychogenic response to the relentless, non-stop stress. The dogs' bodies were locked in a perpetual state of fight or flight, specifically the flight mode, when the sympathetic nervous system is constantly activated, as it was by the invisible walls, the sound wall, and the scent of ozone. The production of adrenaline and cortisol floods the system. These stress hormones actively suppress appetite, divert blood flow away from the digestive tract, and prioritize immediate survival over energy intake. The dogs were, quite literally, starving themselves with fear. Their nervous systems were constantly screaming that they were in mortal immediate peril, a condition that overrides the calm, routine act of eating. The result was visible, rapid weight loss. Buster and Scout, the two largest working dogs, began to look gaunt. Their ribs became visible beneath their coats, and their movements became slower, more labored, lacking the energetic snap of healthy animals. The Shermans, horrified, tried everything, hand-feeding the animals, adding appetizing broth to the kibble, or trying to feed them miles away from the ranch to break the association. While the dogs would eat small, hesitant amounts when hand-fed by Terry, the moment they were left alone with the bowl, the terror would return and they would leave the food untouched. The act of eating became inherently linked to their vulnerability. In their traumatized minds, lowering their head to eat meant taking their attention away from the invisible threat, a momentary lapse that could cost them their lives. They had learned that absolute stillness and vigilance were their only defenses, and the act of feeding compromised that stillness. The weight loss served as a critical, terrifying confirmation for the NIDSci team. The phenomena were causing systemic, long-term health degradation. The damage was not just localized to the inner ear or the magnetic field. It was a full, physiological breakdown of the organic life on the ranch. Researchers later hypothesized that the aggressive infrasound pulses, the ultra-low frequency pressure waves, that the seismometers detected may also have contributed directly to the dog's physical distress. Infrasound is known to cause nausea, confusion, and gastrointestinal distress in humans. The dogs, constantly bombarded by the powerful, non-audible thrumming of the entity's energetic engine, were likely suffering from chronic nausea and physical discomfort that further contributed to their aversion to food. The sight of their emaciated, trembling dogs was arguably the final emotional turning point for the Sherman family. The fear of lights in the sky was intellectual. The fear for their children was familial. But watching their brave, loyal animals waste away, silently sacrificing their most basic need to survive the perpetual siege, was a profound, unbearable form of cruelty. The refusal of sustenance was the final, tragic surrender of the dogs. It was the physical embodiment of their despair, confirming that the attack was designed not just to repel, but to destroy the organic life that occupied the ranch. Their hollowed-out frames were the ultimate testament to the immense, crushing power of the unseen hostility. They were becoming living shadows of their former selves, permanent victims of the non-stop war waged on their senses and their souls. Chapter 11. The Terror of the Interior. The Shermans initially clung to the fragile belief that their homestead, with its solid walls and roof, provided a sanctuary, a physical shield against the chaotic, energetic phenomena of the ranch. The dogs, they hoped, could find complete refuge inside, but the invisible intelligence soon demonstrated that its reach was not confined by brick and wood, and the terror of the dogs became localized and focused inside the most protected spaces of the home, confirming that the threat could pass effortlessly through solid structures. The pack's fear began to manifest as a bizarre, terrifying aversion to specific patches of floor or wall inside the living room or kitchen. These were not random spots. They were often the same points directly beneath or adjacent to areas where Terry Sherman had previously experienced acoustic anomalies or electromagnetic interference. For example, the living room contained a worn, comfortable area rug. The dogs would normally nap here, finding safety in the familiar scent and soft texture. But slowly, they began to avoid a precise, circular area in the middle of the rug, approximately 3 feet in diameter. If one of the dogs, say Buster, accidentally wandered into this circle, he would react as if he had stepped onto an intensely hot coal. He would let out a choked, panicked cry and scramble backward with desperate speed, his claws scrabbling against the wood floor outside the rug. He would then stare intensely at the invisible circle on the rug, his body trembling, his hackles raised in a silent, rigid defiance. Terry would kneel and run his hand over the area. It felt normal. The temperature was the same as the surrounding floor. Yet the dogs would never, under any circumstance, willingly cross or rest upon that specific patch of carpet again. It was as if the invisible boundary that protected the silo outside had been projected indoors, penetrating the house's foundation and anchoring itself to the fibers of the rug. This phenomenon suggested 2 terrifying possibilities. First, dimensional leakage. The hostile presence was not just an energetic field, but was capable of traversing or passing through solid matter with ease. The invisible walls that stopped the dogs outside were merely areas where the field was densely manifested. Inside the house, the field was less dense but still present, marking specific spots where the integrity of the dimension or the atomic structure of the material was compromised. Second, localized acoustic projection. The intelligence could be using the material itself as a focal point for its sonic attacks. The specific spot on the rug or the wall might be where the ultrasonic energy, the sound wall, was most intensely focused, subjecting any dog near it to a constant, imperceptible acoustic pressure that was physically painful. The fear reached its peak when the dogs began to fixate on specific sections of the interior walls. In the hallway, near the attic access where the Shermans had previously heard the indistinct murmur of voices, the dogs would often sit rigidly, staring at a specific 4-foot section of plaster. They would growl, not the aggressive snarl of their failed attack, but a low, continuous, mournful rumble of dread. They would sit there for hours, their eyes wide, completely consumed by the invisible terror emanating from the wall. They were reacting to something within the structure that their sensitive hearing and vision were perceiving as a solid, hostile entity trapped just inches away. When Terry investigated these interior hot spots with a simple stud finder or metal detector, he would often find strange, inconsistent readings. The instruments would briefly register the presence of massive metal or an electrical field behind the wall where none should exist, before the reading would snap back to normal. The dogs were clearly perceiving the same transient, energetic distortion that was briefly visible to the crude instruments. The terror of the interior stripped the Shermans of their last comfort. They realized that their home was not a sanctuary. It was merely a container, a porous box through which the invisible, hostile presence could project its localized effects at will. The dogs, refusing to enter specific rooms or cross certain patches of floor, became the living, trembling map of the house's energetic corruption. The sight of their emaciated animals, huddled away from the center of their own living space, forever staring at a piece of blank carpet or a solid wall, was the most profound evidence that the siege was total. The battle was not being fought outside in the fields. It was being fought in the intimate, enclosed spaces of their home, where the enemy had proven its final, crushing dominance over the fundamental boundaries of physical reality. Chapter 12. The Run to Nowhere. The slow, systematic destruction of the dog's courage, discipline, and physiological health eventually culminated in the ultimate, desperate act of animal terror, a mass, unprovoked flight from the ranch. The dogs, pushed past the breaking point by the invisible walls, the sound wall, and the constant psychological siege, finally abandoned their instinct to stay with their humans and attempted to reclaim their basic instinct for survival in the wilderness. The incident occurred during a particularly intense period of anomalous activity. The Shermans had been enduring multiple concurrent phenomena. Objects were being heard moving in the dark, and the low, persistent murmur of voice was louder than usual, emanating not just from the hallway, but from the exterior walls of the living room. The energetic field around the homestead was clearly peaking. The dogs, huddled in their corner, were visibly more distressed than ever. Their trembling was violent, and their shallow, rapid breathing suggested hyperventilation. The invisible terror had become too intense for even their loyalty to withstand. Late one afternoon, while Terry and his wife were inside, momentarily distracted by an electromagnetic spike that had shut down their television, the dogs made their move. They were no longer the coordinated pack of old. They were a collective of individual broken wills. Scout, Buster, and the others managed to slip silently off the porch. They did not run toward the open fields, the place of the invisible walls. Instead, they desperately hugged the fence line, running low to the ground, using the chain-link boundary as a meager form of cover, aiming for the main ranch gate. Their flight was not a challenge. It was an act of final, absolute surrender. They were seeking the sanctuary of distance, a return to a world where the laws of physics were predictable and where a dog's courage meant something. The Shermans discovered their absence hours later. The quiet where the constant, nervous panting and trembling should have been was deafening. A frantic search revealed that the main gate, which had been securely latched, was ajar. The latch itself showed no sign of being tampered with by human hands or tools. It appeared as if the dogs, in their panicked flight, had been aided by an unseen entity, or that the energetic field itself had momentarily manipulated the metal to allow their egress. For 2 days, the silence on the ranch was immense, a painful void filled with the Shermans' desperate hope that the dogs had simply found refuge in a friendly, distant farm. But the knowledge that the animals had fled their master, their home, and their lifelong source of food suggested a terror so profound that it overrode every primal bond. When the dogs finally returned, their arrival was not signaled by a bark or a joyful greeting, but by a chilling, visual distress. They were found huddled just outside the closed main gate, unable or unwilling to enter the property. The animals were in a state of extreme physical collapse. They were covered in dust and burrs, their paws raw from the mileage, and their visible ribs spoke of 2 days without water or food. But the physical exhaustion was secondary to the psychological catatonia. They were lying immobile, their eyes wide and fixed. They were breathing, but their bodies were completely limp. When Terry approached them, kneeling to gently pet their heads, they did not move, did not whimper, and did not even acknowledge his presence. Their minds had checked out. They had gone from a state of hypervigilance to a state of psychological stupor. The terrifying implication was that the 2 days away from the ranch had not brought relief. They had merely brought the trauma to its final, debilitating conclusion. The dogs had been running from a fear that was not localized to the acreage, but was internal, a fear that they had carried with them for dozens of miles. The Shermans had to gently carry their collapsed animals back into the homestead. For another full day, the dogs remained in this state of catatonia, refusing to move, drink, or react, their eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Their mute surrender had become permanent. The run to nowhere confirmed the final, crushing truth for the Shermans. 1. The siege was non-geographical. The terror followed the individual, proving the highly personalized, telepathic nature of the attack. 2. The trauma was absolute. The fear was so immense that it forced a complete shutdown of their consciousness, a state of catatonic paralysis that is the ultimate defense mechanism against an inescapable existential threat. The silent, broken return of the dogs was the visual equivalent of a white flag, the absolute surrender of the most loyal and courageous beings on the ranch. It was the moment the Shermans realized they were not fighting a physical force that could be contained, but an entity that could dismantle the very mind and will of living creatures, no matter how far they ran. The dogs had run for their lives, only to discover that their lives were the very thing being controlled by the unseen intelligence. Chapter 13. The Tainted Innocence. Faced with the profound physical collapse of their loyal pack, the Shermans, driven by a desperate, heartbreaking hope, sought a way to break the psychological siege. They reasoned that the current dogs were too deeply scarred, their neural pathways permanently etched with the memory of terror. Their solution was radical. They would introduce a new, untainted life into the environment, hoping to use a fresh, innocent perspective to reestablish a sense of normalcy and challenge the traumatic conditioning of the existing pack. Terry traveled a great distance and returned with a young, exuberant puppy, a small, lively border collie mix. The puppy, whom they named Toby, was full of the boisterous, fearless curiosity of youth. He had no history with the ranch, no memory of the sound wall, and no knowledge of the invisible boundaries. The Shermans hoped that the sight of an animal acting normally, playing, sniffing without fear, and responding with natural curiosity, might act as a behavioral counterstimulus for the traumatized adults. The initial reaction of the scarred pack was disturbing. As Toby bounded into the homestead, full of happy barks and playful nips, the adult dogs did not respond with the expected growls of correction or the friendly curiosity of older animals toward a newcomer. Instead, they reacted with a deep, mute confusion and heightened anxiety. The traumatized dog seemed entirely incapable of interpreting Toby's normal, playful behavior. When Toby would sniff an area of the floor near the interior hot spots, the adult dogs would watch him with wide, panicked eyes, almost anticipating his immediate demise. When Toby would chase a leaf blown onto the porch, running right over the area where the cold spot of surrender usually manifested, the entire pack would instantly relapse into violent trembling, watching the puppy with a fearful reverence, as if he were unknowingly walking through a minefield. The most chilling effect was the speed of the corruption. Toby, initially fearless, soon began to absorb the ambient anxiety of the environment, not through direct confrontation with the invisible entity, but through the mirroring of the adult's fear. Within 2 days, the lively puppy had stopped barking indoors. His playful curiosity was replaced by a creeping wariness. He stopped running freely across the yard. When the adult dogs retreated into their trembling, Mute not in the corner, Toby, wanting only the comfort and presence of the pack, would crawl into the middle of the trembling mass, adopting the low posture of surrender without ever having experienced the original trauma. He was learning fear by osmosis, internalizing the constant, unspoken panic of the adults. The process demonstrated a terrifying principle of the ranch's psychological warfare. The trauma was so pervasive that it was contagious. The invisible enemy did not need to confront the puppy directly. It merely needed to maintain the constant state of hypervigilance in the existing pack, allowing the younger, untainted mind to absorb the fear as the new, absolute normalcy. The puppy's development was fundamentally altered. Toby did not learn to hunt or patrol. He learned to cower. His instincts were immediately bypassed, his courage extinguished before it could even fully form. His presence, meant to bring healing, instead served as a devastating confirmation for the Shermans that the psychic damage to the pack was permanent and incurable. The environment of terror was so absolute that it instantly corrupted any new life introduced into it. The Shermans also tried introducing other life forms, briefly bringing a barn cat onto the property. The cat, being a solitary and often less emotionally expressive animal, they hoped, would be immune to the dog's pack mentality. The cat, however, exhibited an equally unsettling form of localized panic. While it never displayed the dog's generalized anxiety, the moment it crossed into one of the invisible hot zones, the circle on the rug or the area near the silo, it would arch its back violently, its fur standing on end, and it would let out a terrifying guttural hiss before bolting away with blinding speed, refusing to return to that area. The cat, like the dogs, was reacting to an unseen, intense energetic presence, confirming that the fear was biological and cross-species. The experiment of the tainted innocence was the ultimate tragedy of the pack. The adult dogs, in their desperate need for safety, had hoped to teach the puppy courage, but the ranch taught them all that the only way to survive was through silence and surrender. The innocent newcomer was quickly assimilated into the culture of fear, his silent, wide-eyed terror becoming the final, heartbreaking proof of the all-encompassing nature of the invisible siege. Chapter 14. The Quiet of Guilt. The culmination of the dog's suffering, the catatonic collapse after their failed flight, the refusal of sustenance, and the terrifying instant corruption of the new puppy, forced the Shermans to face the most devastating reality of the ranch. They could not save their animals, and to keep them there was an act of slow, agonizing cruelty. The final, practical solution was a heartbreaking act of surrender, the decision to give the dogs away, severing the emotional bond to save their lives. This decision was not made lightly. It was weighed with immense guilt and sorrow. The dogs were family, companions, and silent witnesses to their ordeal. Yet the Shermans watched them fading, skeletal, anxious, and perpetually mute, and realized that the invisible siege was now a clear, present threat to the animals' continued existence. The ranch was demanding a price, and that price was the life and sanity of every sentient creature on the land. Terry Sherman, knowing the dogs could not survive another season of the acoustic and energetic attacks, made arrangements with a distant, trusted family miles away. He meticulously explained the dog's specific needs, the fear of loud noises, the need for a constant, calm presence, and the bizarre, phobic avoidance of certain spots in the yard. He left out the full, chilling details of the invisible walls and the scent of ozone, knowing the story would sound like madness, but he conveyed the trauma with absolute sincerity. The day the dogs left the property was marked by a chilling calm. There were no frantic barks, no desperate attempts to run back to the house, and no joyous leaps for their master. The dogs, in their state of chronic, exhaustion-induced catatonia, were simply and silently loaded into the vehicle. They offered no resistance and displayed no emotion. They were physically present but emotionally absent, already half gone. The silence that followed their departure was the most profound and unsettling quiet the Shermans had ever experienced. It was not the natural quiet of the empty desert, but a heavy, acoustic vacuum. The constant, low hum of the dog's nervous panting, the soft whimpering in the night, and the reassuring rhythmic thump of Buster's tail, even in an anxious dream, were gone. The house felt immense, cold, and utterly empty. This new silence, however, did not bring relief. It brought an immense, crushing wave of guilt. The Shermans felt that by removing the dogs, they had destroyed their own most honest early warning system and their most reliable witnesses. The dogs' cowering silence had been the living proof of the enemy's reality. Without that visible, trembling confirmation, the psychological burden of the haunting shifted entirely onto the humans. The absence of the dogs seemed to embolden the invisible intelligence. With the biological sensors removed, the phenomena became louder and more aggressive, no longer needing to rely on subtle acoustic warfare to neutralize the canines. The murmur of voices inside the homestead became more frequent, the electromagnetic interference intensified, and the Shermans began to experience visual anomalies more often. Perhaps because the entity felt it no longer needed to hide its energetic waste from the dog's superior senses. The guilt was compounded by the fact that the dog's permanent psychological damage was not reversed by the change of scenery. Weeks after the relocation, Terry received a heart-wrenching update. The dogs were physically recovering, regaining weight, but the phobias were permanent. Buster would still scramble into a corner and tremble for hours if a high-pitched alarm sounded, and Scout would refuse to walk across certain patches of the lawn in their new, safe home, treating the invisible terror of the ranch as a transferable, telepathic infection. The new family reported that the dogs were perfectly loyal but broken, forever living in a state of suspended animation, perpetually waiting for the sound wall to strike again. The tragic exchange was complete. The dogs had paid a physiological price to escape the terror, and the Shermans now paid a psychological price for the quiet of guilt, the deep, silent knowledge that the only way to save their most loyal companions was to eject them from their lives. The silence that settled over the homestead was not peace. It was the chilling, final sound of the invisible intelligence winning a major, irreversible victory in the psychological war. The terror was no longer measured by the trembling of a dog's body, but by the hollow ache of the Shermans' profound personal loss. The quiet of the ranch had swallowed the sound of courage, leaving behind only the cold, hard guilt of survival. Chapter 15. The Enduring Mute Testimony. We now draw the curtains on this deeply unsettling chapter of the ranch's history, letting the profound stillness of the high desert settle back over us. The saga of the terrified dogs is arguably the most heartbreaking testimony to the malice and sophistication of the unseen intelligence. It is a story of courage crushed, instinct betrayed, and the final, tragic failure of human protection against a non-physical, yet devastatingly physical threat. Let the intense images of the past hours, the dog's silent, trembling surrender, the fear-induced starvation, and the panicked flight, begin to fade into the quiet atmosphere of the night. We followed the loyal pack as they were systematically broken down by an enemy that exploited their keenest strengths. The dog's superior sense of smell was instantly weaponized by the scent of ozone, the sharp, metallic residue of non-terrestrial energy deployment. Their acute hearing was turned against them by the sound wall, an ultrasonic blast that caused physical pain and enforced their mute catatonic surrender. And their instinct to protect their home was paralyzed by the invisible walls, the localized, energetic fields that marked the hostile, non-Euclidean architecture of the haunting. The dog's trauma was not merely behavioral, it was a physical, measurable reality. Their surrender was anchored by the cold spot of surrender, a localized thermodynamic anomaly that stole the heat from the air and the energy from nearby batteries. Their fear became a living energetic siphon, confirming that their suffering was not accidental, but a calculated, essential component of the entity's power structure. What the dogs ultimately provided was the absolute refutation of skepticism. They were not prone to suggestion, fear of the unknown, or wish fulfillment. Their panic was a pure, honest, biological response to a real, energetic, and malevolent presence. When the NIDSci researchers arrived with their instruments, the dogs, in their silent terror, became the ultimate biological alarm system, rejecting the technology and confirming that the threat was interactive and intelligent. Their story culminates in profound tragedy, the collapse into catatonia after their futile run to nowhere, and the silent, indelible infection of the tainted innocence onto the new puppy. The final, heartbreaking decision to send them away was the ultimate admission that the battle was lost, and that the only way to save their physical lives was to sacrifice the bond of companionship and endure the agonizing quiet of guilt in the lonely aftermath. The enduring legacy of the terrified dogs is not one of fear, but of mute testimony. Their refusal to bark became the ranch's most profound, acoustic statement. Their silence speaks volumes, confirming that the intelligence that occupies that land is capable of wielding advanced physics, acoustics, electromagnetism, and thermodynamics, not to destroy structures or cause explosions, but to patiently, cruelly dismantle the fundamental courage and neurological integrity of the life forms it encounters. The dogs suffered a terror so great that it overwrote their genetic code. They proved that the siege on the ranch is not a simple haunting. It is a profound, malicious war on consciousness and instinct, waged with an intelligence that understands the deepest vulnerabilities of the organic mind. The homestead is quiet now. The sound of a dog's nervous panting is gone, and the quiet where the low, comforting thump of a tail should be is vast and empty. But the trauma remains. The memories of the invisible walls and the paralyzing high-frequency sound are now imprinted on the memory of the land, forever defining the boundary between the known world of courage and the unknown, terrifying world of absolute, enforced surrender. Take a slow, peaceful breath, friend. Let the profound stillness of the night be just that, stillness and nothing more. The quiet is deep and the dogs are safe now. Good night.